Hey,
Hi.
what's going on?
Oh, nothing. I started my new job today, so that was cool. Met my
Awesome.
team. Yeah.
Congrats.
Thank you.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
groovy.
And then
That
I was
is
so tired. I took a nap after work. I was like, dang, I'm not used to this. Softy.
Yeah. I went down to the office for a meeting and I had to get a show of force. I was like I pinged my team that's local. I'm like, I need local bodies for a local client. So we all assembled in the halls of justice. Like, here we go. Here's this person, this person, this person. And then the client was late. So we kind of sat around. So and then it was a good meeting. No, it's a total sort of client takeover, the whole dev team kind of thing. So I hope that goes well. And then I went by my friend's house and told him I was going to just crash his backyard and take a swim in his pool. And he's like, yeah, whatever. So that was fun. And then I recorded some voiceover for Melanie, who asked me to do some voiceover for her podcast, and I was like, sure. I did that, and then I came home and now I'm here. It's been groovy. It's been a really nice. I like the midday swim. I'm thinking that's really good. I made a bunch of stupid videos. I'll post later because they're hilarious, and it was cool. It was fun talking to Melody about isn't that what the syndicate's all about? We work with each other. I'm like, yeah, that's exactly how it's working. Like the syndicate's whatever you want to make it. If you have positive intent and you feel good in your heart, yeah, that's what the syndicate's all about. So that's fun.
I saw her taking notes furiously yesterday.
Yeah, that piece yesterday was great with Christian, man. He said so many things that really resonated with me, and I love that we're doing the breath work as well. So yeah, man, I'm totally pumped for that. Um, it's cool, and a lot. It's funny when you talked about the four characters. I wrote a when I went through my burnout when I was starting the company. And I basically wrote this novel about being a stripper and everything that it was mostly about being compromised in terms of character and less in terms of you know, I didn't want to cheat or anything. I was just compromised by the stress, right? But when I wrote that story, I write it in, not only the character's view, but I also write it in his external mind looking at himself, and he breaks himself up into three characters. It's basically the his primal, which is his the alpha piece in him, his intellectual, right, which is the thinker, and then his pure emotional or whatever. And so it's funny when he was sort of talking about the four characters. He talks about, yeah, you got to be good guy, you're bad guy, right? Well, the feely guy and the or the intellectual versus the the primal animal. That's kind of good versus evil there, and it was just really cool to hear all the different themes that were sort of true, which I liked a lot.
Very nice.
Yeah, Lauren, you should do it too, man. That's really cool.
Yeah, I should definitely go for a midday swim.
That true. Midday swim was, man. I gotta say, and it's so funny. My friend Clint, he's like, you can bring that phone in the pool. I'm like, no, man, I don't want to get my phone wet. And he's like, what models? Anything model over 8 is totally waterproof. And he's like, oh, it's 11. He's just flings it into the 8 feet. I'm like, fuck, it's like, I go in. Well, yeah. And then it's just, it was wild. He lives up in this area of town, this sort of what we call the Powell bubble, where everybody is basically between the 3 and 1 percenters. And he was telling me about how his neighbors are watching over. So his neighbor's kid is she's just turned 16. And he's like, yeah, Dan, she dresses like a stripper every day. I'm like, well, not everyone. It's great, raising kids or whatever. But he's like, yeah, but she is completely low jacked. I'm like, what do you mean? He's like, oh yeah, they're running the service on her phone where it's basically it's the enterprise version of controlling your phone. And you schedule when apps actually appear on the phone to use or not, which I think is really wild. I'm like, wait a minute. So the parents can, yeah. So, Snapchat doesn't show up on the phone until, 4 o'clock, and then it leaves the phone at 7. So that's your window of time to use it or whatever. And I was just like, that's some serious control. I didn't know that. I was just blown away by that. But anyways, yeah, the 1%ers up there, they're all converting to Teslas, and I don't know. I kind of want to. Clint's a really cool guy, and he's retarded, and his wife is fucking brilliant. She's just unbelievably brilliant, and this is our nerd club. So this is like before there was the Syndicate for me. There was a thing called the Graves, and it was called the Graves of Dublin, and this goes all the way back to probably I was 22 or 23, maybe if that. Probably younger than that, probably 19, where we all played. I lived with Troy and a couple of these guys in this house, and they had a LAN party in the basement every night. We played Quake and Deathmatch and all that kind of stuff. But it's just kind of fun because we're all from that era, and we still been friends. Still do nerd stuff. One guy is a DEF CON, hacker. The other guy is telecoms expert. The other guy's a fintech dude. Dan does research on it. It's a cool. I don't know. It's a cool thing, and that's why I like when I come to the Syndicate. It's the same sort of recipe of different people with different abilities and strengths, and still I come in for like the crazy party. That's fun, man. That's really rare when it clicks. Like the fact that we're still like hanging out, you know what I mean? That's super fucking rare to meet people and then to like have that connectivity with us. And we don't always agree with each other, right? That's the other cool thing is we don't always agree with each other, right? But at the same time, we're always there for each other, you know what I mean? And we're starting to have people starting to meet each other, and stuff. That's just really cool. And the fact that it's like it makes us more resilient, you know what I mean? It's like because I've been here, like I'm more resilient to trolls in here, and I'm also more resilient to trolls in the real life, you know what I mean? Because I feel like my network's stronger. I feel like when, someone comes off of me wrong, I go like, dude, make me break out a fucking KC and the assigned on your ass, man. Have you seen that fucking guy? The assigned is a serious motherfucker. You know what? I just thought he was a cool dude. Like, hey, man, I like you, right? Dude, man, that guy would break you in half. You know what I mean? Don't you be saying I'm a cracker. I got a brother over here, pal. You know what I'm saying? Anyway, so I like that. It's cool. It's unique. It's rare. And we're in the prime of it. And we should celebrate it. Because we don't know where it goes.
We should have an off-site.
We should virtual offsite. Well, we're actually we are working on a spatial offsite where we're gonna all get into spatial and be our characters, and we're gonna do I don't know. We got to do movie night where we like all watch a movie together. You know what I mean? And I've been talking to Zach about it, and he's really excited about it. He wants to do called Zach's movie night. And he's going to take us through some of his favorite childhood movies, which I'm pretty sure are like the Rambo series, and I don't know which other ones, but there's some really good ones. And then,
definitely Full Metal Jacket. Definitely
yeah,
Full Metal Jacket has got to be on there.
I think the other thing too is that
Major Pain has got to be another one of his
right,
childhood
Major Pain.
favorites.
And then we want to do workout. We want to do the exercise class with Lagatha, Zach, and Lauren, where it's like a whole like workout thing. Where like Zach's basically doing the squats because that's what he does. He does like 750 squats a day. I'm just kidding. Trying to get him up on the stage, heckling him.
Dang, Zach. 750 squats. That's a little. Don't you think that's a little like?
Yeah, but man, he is like he was. I mean, he's what do they call it?
He
When you're
could
ripped
crack
in the legs.
walnuts with his thighs.
Like, what do girls call it when guys are really ripped in the legs?
Well, we just.
There's got to be a name for that, Lauren. Like,
Yeah, there's gotta be. I haven't really come up with one, but I feel like I probably should.
it's like so when I see a gal with a really nice calf, for example, it's a really good sign, by the way. It means a lot of things. But
Well, because so girls when really like if guys have like a nice little thigh or calf, like that's cool. What's strange to girls is when guys have like really like muscly arms, but like they have like chicken legs. That's it's like they don't even it out at the gym.
yeah. So they have big giant arms and they have chicken legs, and all you think about is how do they fight gravity the whole time? Why don't they just fall over?
Yeah, that's like it's like the only thing that like captivates us. We're just
Yeah.
like, well, why?
No, I totally see
Why
that.
why did you skip leg day?
All right, I can see that. I can see that.
You know what's funny is that my daughter's the one that pointed that out to me. I never noticed it. And then because my 16-year-old is obsessed with the gym and she's like, "Mom, I hate." She was like if I go on a date, she'll be like he better not have chicken legs. I'm like, "Alexis, come on now."
That's funny.
It's funny.
Yeah, you had your kids on the other day, right? Annabelle and Lexus, is that it?
Annabelle wasn't mine. Annabelle was my
Oh,
best friend Lauren's.
oh
She's
okay.
cute, huh?
Oh yeah, Annabelle. She sounds so sweet. She's super cute, and she already sounds like a childhood actor or something like that. I don't know. You get that vibe, like she's ready to get on camera.
Yeah, she's very articulate.
Yeah, that's awesome. You have good friends. That's good.
Yeah.
Well, Casey, what's going on with you?
Wait, am I the only one that caught that Lauren has a best friend named Lauren?
Hmm. You probably did
No,
catch
well
that.
maybe.
But
Yeah.
you're military, man. That's what you guys do. You catch shit. You know what I'm saying?
Zach, do you crunch walnuts with your thighs?
Yes, he does.
I have no comment. I'm dropping back down to listener. Bye.
Mm. Zach, this is a very important Wait, he so did. Zach, get back up here.
Excuse
He
me.
went down to listener so he could crack a few, and he's gonna go.
He was like,
Like,
let me see if I can. Hang on.
we're gonna have this guy as co-host now. So he has to come up. uh, Melody, I'm glad you had a. I know it's super last minute. I'm glad I saw you making notes with your notebook.
I know, and it was awesome.
I did. I was making notes because he said some shit that I needed to hear.
Hi, Melody.
Hola, hola, bella, ¿cómo estás?
Muy bien, ¿y tú?
I'm I'm
I missed you. I'm getting settled.
Dude, your pictures look so much fun. Did you just have a fucking full moon on the beach? Did you reach the full moon or did you come past it? Did you get there past it?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yay! That's actually a big blessing, a big blessing. And that, how do you say inauguration? Inauguration of a new living space with a full moon is pretty significant.
Powerful.
Yeah, it is.
Maybe I'll turn into a giant butterfly.
If that's what you wish.
We'll find out, right?
I'm tired of being a butterfly. I need to fucking settle
Yeah, no
somewhere.
shit. No shit.
I
I
can't be
hear
a
that.
butterfly right now. Even though I was butterflying in the woods this weekend though.
What'd you do in the woods?
It was it's called Harbin Springs. It's the natural springs, hot springs.
Oh.
It's up in I forget the county that it is, but it's let me think. Middletown is the closest town. This is like 2.5 hours north of San Francisco.
Damn.
This is what I'm gonna miss of moving out there. I know there's one hot springs right there in ¿cómo se llama? In the border of Knoxville and the Carolina. I think it's South Carolina.
Oh, you're going there?
I'm moving to Knoxville. I'm gonna be in Knoxville for a while.
Are you serious? So that's so funny. One of my really good friends, he's a physical therapist, and he's like, we've kind of worked together on a few like business ventures, and he's like wanting to like do. He wants me to manage a physical therapy center for him, and I'm like, Jameson, but he's right out of Knoxville, so that's pretty cool.
So he's from Knoxville. The therapy center is in Virginia.
No, I'm in Virginia. He didn't know I moved.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So,
Well, how far is that? I
like
want to say
5 hours.
from Knoxville, right? You're the beach, your beach?
No, I'm probably like 7 hours from Knoxville.
Let me see what I'm gonna look at the. So this is a sad thing about moving there. It's that it's a landlocked place. This is Knoxville.
So when did you decide you're moving to Knoxville? That's new.
No, no, remember I've been saying I need a fucking pack.
Yeah, but I didn't know you were moving to like where I was, like across the country.
Oh yeah, yeah. Yeah, I
That would have been some pretty cool information.
well, you're still on that side, so
Yeah,
I will be going to the beach because that is I cannot live without it. So
you're
that's
pretty
gonna
dang
be
far from the beach there, darling.
I know. I know, but that's like a weekend thing. Like you can drive
Yeah.
Friday, stay Saturday, Sunday.
We can do a camping trip. Let's go camping.
Yeah, so but I'm gonna do the Halloween thing that you mentioned.
Oh, Halloween.
Yeah, yeah.
We'll
That's
go
what I
together. We can
yeah.
Airbnb something.
Yeah, yeah. That
Let's do
is my
that.
plan. My plan is to be in Knoxville for fucking Halloween. I need to have already been there and
Well, it's Charlotte, so the event is in Charlotte that I'm
yeah.
speaking at. But
Mm-hmm.
I'm serious. Let's do an Airbnb together.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I mean, I don't when I say yeah, I'm
Okay.
down.
All
I'm down.
right, cool.
We'll plan it.
Yeah, I'll start looking at Airbnbs. We'll plan it.
Yeah, we'll
That'll
plan
be
it.
so much fun.
It definitely has to have a hot tub though. We'll need
Yes.
water. Yeah.
Let's do it.
I only stay in places that have that. I'd rather for that I'll just stay home. You know, until I can build my own. That's
Hot
what I'm
tub time
going.
machine.
Yeah.
And then we can come and meet with these guys while we're hanging out.
Yeah, who's out there? Who's out on the East Coast?
You ready? Dan, Casey, Mike.
I'm in the east coast of the north.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
know you're up in Canada, right?
I'm in Ohio, so I can get
New
to you.
Hampshire.
Casey's in like great thrifting country, so we got to go up his way to like thrift and because that's where like people collect antiques and stuff. Isn't that
Why?
right? Yeah.
I hate that you're not wrong.
I'm trying to get rid of my antiques here. I don't really want to buy anymore.
No.
New Hampshire, is that do you get water there? Or is that inland? I know I know it's on the corner.
No, we got coast.
Oh, you do? Okay.
hmm That's
But
so
people,
funny. I love that question. Do you have water there?
Yeah, it took me off for a second. I'm like, yeah.
Casey's, yeah, actually, Casey is on his last breath. Hey, Casey, want to sing a song for
see,
us?
he didn't say
dry.
beach. He didn't say beach. He said coast because he wanted to frame it right. Like, yeah, we have water, but that's where the serial killers start.
Yeah, we have some good lakes too.
Yeah.
Actually.
Yeah, lakes are nice, except they're dark waters.
What do you mean dark waters?
Well, you can't really see through them. They're murky, rather, like murky. Only a few. I do know a couple of lakes in Knoxville. I think Morris Lake is a clear lake. There's a couple of clear lakes.
Sorry, I just want to say, I just tagged the last 30 seconds or so as boring conversations. Hey, you ever heard of lakes? Yep. Heard of lakes. Sorry, I just wanted to tell you so you didn't discover it later. I was like, yeah, it's I've seen some. You ever see the lakes with the water? No, no, sorry, I'm an asshole.
What
But
about the ones with the rocks? What about
what about the ones with the uh, the rocks and the water?
What?
You know,
Rocks and water?
man, if
No
I tell you
way.
about the rocks, the rock and the water, which became the Loch Ness monster, dude, when you compose those things, it's crazy.
for sure?
horrible.
The voice acting thing was fun. I'm not a voice actor. Actor is the big word there.
Yeah, I don't. You know what? I have no intention of being a voice actor. I just use the training
Yeah.
during Twitter Spaces and other conversations.
Yeah, it's cool. It was pretty cool. What'd you think, Dan?
I loved it. You know me. I think I have like I think I got like 8 characters or more, probably 30 characters in me. I kind of want to refine those, and no, I'm really excited. Probably giddy, giddy as fuck is probably what I am. But I also sort of, I don't know, kind of hungry for the. I never went to college, so I always ask myself like, uh, I should go do something. So whenever I come across things that are learning things for me, like pure straight up education, I kind of like, you know what, I'm gonna do that. You know what I mean? Because I didn't spend on me yet. You know what I mean? So yeah, and it's also new. So it like my brain is kind of like, well, two things are going on. My brain's going like, okay, which memories do you not want anymore, so we can add new information in, right? So I'm like, okay, yeah, take all the Waltons and Mash 477 episodes and just erase all those facts that I knew from those shit. It's like, because you need more RAM in your head, So, but at the same time, I feel kind of like, okay, I'm ready to start learning that, and then I'm going to be really interested in as to what are the things that you do in repetition to sort of stay in the craft, or that are actuators to get you in the craft, which I like. But you're going to have to practice it, and you might have to do everything. You might have to do physical changes, diet changes, mental changes, state of mind changes, financial changes. So signing up for all that too, So I'm excited. I really appreciate all of you folks for, one, being my first audience, that's cool. Um, and really giving me that, like, recognizing that strength in me, you guys give me tons of encouragement, and so that's why I lift the syndicate up. I want to, you know what I mean? It's going to be something. It will be something. It is something. It is now. It's network. It's
It
connection. You
it
know what I mean?
it is something. It
Yeah, I love it.
l-
So,
capital IT, capital IS, capital SOMETHING for sure.
it was great seeing you on camera yesterday too on your iPhone. It's great to put faces to folks. So I think you were on the phone, and it was just great. It's kind of wild for us all to see our face other than our icon, So it's like, oh, that's what they look like.
Dude,
uh,
we need to do that again. I'm bummed I missed that. I
uh,
seriously fell asleep. So
Yeah, we'll do
Well,
it
I
again.
think it's funny because some people get embarrassed of showing their face. I'm like, all right, you need to be on camera. You need to be in a mirror more and speak
Yeah.
less.
it was funny because Zach was like, I had a good idea of what you would look like, but I got Allie wrong.
Your wife, your girl, Allie?
Yeah.
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 Were you guys playing with the camera or did you guys actually have wigs?
No. That's Allie's actual wigs. She has like
Oh,
5
okay.
of them.
Okay,
Yeah,
cool. I was
5,
like, wait,
7,
is this
10, 10.
Oh my God.
I don't.
I want to play. I want to do that. That'd be so fun.
Yeah,
Yeah.
dude, fucking
But I
wigs are
missed it.
awesome.
For me, I always thought Allie had a little bit of a sort of an anime chick kind of vibe. So right when she came out, I was like, oh yeah, that's her.
Nah.
I was like, oh, there's the cosplay terror chick right there. I know that girl. I've seen her at every anime convention. That chick's a riot.
Yeah, it's great going with her to cybersecurity conferences because I'll walk in with the steel pen and she'll walk in with like the blue hair, the blonde
I
face.
love that.
And that's like people are like, what the fuck is Well, I guess that's what the musicians look like. You know what I mean? When you're a musician, you get away with a lot of shit. You know what I mean? You just do whatever you want. Just walk through everything. You're like, yeah, you see my instruments. When you're walking with instruments, you could probably walk into a lot of places. To be honest with you, you just had a guitar in you. You're like, yeah, just point at the guitar, and I'm like, oh, okay, sir, yeah, go ahead. I'm playing I'm the guitarist. I'm just looking for the wedding planner, and now all of a sudden you get free drinks and a meal. You know. Same thing at the cybersecurity conferences. I walk in there, set up the music, blah, 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 start playing. And then Ali's just there. And then people walk up to Ali and be like, hey, I like your hair. Right? And invariably, it's like, the chief information security officer for like XYZ company. I was like, oh, nice to meet you.
Does she do the outfits too? Like, will she match her hair with a
It's Ali cosplays for a living, I think.
Okay, yes. Oh, how fucking cool.
Yeah.
Wait a
Like,
second.
hey, what do you
Allie
want to do today?
cosplays for a living?
Well, it's
Wait,
like,
does she have an Instagram? Can you send me her Instagram?
do you have
I don't post pictures of myself.
Ali doesn't post anything.
I don't like pictures of myself.
Yeah. I take
Aw.
videos and then I take videos of her when she's not looking and then I keep them.
Aw.
And send them sneakily to my family when I'm doing stupid things in these outfits.
Yeah. Like dancing while she's serving herself food because she's excited to eat.
I was gonna say, do you clean in those outfits? Because
Of course.
yeah,
I do everything in
exactly.
the outfits, man.
This is the way to do it. Climb on the top. Go clean the fan. Go put the purple one on and clean the fan. Climb that
If my
ladder.
person will stop around the house in high heels because it makes me feel sexy, whatever.
Yeah, hell yeah.
I can get down with that. I totally get that vibe. That's awesome.
It's actually
I support it 100%. Just want to say.
when I'm single or when I'm partnered up, this is just the way it is. That's the way it's supposed to be. Dress up, stay home, have fun.
Right? I just do it for me, and other people enjoy it. So I'm like, whatever. You like me dressed up and ridiculous? Cool. I like it too.
It's so funny because we're nerds who became cool, but now we don't want to go to any parties because we don't want to be with people. It's like, hey, you want to come do?
So true.
You want to come do this?
We're such
Not
loners.
really.
If you were like, come to things, we're like, we don't do things.
We like to be together alone. Yeah. I'll see you on Twitter Space sometime. I don't know.
Yeah, exactly.
I think they used to call that parallel play. Isn't that what they call that?
Can you say more words? Sorry.
Which one? What part is parallel play? To be at home and do that?
To be alone together.
Oh, yeah. Parallel play.
I thought that was like being alone.
How is parallel play different than parallel parking? Can you guys break that down for me?
I think because if you parallel play, you're on top of the person. But with parallel parking, you're adjacent or orthogonal to the.
So you're saying this is sort of a more aligned. Well, then it's a more aligned 69 then. So what's the?
No.
Yeah, it's missionary.
You're not in the same room.
This is when you have a play date with a couple of little kids.
It's just
adjacent
really
haven't socialized a whole lot. And one of them's over there playing with the trains, and the other one is over there with the other thing, and they're just very happily playing together side by side.
All right, parallel play.
Together alone. Yeah, I like it. Parallel play.
It's another form of together alone.
Yeah. So you're saying together alone is codified in a journal somewhere called parallel play?
I don't know that it would be alone, but it would be like next to someone, being next to someone, but individually like play. Like you play with your toy next to the kid next to you. You know what I mean?
Go ahead, DK Raj. Welcome.
Sorry, just to throw this out there, when I heard play with the toy, my mind went somewhere totally different based on the conversation and the pretense.
Well, it is.
That was
it's
my
implied.
And then you followed up with and the kid, and I was like, oh, whoa, that created a terrible, terrible picture in my mind. So,
well, you can look at it that way. It's sort of like mutual masturbation, but
yes, that part.
remote viewing and teleporting and all
that
sorts of,
part.
you know,
So do they have perpendicular and
additional
gentle play?
items. But no, actually,
Perpendicular, I
there's
think. I think there's perpendicular for sure.
Yeah, the orthogonal.
Is that what we call
then
reverse
there's
cowgirl?
those
I think
ones
there's
that
also
have
async. Is
just
there
a little
asynchronous?
bit of curve. No, come on, you guys. Anyway, it is actually a real term that, childhood development, and it's especially common with autistic and ADHD kids. Anyway, just bringing it back.
I mean,
Casey, do you want to introduce everyone to Robbie?
God, Robbie, you got the worst timing, buddy. You gotta show up when we're talking about the worst shit.
I know. And it's the recorded one. Oh, fuck.
Oh, this is not the worst of the shit.
No, but
Just
like,
telling you.
it's a hell of a conversation to walk in on. Anyways,
I would say it's
I was not paying attention. I was playing video games, waiting for an email. Did not notice Robbie coming in. Otherwise, I would have given her the warning. What's up, Robbie? How you doing? Hey.
Hi, Casey. Hi, everyone. I'm good.
Hey,
How are you?
Robbie. How you
Hi,
doing?
Casey. I've been
Oh,
having a wonderful morning. How
that's
has your morning
great.
been?
Oh, so good. Thanks
Oh
for
my goodness, that's
asking.
amazing. I'm so
Oh,
happy to
thank
hear that.
you.
You're welcome. Do you have a song for us today? No
Yeah,
pressure.
it's a country metal rap song.
Oh
I wrote it
wow.
myself. It's mostly just a poem. It's kind of dark though.
That's such a fun. Well, I mean, if you're comfortable sharing.
What's good, Robbie? How you doing? How's the day?
Man,
All's
I'm doing
well?
pretty good.
Nice.
I have class at 4, so I took the liberty of waking up at 1. It's been good.
Fucking college students. It's fucking guys, dude. Enjoy it. Enjoy it. Real life is coming.
I know, I'm trying to. But yeah,
I
how
don't
has your
think
day
Enjoy it.
been?
I don't think real life is coming, right? Like virtual life is coming. Zach, go ahead.
Does anyone notice how we kind of work in like, I think like if we were a TV show, like the or we were a TV channel, the Syndicate channel, like the shows would change on predictable loops. Like, oh, now it's Casey's hour, and we're gonna get some musical acts up here, and it's gonna be a great amount of fun. Hopefully, we don't have to talk about our superpowers. And yeah, Casey, take it away. The hour before, you've been listening to the Dan hour, where nothing's off limits and it's all pretty crazy. And the Casey hour's up next, and it's going to be a nice little musical act. After that, Lauren Alight, at 2 o'clock, and Lauren Alight's going to have all your spiritual needs met. And then later tonight, Mike is going to talk tech and advances, and Dan's going to shoot him down and tell him it's dumb. So tune in. Thanks.
We could do a 24-hour Syndicate Fest where it's just like we actually do that on Spaces. We actually make a site, we make a one-page site where we announce a conference where we're going to do one day on Twitter Spaces, and it starts off with easy listening at 6 a.m. or whatever, and then it goes right into the big show.
No, it needs to start off with Zach having an accountability conversation at 6 a.m.
Yeah, that's
Like,
true.
get your asses up out of bed. Let's go.
So
Did
we're
I say
talking drive time.
I'll take the 9 o'clock slot.
Welcome to the morning motivation. I'm Zach, your host.
And the thing is, Zach, you haven't yelled at us yet.
Yeah, I was promised a yell from Zach, and I'm
What's
going on here? I want to be put in line.
Yeah.
Hey, you lazy sack of shit! Get up and get off your ass. Let's go.
I was weak, Zach. That wouldn't work on me.
dildos.
You'd have to be a little tougher on me than that.
A sack of potatoes, not a sack of shit.
It
What
was
about
like
a sack of
No,
dildos?
when you
Not a
start
sack.
off, you are a sack of shit, and then you evolve when you've learned some discipline into maggots, and then you evolve into
There's a
scum.
sack of Zach in your future.
Oh,
I don't
Okay.
know. I feel like you would be too soft.
Oh boy.
Ain't been called that before. Zach went back to the bar. Wouldn't be soft. Michael saw him. Allie showed up in her crazy blue hair. She had just been performing for a crazy band downtown. They were called the Sushi Club. Hey guys, what do you think? Allie said, waving her hair. The hologram showed a stripper above her head, stripping constantly, taking one shirt off, then getting it back on. She just took it off and put it back on. Zach looked at the hologram. It's too busy for me. It'd be nice if it was, I don't know, simpler. He was losing focus. Kind of can't wait for the metaverse. You know, we should be more in a verse state because it's going to be like, I was talking to my friend about it today, and he's like, "Yeah, Fortnite is becoming a metaverse." And I was like, "Yeah, how does it work?" And he's like, "I don't know. It's like it's no longer like playing a game anymore. There's like aliens in it, and there's places to meet and hang out." So it's like he's he told me this hilarious story. His kid, who's like 9, was doing something in one of these games, Destiny or something like that. And this kid comes to him and says, "Dad, can I pay you to play the game? Because I really want an add-on, like this collectible item or something like that." So he wants to pay. He wants to take the money that he gets from his dad and actually pay his dad to have his dad play the game. Um, and I just thought that was a riot. And I was like, "Did you do it?" And he's like, "Hell no, I'm not going to do that." And I was like, I just think it's hilarious. Why did you tell me that story?
I had some students do that. They bought me a subscription to WoW because they wanted to play.
Well, that's pretty cool though. I mean, I can see. Yeah, I mean, something like I don't know, but it's like Destiny. Is that as immersive as WoW? I guess it could be because people have clans and raids and everything. So who knows? It is wild to talk to friends who like every day they play 5 hours of Destiny. I was like, wait a minute, you play 5 hours of Destiny every day? Yeah. Where? He's like, oh, I do
Yeah.
it on calls and
It's
on
interesting when a game called Destiny is your destiny. Casey, do you want to bring Robbie on stage?
The bigger question is, does Robbie want to be on stage?
The bigger question is there even a stage?
Ooh,
Some food for thought.
some Matrix shit right there. Remember, there is no stage.
The stage. All the world is a stage. Ooh.
all the world is stage.
Robbie, what do you think? You feel like
Look
gracing
at
us a little
Sandra.
bit?
Sandra's new profile picture. Hey, girl.
Hey.
Hey, she's got a piece of art there.
I like it.
Yeah, I was gonna actually donate it to the Huddle Knot auction, but I guess I got in there too late or something. They couldn't take it, so I made it my avatar instead, which is probably more
Oh,
appropriate. Anyway.
you know what? I just remembered. I need to check to see if we won that house competition. I completely forgot about it, and I never even used that email address.
Wow, yeah, go check it out. I mean, maybe that would be a quick decision, but I mean, I hope you do. That'd be great.
Yeah. If not, I started my new job today, so that's cool.
Oh, fantastic!
Yeah.
Just avoid mom, though, right?
Yeah.
Oh, HR people, they're like the Tobys of the world, you know? They're like, oh, why? Anyway.
Yeah. But I missed you. I feel like I haven't talked to you in a few days.
No, we haven't talked in a few days. That's not cool. You're a good person.
I know, I've been busy.
Now, once you get settled in, you'll have a little more time. And you're right next to the beach, right?
Yeah. I'm driving up to the beach right now. I'm The Edgar Casey Center, they have like a 24/7 library that everyone has access to, which is pretty cool.
Oh, that's great.
Yeah, so you can look up like any cool, like weird, like spiritual stuff, and I'm super into that. So,
Cool.
and they do all kinds of like classes, and I don't know, it's pretty cool.
Yeah, I heard of his center before. I'd like to kind of get back into astral projection, but I already have sleep problems. I don't know if I want to compound it.
Yeah, astral projection, that's a class that they do. I was hoping that I could like get in there and teach some classes. That would be like everything. Like I would love that, but
Oh,
we'll
definitely, you're
see.
qualified.
Yeah.
I'll think if I know anyone around there that might be able to help you out. I might know. I
You should plan a trip out here. We can go together.
that would be cool. Yeah.
Yeah, it'd be fun. And
That,
Malaby, you should join us too. I'm speaking at the Halloween.
is she here? Where'd she go?
She was here a minute ago, but I'm speaking at that event, and so she was just in here, and I was telling her like, let's get an Airbnb because she said she wants to be out in Charlotte during that time. So why don't you do an Airbnb with us for Halloween?
And when is that?
October 25th, I believe.
Oh, okay. Yeah, maybe I'll have to see. But yeah, I mean that sounds like more fun than I'm probably going to have here by myself. So sure.
Yeah, it would be a ton of fun. We could be like any like I don't know, we could do like a try. I don't know, what are some costumes of threes?
Yeah,
Like
I have to think about it.
Hocus Pocus.
Halloween's like one of my favorite times of the year.
Yeah, we could dress up, and it would be a ton of fun.
It would be awesome.
Casey, are you going to do the voice?
You want the nice guy voice or the announcer voice?
Both.
Oh, thank you.
Ooh, the nice guy announcer voice.
Yes.
Ooh, man, that's a challenge. So how did that go? Hey, Robbie, how you doing? Welcome to the stage. Hope you're having a great day. Hope everything's going well and you're feeling like singing us a song. We sure would appreciate it. If that's not too much trouble, if it is, please don't feel pressured. Take your time. If you feel like singing, just know our hearts and our ears are open to you. How's that?
Now can you do the other one?
Hey, Robbie, how you doing? Aw, thanks so much for being here today. We sure do appreciate it. Like that?
Yeah, but like 3 times as long.
I
No,
think it wears
I feel
thin
like we
after
got
just a
the
couple
gist.
seconds.
Have y'all met my friend Mando yet?
Mando.
Think-ish,
I think so.
maybe?
Mando Plebe? What's up, Mando? Super cool dude.
What up, Mando?
Hi, Mando.
Oh, hey, what's up? Sorry, I was doing some stuff. How's it going? Thanks for meeting me up.
What's going on?
Wheels on the bus go round and round.
Time is a flat circle.
Indeed.
Robbie, are you going to sing Wheels on the Bus Go Round and Round?
We can all do that. Yeah.
Well, the wheels on the bus go round and round. Wheels on the bus. Wheels on the bus go round and round. Wheels on the bus. Fuck yeah. Wheels on the bus. Oh, sorry. Got carried away there.
All right. So, what's anything actually happening today? Or are we just dicking off here, having fun?
Whatever.
Whatever.
I think Thursdays are for dicking off.
Yeah, they're dick off days. It's featuring the Dick Off Days at the Syndicate. That's right. Thursday after 5. Get your swerve on. Get fucked in the ass and come on down to the Syndicate. Maybe don't do that last
Wow.
part. Sorry, Dan's had a few and is really tired, but I had a great swim today. I apologize. The last
Yeah,
recording
I
didn't
don't
reflect the
think
actual.
that's a huge
No
selling
actual
point.
people were hurt in this space.
That wasn't a huge selling point there. If you yeah.
I think it's for a niche audience.
Welcome to our resort. You'll get fucked right in the ass. Welcome home.
This is like the worst Hotel California ever, or the best, depending on what you enjoy.
I can explain this current dialogue. We were talking this afternoon about this guy that I was telling him about the voice acting thing last night. And my friend was like, "Oh man, you know what? When I had to go work at the financial place, I had to go through a bunch of these confident talks. So he went through a bunch of confidence training, and we kind of walked through all that stuff that they taught him. And part of that was sort of like presence in the room, but also sort of like dropping things when you say to keep the presence on yourself, so that you can sort of control the room better if you're trying to sell or trying to do XYZ. So it's not that he said "fucked in the ass." That just came up. Anyways, that notion of just throwing it down and not thinking about it is a key part of the confidence part. Once you're in the flow, second guessing yourself fucks yourself more so than just saying what you have to say and keeping it and correcting it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I think it's so interesting that we're always looking for a great place to introduce Robbie, and then it's like, well, you can't do it after that. Well, now it's like double dutch, but with too many ropes.
Absolutely. Lauren, your mic is on. We're hearing.
Oh, sorry, I was driving.
Okay.
Didn't even know that happened. Thanks.
I know. We thought that maybe you were gonna like whistle, or we were just waiting pins and needles there for a bit.
No, I was actually. I'll tell you what I was thinking about though. I was wondering, and I don't even know why I was thinking about this, but if like Mike pulled data on like that demographic of that niche, like what kind of weird things would populate up, and like what similarities would align. Like maybe they all like kittens, or like that's where my brain was going. I'll be honest, I was kind of daydreaming in
No,
that.
it's a good thing because like there's people think about like, okay, so who is your niche? But the next level is what do those niches have in common? So, for example, like
Exactly.
the author Terry Pratchett. The author Terry Pratchett is like a secret handshake for nerds and losers. You know what I mean? But those nerds and losers sometimes are successful, right? And so if you know Terry Pratchett is like, oh, that's the common thing. Sometimes it's music, right? Music is often one of those hidden common denominators that we're like, oh, you're music, I'm music. Oh, so that's why we get along. You know what I mean? Like even the military. Like Zach gets along with Ron, and we were talking with Ken. They had that thing. Completely different industries, but same kind of well spring that they emerged from, kind of thing. So yeah, it's interesting to see the hidden domains that they share, because we only see one version of someone here, or one aspect at any given time.
So I think, and so my brain is like all over the place today. So like I was also thinking that there's like three types of summer people, right? There's the people that wear sneakers in the summertime. There's the people that wear sandals in the summertime, and then there's people that wear like flip flops or go barefoot. Some people even wear socks with their sandals.
Yeah,
And
the hip hop community apologizes for that
like
one.
when
It's
I
a big
say like
deal.
I was diving into that rabbit hole, like I was diving into that rabbit hole. Like I'm really curious about
Well,
this.
a lot of that, Lauren, goes into your geographical location, like what can you wear and what's like what your society around you expects you to wear, kind of thing. Like I've always heard the term. My grandfather used to always say this: dress like everyone else wants you to, but eat whatever the hell you want. So like that's dressing and wearing stuff is more of a social etiquette than it is like, and a geographical, obviously, um, bound
But
etiquette than
But what
it
if you
is.
could have a bit of phrenology of footwear, right? You could look at the type of summer footwear you want and be like, I don't think we're going to be all that compatible. Clearly you have socks with sandals, and that's just never going to work. Why? The phrenology of footwear. And what else?
Yeah,
Yeah,
I've
like
never
I
never
hate
been a
shoes. I'm not wearing shoes right now. Driving.
I'm more concerned with people's character than I am about how wealthy they are or what their foot apparel is, quite
That's true.
frankly.
Yeah, but I mean, I think there's certain things like their footwear might tell you something about their character if you boil it down, right? Like,
True.
Maybe.
I, for one,
Yeah,
prefer
like
to be
I
sandals
can't
or
wear high
barefoot.
heels.
Yeah, I mean, I can see how the high heel thing. It's kind of like Chinese foot binding almost. It's like an accepted, socially accepted foot binding, like phenomenon that's been going on.
I call high heels foot prisons.
I think high heels have a place. You know,
Yeah, I agree too. That there are some pretty. I mean, I guess that for
they're not for
we're
everyone.
we're,
I
we're
agree.
on we're being recorded, so I'll try to keep it PG-13. The F me boots or F me shoes. There's the ones that have like give off the sexy vibe, and that's totally cool. I'm all for that, but you're totally it totally kind of puts the person wearing them in a bad situation, whether it is healthy wise or torture wise. So you kind of have to keep that into
I
consideration.
like the
So
I like
I
the
was
idea.
told
Go ahead.
I was where I just started working. I was told that I have to wear high heels, and I just think that's so strange.
Really?
Yeah.
Have
I
to?
like the idea of introducing Robbie on like kind of like the worst of the conversation, because it's actually when it's needed the most. You know what I mean? Casey, you want to try again one more time?
hey, high heels. Hey, Casey, you want to introduce Robbie?
Yeah, exactly.
Now let's recenter our moral compasses, take our ethics and pull them out of the quagmire and back into line. Let's recenter ourselves with some soothing voice tones from the one, the only, the college survivor, Robbie.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for the introduction. As always, Casey. It was flawless. Um, hello. I'm gonna do a song. If that's cool. If that's cool.
Please, for the love of God, we've tried 3 times. Please, please, thank you, please.
You got it. Okay. I'm gonna do my version of Teenage Dirtbag by Wheatus because I like that song. I don't have a capo, so I use a marker and like 9 rubber bands. So I needed some more rubber bands, so I was trying to stall.
Are you play guitar?
Hmm?
Nice. You said capo. Is that for guitar? You're about
Yeah,
to
I
play
play
guitar.
guitar.
Okay, good deal.
Yes.
He actually uses a capo with a saxophone.
Yeah. Yeah,
They,
exactly.
they call Robbie the Capo Crusader.
Ooh, I like that. I want people to start calling me that now. So like, if you could just refer to me in this space now as the Capo Crusader, I'd really, really appreciate it.
By the way, Lauren, I could see how that could be totally like sexist, depending on like if you're, I mean, depending on the work and the like the expected attire wear. I'm not sure, but it definitely could fall in line with the sexist maybe if um, they're totally forcing you to wear high heels at work. But I don't know. It just totally depends on where you work. So
So I work in medical sales, and I'm leading 6 teams of people, and I have all male bosses.
yeah, about that. I'll leave that for you to interpret.
I was so he told me that today, and it was so hard not to laugh. I was just like, okay, sure.
Casey, you want to try again?
Now, for the last time, we're going to ask everyone to mute your microphones because we have with us today some musical talent that's preparing to give you quite the musical gift. So we're going to set our microphones to mute and wait for Robbie to be ready. And as soon as she is, then we will enjoy.
Okay, I'm good. I promise. I know it's like the fourth time. I'm good though, I swear. Okay. This is Teenage Dirtbag by Weedus. Enjoy. Her name is Noelle. I have a dream about her. She rings my bell. Got gym class in half an hour. Oh, how she rocks in kids and tube socks. But she doesn't know who I am. And she doesn't give a damn about me. 'Cause I'm just a teenage dirtbag baby. Yeah, I'm just a teenage dirtbag baby. So listen to Iron Maiden, baby, with me. Her boyfriend's a dick. He brings her nice boy, it's in the my ass if he knew the truth. He lives on my block and he drives an IROC. But he doesn't know who I am. And he doesn't give a damn about me. 'Cause I'm just a teenage dirtbag baby. Yeah, I'm just a teenage dirtbag baby. So listen to Iron Maiden, baby, with me. Oh yeah, dirtbag. No, she doesn't know what she's missing. Oh yeah, dirtbag. No, she doesn't know what she's missing. And I feel like home. It's prom night and I am lonely, lo and behold. She's walking over to me, this must be fate. And my lip starts to shake. 'Cause how does she know who I am? And why does she give a damn about me? I've got 2 tickets to Iron Maiden, maybe. Come with me Friday, don't say maybe. 'Cause I'm just a teenage dirtbag baby like you. No, she doesn't know what she's missing. Oh yeah, dirtbag. No, she doesn't know what she's missing.
gosh, sorry. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
That was a rocking voice you got there. Very
That was
well
amazing, Robbie. Thank you.
Thank you. My throat has been really scratchy because let me tell you a funny story. Yesterday I was going to 7-Eleven with one of my roommates, and there's this person, and they like walked out of the store, and then like they walked back in, and I didn't see what happened, but I just saw them running out of the store with a bottle of water. So then we walk in, and I just hear like a bunch of people coughing, and I was like, ooh, not like that's kind of like at least cover your mouth, like, you know. And then all of a sudden I started feeling a tickle in my throat, and I was like, wow, like what is, like, am I starting to get sick? Like, what's going on? So apparently this guy had run in and pepper sprayed the store. So I got secondhand pepper sprayed yesterday, and my throat is still scratchy. So that was a fun experience. Yeah.
It totally added to the aesthetic of the sound of the song. It was like a lot more punk rock. It worked out.
Oh, okay. I'm glad. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. I'm glad it worked. Okay. Okay, good.
I like the realness of it all, because everything, we have a record label in Ghana, and so there's always like that. It's so funny, like there's a whole market that Ali was telling me about of ASMR, you know, and that whole ASMR market is all about leaving in everything that gets deleted during the editing process. All of those like things that we naturally have in our voice, they smooth all of those away and they delete them all when they do voiceovers. So I think that all of sometimes the things that we think may be imperfections in our voice is actually our signature in a way.
Yeah,
Well,
I mean,
that
like a great example would be like Chris Cornell and what's his name, Chester from Linkin Park. They killed themselves, but they were like the last people on Earth with those kinds of voices. They were irreplaceable.
Well,
So
like Leonard Cohen shouldn't even exist as an artist. Does that make sense? Right? Like, if you ask people, hey, imagine a nice singer. Nobody, the AI is not going to come up with Leonard Cohen. Yet he has a whole market. So it's so funny that we always have these ideas of what the market wants, right? And in reality, there's a lot of places that we are looking for us. We're looking for people who are looking for us, and I think that's really true of music too.
Right?
Huh?
It's like texting.
What do you mean?
When it first came out, none of the phone companies thought it would take off, and it fucking took off.
Yeah, it took off like crazy.
Yeah.
Because it's almost antithetical for a phone company to sell a texting service.
Yeah.
while you're using those big words, I'm just looking at how often how you're repeating me doing me. You tweeted that like three times. Hey, everybody, look at Casey doing Casey's impression of Casey.
Oh, man. Yeah. I finally got it right. Yeah.
Glad to bring joy to your world. Glad to
I think
help.
the whole album is just going to be you doing the Casey voice. And it's really the same thing, just in different variations. I think people would listen to that whole album. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, it'll just be an album for us.
As long as it makes people smile and it does the purpose, then sweet,
Actually,
let's do it.
It would be hilarious if it was just a bunch of takes of Casey using his voice, like for like people who hate their CEO, you know what I mean, or hate their boss. So they're just it's just him going like, "Hey, you think you had a nice idea? You didn't. You're not at work." You know what I mean? It's like those pieces like that for people to sort of like use.
Oh, that was such a great app idea. You
Right.
tried so
Exactly.
hard. Look how hard you tried. It sucks. No, it's bad.
Casey, this is the so you have to do the hamburger feedback, right? Where you get the positive, negative, positive. So can you give me a positive, negative, positive on my app?
Oh, sure. Okay. Hey, Mike, I want to talk to you about your app. You put so much time into this. It's so obvious how hard you worked on it. Yeah, it doesn't really function though for what we were asking for, but we know that you do such good work and you're going to be just fine. So just go back and fix that app for us, buddy, and everything will be all right. How's that? When he's silent, it usually means that he's clipping the voice immediately. Either that or Allie's taken enough of his shit and she's clobbered him over the head. Which is totally possible at any moment.
No, I called it hamburger feedback on my app. That's what I call it. I try to enforce. I try to lead by example when it comes to the muting and unmuting thing.
Mm.
You know, like there are some people who just forget that their mic is on. Some people just leave their mic on. And I was like, "Yo, what's going on? You like, we don't have rules, but we're not animals." You know?
But isn't it weird though? You start getting into that flow of conversation, and there's no time to mute, unmute.
I understand that, but you know what I mean. If you're just like listening in the, you know what I mean? Like,
Eating your
what are you doing
hoagie,
here?
drinking
Yeah,
your soda. Yeah.
like I can't take you anywhere. It's like spaghetti all over your chest. It's like we're supposed to be pitching here. It's like get a bib.
A social bib. That's you
Like even
fucking
before,
infant. Get a
dude.
bib.
I engaged in one of my first acts of censorship.
I
Uh,
saw.
yeah, because it was
Poor
like
Jonah.
it was Mohit and Ahmed and Ron, and I was like, you know what? I'm a nice dude, but I gotta make sure that they have the clear air to speak to each other. You know what I mean? And
Yeah.
I felt.
Dude, it's called directing the room. Don't think of it as censorship. Think of it
Yeah,
as
I didn't feel
directing.
bad about it. I recognized what I was doing, and I made a conscious decision to say, no, not today.
You have to sometimes. It's the responsibility of hosting the space is directing the flow of conversation and sometimes stopping people.
Yeah, Michael likes to have other people do the dirt work for him, though.
Yeah,
Oh
yeah,
Talking
yeah.
yeah.
about
Oh
animals.
yeah.
That's the best type of dirty work handling when you don't have to touch it.
I like how you guys, especially Kappa, glommed on to my my interruption techniques. Mm-hmm.
Mm, mm, mm. Yeah, that's his
Interesting.
favorite. That's his favorite.
It's the soft interruption.
I can't tell if he's becoming enlightened or becoming an asshole.
Are those two really different? It's debatable.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, scary stuff.
Also, how do we define if we're animals or not? Like, by what? What are we going?
It depends if we're doing parallel play or not.
I mean, genetically, we're animals, so there's that. And then, behavioral, it's pretty much, overlapping. So
So we're just civilized animals?
I'm not too sure about civilized, but, I'm pretty sure about animals.
What about socialized? We're socialized animals?
I mean, some think they are.
Oof, you're a tough crowd, Lagatha. You know that?
It's okay.
I would fucking hate to have to try and sell you anything.
Oh, you remember the one time you tried to sell me people punching the faces off?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah, the AFC. What a fucking train wreck that was.
Look,
Yeah,
I still believe.
What'd you say?
I still believe.
I still believe. I still
You don't
believe.
believe? I still believe.
Pitching Lagertha on that though was a nightmare. No, it is violent and it is bad. It should not be done. No, I will hear nothing
hold
of your
on.
talk.
Your idea to improve the situation is to allow them to kill each other. Okay, I have a few questions. All right. When you frame it that way, I mean, You don't have to frame it. Well, I guess you could, and that is it hasn't happened that many times, but
it's not. I mean, kinda. Yeah, well,
it's almost
Yeah,
like, hey, Lagartha, should we have a bungee jumping thing over a river? And be like, oh yeah, that's a good idea. How many people died? Well, I mean, so if it's almost like it's hard to sell Lagartha a Pinto, you know?
Oh, there's a colibri, you guys. I'm sorry. They just landed a colibri. I'm sitting on the patio of Floki's house. And there's just a colibri landing I don't know, on the patio, near the patio. I have not seen that in a while. Anyways.
that's very nice, but we're not done making fun of you yet.
I
So,
know, I
anyways,
know. But also, what was I supposed to say? There's more efficient ways of killing people, if you just want to kill people, there's more efficient ways. Doesn't need to be bungee jumping or punching in the face. That's very inefficient.
I loved your stout dismissal of the fact that they've already got so much violence over there that this is by comparison very tame. I like how you 100% push away from that as a non sequitur. That is not does not matter. I like that. That was good. Those are my favorite part.
I mean, what you basically said was we're just gonna train up all these people to be professional boxers so that if they get into shit with all their drug dealing, they can just really, really greatly punch each other in the face professionally now. I mean, I'm not sure about that. Still not sold.
And it works the same way with like wife beaters. I mean,
Oh my god.
well, I'm an attorney and they usually lose against me. So once they get out, it's either they beat their wife or they beat the attorney of the wife if they can. And what happens over the course of time is they all kind of like run into each other at my house and then they beat each other up.
See, but here's the thing: like, boxing at its core is the stupidest sport ever created, and people are still paying money to see it, and still voting for it with their wallets. I mean,
Yeah.
the point of the sport.
I'm with you.
The point of the sport is to give somebody a traumatic brain injury. That's what a knockout is, and that's how somebody wins. And people, like younger kids, are still training to, like, aspiring to be boxers, to end up like, and we've seen what happens to like the older boxers and how their lives go out, and it's not the funnest thing. So I don't know, it's just a dismal cycle
Very
of,
much on your
I'm
side.
gonna
But
try.
here you go.
I'm gonna
Casey's gonna
try.
pitch you how great
I
it is
am
to train up all these drug dealers, be professional boxers.
fuck. You are such a hard fucking crowd. Oh my god.
I love you too.
Holy shit. Yeah, total nothing but love, but holy shit. All right. So, in a war-torn area where anything approaching healthy is rare, do you find any value in the constructive coaching of athletics, be they pugilistic or otherwise? That's how I'm going to phrase my counter to that.
was that what we're supposed to answer? Sorry, can you repeat that one more time?
I'll say it a different way. These kids are mostly involved in running drugs and getting into horrible situations. And if they're in a gym practicing boxing techniques and working out, then they're not on the streets performing donkey maneuvers for drug dealers.
Yeah, but I mean, they're trading one drug for something that will leave their brain pretty much the same way as if they were to take drugs. So
Unless,
I don't know if
well,
it's that much of a benefit, and they're not going to be
how
that much
would you
help for
say the same
society.
thing about Mike Tyson?
I mean, to a certain extent, like, he totally shortened his life. I mean, some may say like he made a bunch of money, but would you like to like live your life like that towards the end of it because
What
of
is
that
the
money? Is it actually worth it?
what was the alternative?
That's what I was trying to point out. Was the
Yeah, there are no solutions, only trade-offs. We understand that we might be picking our poison, but which is better? A criminal in the gym fighting, or a criminal in the streets criminaling?
Well, there are other constructive things they could be doing at the gym rather than destroying their health like down the line.
What would you
So,
suggest?
I mean, there's plenty of sports, competitive sports that they can go into. It doesn't have to be something. I really.
So would you
think
take
that
maybe basketball as an example?
possibly, yeah. Like there's so many other constructive sports.
Okay, but
And
Mike
what if
Tyson is 5'1".
Okay, but what if I told you that basketball has the highest rate of injuries?
Yeah, no, I totally understand. All athletics are pretty dangerous for the people in them because you're technically pushing these people to the limits, right? And their like their value is in what they're able to do, and then when you're pushing them to those kinds of limits, you're almost asking for the injuries to develop, like long-term use or long-term injuries to develop.
Sure, whether it's swimming or basketball or baseball
Right,
or
whatever it is.
boxing or
Or
MMA.
But
bullets.
I mean some sports like boxing in comparison to the others have a much higher rate of like creating injury and have
They
like a
don't
much,
though. Basketball has a way higher rate of injury than boxing does.
well
I
no,
think
but I mean
bullets cause more injury than boxing does.
see the injuries that you're talking about with basketball are probably like knee injuries, not brain injuries, which are debilitating, like much more debilitating for their lives in the future.
I think we're
I
just saying
mean,
that a
all right.
gunshot wound is worse than a concussion. If you have to pick your poison.
I mean, I'm not sure. I'm the one to answer this question, but there's definitely it's a gray area. There's lots of. I mean, if you're picking would you want to pick the better option, or would you want to pick the right option? That's what I'm trying to get at.
Well, I mean, the right option is a function of the options made available, right? So somebody at the end of the day has to do something, right? There's a lot of, this might be better than that, but at the end of the day, there is anger that we might say needs to be properly channeled.
Yeah, I can see where your reasoning is going, but ultimately I'm not a proponent for pushing like athletes to the limit just so they can, and I mean because if you think about it, only a very very small percentage of those athletes will end up making decent amount of money. Like athletics is not the greatest source of income for a lot of people, and when you have like, I mean, if you're if you're talking about basketball players, there's such a small percentage of the basketball, like the higher end basketball players that
And
are
and and
making that much
and,
money.
and why don't NCAA basketball players profit from their profession? Because it's pretty lucrative, right? The NCAA basketball
It's
league,
it's, it's
right?
definitely it's definitely a pretty intense rabbit hole to go down. But yeah, athletics can be. I mean, it's pretty much like horse racing. Like you're betting on a horse to win the race for you, and then when the horse's knees like die out, like it's gonna be off to make glue with that horse
I
or
mean,
whatever.
we do that with software developers, right?
Very true, very true. I mean, especially now with like how much stress they're putting them under. So yeah, it's the entire world needs to be yeah.
So, hey, Mando, I just want to say, in general, I can really appreciate what you're saying. I am a previous high school college athlete with 11 knee surgeries and a deformed chest from powerlifting. And like I've paid the penalty for trying to be the athlete, right? So I really respect what you're saying. The difference here is that we're talking about a place in Africa where pugilism is one of the more healthy activities available, and the environment gives a huge lift to that type of activity. There are multiple UFC pros champions that come from Africa, including the recently dethroned heavyweight. And so it's like it's a big cultural deal there. So utilizing that momentum in order to keep kids away from the streets and straight up criminal activities, you know, I mean, like, Jesus, like, pugilism is not all about getting hit in the head. There's an art form to it. There's a whole ethos that goes behind learning how to actually box, or especially in MMA and jiu-jitsu and Muay Thai. There's a lot of self-restraint and positive impacts that come from those areas.
I mean, yeah, if practiced the correct way, all martial arts actually are like
Pretty
asking you
beautiful,
to
right?
yeah, they're asking you to be reserved. They're only asking you to they're at their basis, all martial arts want you to refrain from fighting
Yes.
unless you have to.
And if I told you that the effort was spearheaded by Gary Goodrich, who is the poster child for not fighting too long because of brain injury, and it was his baby trying to lift off the ground with a youth center academy incorporated into the corporation. Does that change your perspective on that at all, or no? Because it may not.
I mean, I there's definitely always going to be exceptions to any rule, right? There's going to be and especially when you're talking about gray areas and whether somebody benefited from it, but in the larger scope of things, it's still a like it's still it still negatively affects the population as a whole much more than it does it good. If you yeah.
I would challenge that, but I appreciate the conversation. I do. I do. I was really hoping you would fold there and I could say, see, Lagertha, he agrees. See, Lag, you're wrong. But that's okay, though. That's all right.
I thought you know, at the end result of the conversation was that, you know, you guys are going to be training up all these drug dealers to professionally fight on the street, and maybe one of them is going to make it, and maybe another 10 are going to be working, you know, any other jobs surrounding that.
And then what we're going to do is we're going to
see,
tokenize them and launch NFTs for every fighter. And then we can have real world fighting championships on the blockchain.
But see, here's the flaw I see in that. You're giving like already like violent people more reason to be violent, and in that sense, I mean, they're just gonna be. It seems like you're sending them off down a destructive path. Like it doesn't seem like.
So, like,
When,
you know,
yeah.
a painting center, a center for painting and artists would be more appropriate, right?
Well, I mean,
Yeah.
I mean,
I'm a big
there's
fan of art. I'm a big fan of art therapy too.
any there's definitely more productive ways to funnel your stress, your anger, into yeah, I mean, art could be one of them.
So
Music could be another.
the only problem is the reality of opportunity. And the fact is nobody's interested in putting money into an art startup in Africa. But there's a lot of momentum behind MMA.
Well, also, like, let's use Mike Tyson. Hey, Mike Tyson, instead of boxing, you want to paint? Fuck you. Okay, well, you can box now. You know what I mean?
And then there's that.
What do you mean, Mike Tyson? Why aren't you interested in being a DJ or being a ballerina? And he's like, I'm 5'2". Can I go back to punching now? You know what I mean?
Yeah, not everybody can be an artist. Not everybody can be a doctor.
It would be nice if we could put the whole purpose of sports is to give people who would otherwise beat people up and push kids into locker and they're adults, we actually can have some place for them to push each other into lockers. Right?
I
Isn't that
mean,
what sports is for?
so wait,
But how you
if you want
stop
to
it
go
from
back to
getting outside of those four walls? Like,
You take them out of the streets for as long as you can and hold them in those four walls as long as possible.
yeah, but it's not gonna ever be like
No,
forever
but
for
with
all
that
of
time
them.
inside the four
That
walls,
sounds
maybe
like a
you can make an
concentration
impact on their
camp, Casey.
character. Ha! No, or like a school. More like a school, Agatha.
No, it sounds like concentration camp to me.
Oh my god. The
Yeah,
hardest fucking pitch. Oh my Jesus, you're the
you're
hardest.
totally trying to isolate these people, and like I said, there's just a small percentage of them that are going to be productively, like they're going to be making enough money to.
Yeah, but we could say the same thing of universities. You know what? Of the 10,000 people that sign up for computer science, about 200 of them are going to graduate. You know why? Computer science is hard. Right? Does that mean we shut down computer science classes because most of the people quit? No. Computer science is
No,
hard.
these people pay money to do all these computer classes or whatever. You know, they make a fuck ton of debt. So this is how your entire economy works. You can't just stop doing that. This is,
I think
now we're going down way deeper rabbit holes.
Yeah, I think the main point is here, the question we're asking is it better to provide a gym for pugilism than nothing at all? Some people believe that it would be better to do nothing at all. Some people believe that it would be better to offer them a chance to have a career. I
and
can see
others
the
believe
difference,
there
and I
might
can
be
see both sides.
and others believe there might be, a third option. There's not just only two options. It's not black and white.
What's the third?
For some,
I've been thinking about the third option since, I don't know, 2 months ago. But,
Yeah, it's right. And in the absence, right?
I'm not saying I have the answer. I'm not the smartest person in the fucking room. But, I'm still not sold. I'm not sure if our friend Mando is sold, but I wasn't sold.
yeah, I mean, it's not. I mean, arguing about the whole computer scientist thing and paying for college and then ending up flunking out or something is or not even continuing with that career path is not the same. Like it's not apples and oranges that you're comparing here. But there are, yeah, I would say that there are many other more productive ways that you can stimulate like the economy in that situation.
You think there's things that stimulate the economy more than sports?
Well, I mean, if you're so you're just going into like the Roman like gladiatorial like that.
I mean, that's the
field.
straw man, right? But I'm just saying, like, sports is an individual driver of GDP in ways we can't even fathom.
Not like it's boxing. It has completely different rules. If you take a look at the way that you perform martial arts, I mean, it's almost like fist to fist. Like, whereas with boxing, because you have such a padded wrist and
you can get concussed over
you can punch so much harder. Like if you punch that hard in MMA, you would shatter your wrist.
Yeah.
You can never hit somebody that hard. And the referees stop it so much earlier in an MMA fight. So I don't know. I can see the benefit of it in a person who has practiced martial arts for most of my life. I can see the benefits of how it translates into the rest of your life, how it teaches you discipline, respect, and leadership. So
like I would totally rather be an MMA professional than I would be a professional NFL player. Any day of the week.
Holy shit, yeah. Hey, do you want to get in a car accident for a living? What? Yeah, everything is a car accident.
Yeah, exactly.
But not just that, like the concussion protocol has completely changed because we don't understand brains. I was just in a PD session where they were like, no, everything you have learned up to this point is wrong about concussions. Now here's the right stuff. And apparently for decades, we have been doing the wrong thing. Like you're not supposed to keep somebody with a concussion awake. That's bad.
Shut your mouth.
That actually leads to brain damage.
No. Are you kidding me?
Dang, isn't that wonderful? That's what the research says.
What
So
the
we've been
shit?
fucking children for years.
But the thing is, like, we see, like, NFL players, like, when they're in their 20s, they've been getting concussed since they were, like, 12.
Dude, I watch it happen. I used to, like, coach football and rugby. Like, it's crazy.
It's crazy. I'm not saying it's not. I'm not saying there are not negative externalities, right? But is America better or worse off for football? Concussions and all is the question.
That's a horrible question.
A little from column A, a little from column B.
What's up, Donnie?
Hey,
Can
everybody.
Can I offer a perspective on that? A
Please.
philosophy? Is we are in a pretty constant state of trying to judge the benefit of public health and how much public health we have versus the cost, like the financial cost of that. And I mean, there's different people in power like making those decisions, but in this case, like, you're right, it's very clear that it causes so much brain damage, yet we have deemed it to be like the cost benefit analysis is like really swings in the direction of like pumping billions of dollars into the economy, to the detriment of many, mostly men's mental health.
Yeah, it's interesting to kind of look at, what is the physiological impact of contact sports versus the mental health benefits of discipline.
And camaraderie,
fraternity, yeah, but like,
Yeah, but I play soccer, there's other ways of getting
don't get me
that.
wrong. Look, if we could have everyone play non-contact sports and they were fine with that, great. But there's some people who are going to want jujitsu. Some people are going to want contact jujitsu. What do you tell them? You know what I mean?
I've been fine all my life without being punched in the face so far, so I don't know. But yeah, some people might really want that,
But you grew up with different DNA. What's your background?
Yeah, it's true.
Oh, is this a race thing now?
No, but I'm saying that the DNA and the type of people that got you to this point would allow you to have a different perspective on physiological things. For example, my bottom is way more blue than the rest of my family's, which means that I have more Mongolian blood in me. And if you take a look at the way that we evolved, I mean, Genghis Khan, right? There's a lot of that more, what is the word?
Warrior.
Aggression, yeah. And so in myself, I've gravitated toward martial arts, and that's just in my blood. It's not the same as my siblings who didn't have such blue butts, probably are more on the Asian side or maybe Jamaican sides. Our DNA is all different.
Are you saying you have a blue backside? I feel like I'm hearing wrong.
All Chinese or anybody with Mongolian descent, because of the way that we were bred in the saddle, we're all born with blue bottoms. And that's to help with the blood flow of sitting in the saddles. A lot of us grow out of it. Not all of us do, depending on how much Mongolian blood you have in you.
I had no idea. I do see the benefits of martial arts, and like you said, the leadership, the restraint, the self-control, the mental health benefits. It's not like I'm totally oblivious. I'm mainly making fun of the whole thing.
I understand this. There are benefits and drawbacks to everything that we apply our lives to, but also you can't take away from your history and what ancestors brought you to this point.
I grew up learning martial arts, and that definitely helped with my discipline and my social interactions and how to keep myself reserved in certain situations. However, when there are more like aggressive pulls to martial art that totally do not end up with that positive beneficial end we're talking about here. So and especially when you're pushing people onto like the extremes of what sports demands out of them, that can be quite destructive at the end. So it's definitely and I understand when It's an iffy subject when we talk about genetics, because that's very, very poorly understood at this point. But with damage, with especially things like brain damage and injuries, it doesn't matter what your genetics are, like you're not gonna come out on top of those kinds of injuries.
Also, I just want to say a formal hello, especially Donnie. Haven't seen you in ages. Lagatha, I just literally saw you in person a half hour ago. So hi, y'all.
Hey, friend. It's good to see y'all. I've been MIA for a while. Wow. I'm trying to get back, man. I've been sleeping a lot, but we're back. Like kind of part way. I gotta get my buddies off mandation. I'm trying to help them out with days off as well. So, but we're slowly rotating back into the world, man. It's good to see it, everybody.
Dan looked up from the typewriter.
Behold, one shall say, welcome on this glorious day. Behold, we are the Syndicate, we say. Rise a glass in the air, shine on, you crazy diamond, for we are standing here as friends and fellows of the dark. We descend into the madness of naught, but only forth to bring thy kitty into thy foe, and to snuggle that warm purr good night.
I love it, Dan. Every time. Awesome.
I love how you ended up with Pink Floyd. That was awesome.
Yeah, that was kind of a nice little piece in there.
Wasn't there David Bowie? There was David Bowie in there too.
Was there David Bowie in there? Sweet.
I think so.
The shine on the diamond part totally jumped out.
Yeah.
I heard the
Yeah.
part.
I was grabbing the kitty and I was thinking about ending with the wrong word. And I was like, I got to end with a purr. I shouldn't be ending. I know it's after 5, but, I was trying to be better. Like I've been, whoa, cat. Whoa, kitty. He's about to knock over a table. Hold on.
Oh, I thought she was going to get you.
He's got these claws, and so he's trying to get up on the stool. Okay, that was great. Yep, I will work on cutting you off of it later. Jesus.
Hi, Donnie.
How's
How's
your day going?
Not too bad. I was hanging out with Floki and Wonder Woman and Gina just until a minute ago, but no, Wonder Woman left us.
Yeah, Wonder Woman.
Yeah.
Yes, it was sweet, bittersweet farewell. Sweet because we're literally here hanging out a half hour later. But bitter in that, we can't have another chair massage session for a little while.
Oh, it's understandable. I get that. Well, just lesson learned, right? To those that might have crossed some boundaries and said something that they shouldn't have said, just come back to it and just be like, okay.
Wait, what? What are you talking about?
No, I thought you were saying like no more chair massage sessions, like talk. I don't know, man.
I don't regret anything.
Yeah, we don't regret being naked and touching each other yesterday, Donnie. There's no regrets.
Don't know. I've been. Let's hear. Let me remind everybody. It's 3:21 in the morning for me. Sorry, my mind already is all over the place.
Are you waking up or are you going to bed?
Ultimately going to bed. It's hot. It's freaking hot, man.
Turn the AC on.
I got 2 fans going. No AC. We're in Washington State, so there's no use for AC. I mean, there is, but it's just that stubbornness in me and many of us out here in the Northwest. We're just like, right. it's only hot for like a couple months. Like when I was a kid, it was hot for like we get in the 80s. Yeah. Every so often, like we'd have like a week stretch, but now it's like it's getting hotter, y'all. I swear. I don't know if I'm the only one that's noticing this, but my goodness, it is getting super hot.
It's just because you're getting older, Donnie.
No, not yet. Not yet. I refuse. Can I just forever be like a Disney kid?
It
Or a
doesn't
Toys
work
R Us
like
kid?
that, honey. I'm sorry. It doesn't work like that.
I know. Y'all remember them Toys R Us commercials as kids? Yeah.
I think so.
I'm a Toys R Us kid.
Yeah,
I'm
the
a Toys
giraffe.
R Us kid. Yeah, something like that.
Well done. Yeah,
It did
right.
not go like that. It went like, I'm a toy. Wait, shit. No, I fucked it up. Which one goes like, na 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 na?
I think it's I don't want to grow up.
I don't want to grow up. I'm a Toys R Us kid. That's why I bought an AR-15. Now they're gonna pay.
Oh yeah, and I'm. Thank you so much, and I'm mixing it up with like a Huggies commercial or something because it goes, I'm a big kid now.
That's totally what I.
I remember that part.
That's totally the thing that popped into my head once you're saying that tune. I was like, wait, how is that about toys?
Yeah, I got some core memories mixed up.
So it's more like, I don't want to grow up. I want to be a Toys R Us kid. But then I found Twitter Spaces and I got addicted as shit. I don't want to start up, but I need a syndicate. And now I gotta pay and fuck whoever I have to do my shit. Sorry.
You
Wow,
doing okay there, Dad?
that went
Everything okay?
sideways.
Yeah, no, I feel great.
No,
I
it's that
had
1
flipped
800
it.
Cars for Kids song that scares the hell out of me. That's just a satanic thing,
Jersey.
Joyzy, yeah. What the 1 800 Cars?
Jersey. I liked your jersey. You really brought out the jersey last night. You had been holding back on us big time.
A little bit. It's the drugs, but aside from that, maybe a little.
It was good. I liked it.
Yeah, cool. Do you like the Cars for Kids commercial?
I mean, the Toys R Us commercial that.
1-800 something cars.
Oh.
I don't.
KRS Cars for Kids. Yeah, I mean, yes, with the K.
Right. If you really have an issue with someone and you want your subtle revenge, you can like get that song stuck in their head for the rest of the day, and then it's like torture. I've had that. Someone did that to me, like right before a big trial, and I was like, "You fucker." Anyway.
And now you've passed it along to us.
Well, not intentionally, but yeah, I guess I kind of did. Sorry.
How many licks does it take to get to the center of a syndicate space? A 1, a 2. I used to love that one. The L one. And then what was the other one I was just saying? Oh, Kit Kat. You can always sing the Kit Kat song, but I always sing it like in a country way. Like break me off a piece of that Kit Kat bar. You know what I mean? It just sounds cheesy.
No, I'm always the one that I don't remember how it goes, like the Office skit where he's trying to remember break me off a piece of that. Yeah.
Oh my gosh, I was just gonna say that now the Office version of that is what plays in my head. It's like, break me off a piece of that football cream.
Exactly, right.
To bring it back to concussions.
There you go. Well done.
Touche. Well done to you.
Now I'm just hunting like all throughout my head as far as like all the commercials, like the Mentos commercials or the Double Mint commercials.
Right. Sometimes you feel like a nut. Sometimes you don't.
It was great. My goodness, it's good to hear from everybody. Oh my gosh.
I love little pauses in a room full of, a dozen or so people. It's like everyone all pondering all at the same time. Just sitting in ponderance. Maybe someone will talk. Who knows?
Well, I keep thinking about the Kool-Aid guy who runs through the wall all the time. And I used to be like really upset when I was a kid because, I mean, this is serious. I was like, this poor, huge, thing of punch is like getting brain damage all the time. I was like,
Oh
really?
yeah.
Oh, yeah. Right. I was very stressed out over that.
I should be doing that when we come into spaces every once in a while. Oh yeah. Sorry about that.
Brings back memories. I have a Kool-Aid shirt somewhere around here. It's one of my favorite shirts.
I always like it when the Family Guy parodies that, and they, family, like, the guy comes in like, oh yeah, and he like crushes the kid, and he's like, oh, sorry about that. He's like backs out of the room, like he's all trying not to leak or anything. Like, sorry about that.
I bet the Kool-Aid Man also suffers from continuous concussions.
So you want to see him? Now I feel like you should be at a AA meeting or something like that. Let's go around the room. Okay, what's your name? My name is, oh yeah. He's in that chair. What kind of problems are you having, Kool-Aid guy? Well, a lot of people at work say I'm a little loud.
A little destructive.
It seems like
it seems
like the Kool-Aid Man would most likely suffer from diabetes.
I don't know about that because he's pouring other people Kool-Aid.
As long as he like clears out the Kool-Aid, that's like his punishment. Like Sisyphus, he has to pour out all his Kool-Aid every day.
Like he has to have a colonic every night. He doesn't have a colon though, so I don't know what you would call it.
Yeah, he lives a life of servitude as a means of survival.
Maybe he's like a puppet master. He's pouring out the Kool-Aid for everybody else.
Oh my God! Right.
The high C mascot just was dishing out concussions, if you remember. He's like punching everyone in the face. Remember that guy?
Wait, a punching drink
Yeah,
guy?
the
I don't
Hawaiian
remember
punch
punching
guy.
drink. Oh yeah, the Hawaiian punch guy. Oh, that's right.
So all of the different types of like kid-friendly punches and juices of the 90s all had like this violent streak.
And now we wonder why kids are so violent. It's like it's the Kool-Aid Man the whole time. It's not even video games. It was just the Kool-Aid Man.
I have a question for you all about condiment storage, and this came up as a nearly argument yesterday. I always thought you put mayonnaise, you don't refrigerate mayonnaise and certain other condiments, and in fact, if you refrigerate them, it might actually be detrimental because you're encouraging condensation and then therefore potential mold growth.
Right.
What's your thought on this?
Holy shit! Really? I never thought that.
Are we talking about condimentation?
No, mayo belongs in the freaking fridge because it has eggs inside. I don't know about American mayo. Maybe there's no eggs in mayo in America, but where I come from, there's eggs and mayo and it goes in the fridge.
Actually, ketchup too, right? You don't refrigerate like a Heinz. If it's like real ketchup, like real tomatoes, then yes. But don't you not refrigerate?
I know people that don't refrigerate it. I refrigerate it because I like it cool. I don't think you need to because of all the, sugar and other stuff that's in it that keeps it not going moldy. But, mayo definitely goes in the fridge.
I don't like anything that has a creamy texture being outside of the fridge.
Agreed.
Even if
what would be something that's creamy that you would keep out of the fridge though, just out of curiosity?
Yeah, I wonder. Even like pudding, it's like it's still kind of safer in the fridge.
Now that I think about it, maybe I'm wrong on the mayonnaise one, but ketchup. Yeah, Lagatha, you're laughing. Yeah, I know, because I was so adamant about it yesterday. But I think it's because it really riled you and Gina up that I had to really stand my ground.
Yeah, right in front of the sex shop, she starts this argument and says, "No, mayo does not go in the freaking fridge. Why would she do that?"
Oh my God, honey,
It's
mayo.
because she demanded that I bring the squirt bottle of mayonnaise to the sex shop. Like, okay, Lagatha, you don't try
because
it.
we wanted to buy fries on the way back, and I can't eat fries without mayo. Who
I know,
done their fries first in the mayo? Wonder Woman, who was that?
Yeah,
in
no,
the
the
sex
only
shop with
the only
the
mayo
squirt.
the only mayo that you don't have to refrigerate are the ones that come in those packets. Oh, but please, 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 please refrigerate all of their mayo. Yeah.
Thank God, you guys.
No, because for real, like anything with eggs or milk in it, any of those products, and here's your answer to can you leave something out? Here's the only thing you can leave out, and this is how sour cream is made. Right?
Yeah, and
yeah. So you leave cream out on the counter overnight, like real cream, like not dead cream, but live cream, like from raw milk. You leave that on the counter, it turns into sour cream. Yes, that's the only thing. But please refrigerate your mayo. You're gonna die.
Yeah, otherwise you get salmonella, and that's gonna be really, really nasty.
I really didn't enjoy Dead Cream 5. I thought I think they jumped the shark on that one.
I'm just curious though, isn't the ingredients the same exact thing in those like mayo packets? They would be in like the mayo in the fridge?
Yeah, but the mayo packet hasn't been exposed to air. So the second your mayo is exposed to air, you have to refrigerate it.
Interesting.
Okay, I can see that. Because now that I'm trying to recall, I don't really use mayonnaise, so I'm like recalling these memories of like grabbing a mayo jar, like seeing my hand grab it from a place, and it is the fridge. You're right, it's the fridge.
Oh my God, all this discussion yesterday for like 10 minutes, and now you're backtracking on it. It's ridiculous. I'm so glad though that you're not going to poison yourself and others in your, whoever you live with in the future, and your guests with salmonella infection. I'm so glad.
Yeah, we can rule out salmonella.
But then again, maybe it makes you stronger, you know?
Oh my God.
I imagine at some point I have not refrigerated mayonnaise, and I bet it's just made my gut stronger.
Right? See, the thing is, you never know what removing this seemingly benign Jenga block can do to the whole structure. Like, you never know how taking in decaying mayonnaise, like, gives you the strength to go on, every day. Right?
I feel like we're not talking about the real elephant in the room, which is if you have like a taco from Taco Bell and you didn't get it in the fridge and you wake up, at what point can you still eat that taco? Or is there like a 12-hour window? Or is it like
Dan, were you in my bedroom this morning? I swear to fucking God. Fuck you. Oh my God, I feel personally attacked by that question. I really do. And no, I will tell you from personal experience, I'm fine. You can eat Taco Bell the next day, hanging out in a bag in your room. Wake up the next morning.
I knew somebody would know,
right?
man. I knew somebody had the 411 on that, so thank you.
Oh my God.
Wait a minute. How do you have left? How did you have an extra? Why didn't you eat that other taco? Is really the real question.
Because I overbuy, of course.
Yeah, not everybody.
And it's planned.
Fits.
But just one taco? Just like if it's one extra taco, just get it in there.
If you
it was lovely this morning, let me tell you. I needed it. Mm-hmm.
Been there, done that, right there with you, friend. I'm so glad you said something. I was gonna stay quiet. I swear I was gonna stay quiet.
We were talking about tacos. All right, next.
Well, yeah, I've been there right there with you in the bag. Wake up the next day and your stomach starts growling. Oh my! Bless your heart. Yes.
I wonder why the taco wasn't in the fridge. Like, why did it not make it in the fridge?
Because I passed out eating the other ones. What did you expect? I passed out eating the other ones.
Oh my god.
Welcome to once in a while, the dysfunction of AM. We can't all be perfect all the time.
I agree. I mean, same thing with pizza. Like, I feel like it's got like a 6, especially if it's still in the box and relatively protected. You know?
Pizza is honestly good for 2 days almost.
Yeah, I know, but I mean, at what point do you start to feel real bad about the fact that you ate it? Like, I think you're within a 6-hour window, you're good. But like, if it's getting close to night and you're like, DoorDash can't deliver, and you're like, shit, I could do 2 shots of tequila and just cram those 2 pieces down, like no one know anything, right?
Well, with what they're putting into fast food these days, do you guys remember when they did that experiment? Like, they tried, like, even bugs and bacteria don't want to eat that stuff now. Like, when they left, like, they did like this experiment where they put I think it was McDonald's or something. They put like the food out, and then because it was so genetically altered and whatnot, and there was like so much stuff in there, like nothing wanted to touch it anyways. So, I mean, I think you might be protected by that, possibly.
Oh, for real? Yeah. That is absolutely true. Because you're not really eating food. You're just eating. You're eating dead food, right? They like to say dead milk, dead food.
Right, because the longer the shelf life is, the longer they can sell it to us to be consumed. Like, I mean, like, yeah, you guys like Taco Bell, right? Their Taco Bell meat, their meat in a bag. Oh gosh, it's delicious.
This is the strangest conversation I've ever been a part of, but I'm here for it.
Don't eat chicken salad at 2 a.m. That's what it comes down to.
Wait, hold on a minute. This is the strangest conversation? Oh, you need to hang out.
Today,
Nothing.
this is the strangest
This
conversation.
is nothing.
Yeah, this is kind of mellow. Okay.
This is nothing. Hey, Casey, you had your hand up. Why?
Hey, AM, how you doing?
Hey, Casey, why? Why you got
Hey,
your hand
AM,
up?
thanks for no. I can't even
Hey,
finish
Casey,
that.
you're welcome.
Dude, hey, can we talk about Mindaptive a little bit?
Absolutely.
Great. So, am I understanding that right? That they're replacing code with AI programs? Do I have that correct?
His company is trying to create a relationship between your voice and the creation of digital experiences.
Right. So okay. So I was kind of okay. So group overview. Yes, it's auto-generated apps.
Kind of like a
Right?
dolly for an app.
Yeah.
You know, people say, "Hey, I want you to make me a
picture of
wall that
something."
is white with paint drawing slowly."
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Some people are boring with their AI,
Yeah.
right? And so but what if you could be like, "Hey, I want an app that connects my bank account with my this and my that."
Yep.
Right? It's ambitious, but if you look into Ken and Jay Kolb, they're ambitious people who have delivered on ambition for a long time.
Well, so and it's using the AIs as Legos, right? That was the part I'm like, oh,
Well,
that's
it's trying to say, I'd like an app that tells me what my bank account is, right?
Yep.
Now, there are pieces of software for testing that test for this. So, for example, you might be able with Gherkin. Gherkin is a software language that tests code. So you could say, does the code allow the user to sign up? And the application will look into your code and try to assess whether it allows for that functionality. right? But he's trying to do that and be like, I want an app that does this, and it just does it. It sounds crazy until you go to the YouTube videos and you see his co-founder talking to his computer, and then it's creating a slider, right? So,
So
he reached out to me just out of the blue, saying, "Hey, I was invited to this Google AI thing, and I was invited to this, LA fancy eyes wide shut, whatever. You know how it is, right?" And so I was like, "All right, so if you're getting back in touch, something must have happened, right?" So he starts telling me.
So as they use the AI structure and the deep machine learning to replace code, that's the part where I look at that and go, ooh, that's kind of a novel use for replacing code.
He understands code so well that he understands the total cost of ownership of maintaining code. The total cost of ownership of maintaining code is why everyone needs a venture capitalist in the first place, right? And so I started listening to him more because he was really trying to nail and make me understand that, code, they say that every line of code is a debt incurred because it's a line of code that has to be managed.
That's correct.
And so by bypassing that, he streamlines maintenance cost, overhead goes down.
But
Don't get me wrong. It sounds fantastical, and to a lot of people, it is. It just some people are taking him up on his offer to build this out.
Sure.
yeah, I mean, it's
I
a
love
long
the
road.
idea. Right.
But like nobody on the fringe other than him at the moment. So that's kind of the interesting thing. That's probably why he's getting the
The
investment.
thing is, when you talk to Peter, you get the sense that we're developing a closer and closer relationship with these AIs. And sure, it might take him 20 minutes to develop the. Today, it takes 20 minutes for him to create that video. Tomorrow, it's going to take 19. Next day, it's going to take 10. Right? So you can see where this is going. Right? We're going to soon live in a world where people are with an API telling Disco Diffusion to create something. You know what I mean? The interface is messy today, but that interface will become very clean very soon. And look at Wombo. If you see what Wombo can do, just extrapolate that like 6 months. Nobody knows what's even going to be released next month at this point. Nobody on the planet knows what's going to be released next month, let alone the next 6 months.
Well, yes and no. But I will say, between now and April 1st there's going to be a ton of stuff because we know Apple's going to be hitting stuff toward the end of the year. We have this. We're going right into the fall. I mean, before we know it, it's going to be October, it's Halloween, and boom, we're going to be at the end of the year. And then there's tons of stuff that is announced from like what you see in press releases and other things from people between really now and early spring. Just a ton of momentum that you feel out there, like a ton, like 4 trillion spent, and it's going to sort of unfold in all kinds of different ways, and it's just going to be, we'll see, but you feel it too. And that's the other thing too, is when you look at the research papers, like right now the research papers on the AI side, they're just like exploding. They're like, one paper comes out and that one just explodes into like 60 papers.
It's almost like the AI. It's almost like DARPA is declassifying things slowly and slowly. It's like, all right, fine, let's break them up with some speech or motion recognition. Fine, we're used to that. We have that. You know what I mean? It's but there's one
for sure.
There's one thread among these people: Dr. Wetzel, Zach, Ken Granville. Those are military professionals. And so they're taking everything. Imagine what a software developer for the military can do, right? And now or data scientists, and now they're becoming civilian startup leaders. Like the Cambrian explosion of these people who are retiring, but are not done creating yet, is wild.
Yeah, and then you have to. We don't see it too, but there's so much AI going into the enterprise. So it's starting to lay in there. Some of it, some folks are utilizing things from groups like Hugging Face and all these other groups. Some are using the open AI stuff that came from that's working with Azure and Microsoft. But then there's whole other sectors like on the university side that are like they're building their own separated systems where they're cloning and forking. And then there's the whole quantum thing. Like quantum has exploded
The
in
compute,
Columbus in the last 30 days. It's just the noise
yeah,
is high.
the compute is allowing for this. Like, even if they had the code to do this, they didn't have the confluence of code and the network and the storage and the
Yeah,
OS. You know
that's
what I
it.
mean? As a service, never existed before.
Yeah,
Yeah, but then when you think about how AI is being weaponized by countries like China, that totally brings like a concern to how the AI space is headed, because there's going to be like so much stuff that we will not be able
yep.
to control.
Well, they have more AI models than us. I mean,
I
that's the
mean,
first thing you
I
hear
it
about.
hold on.
Go ahead, Melody. Yeah.
Isn't AI connected to a human? What AI currently operates without a human attached to it?
Well,
You
well
might
there's
you
a lot.
might say that the trading bots in investment markets are controlled by humans, but if you would ask those humans how much they exert control, you know what I mean? Like this technology, like AWS, has been around since 2006. And just nobody really has the incentive to tell people like, "Hey, I'm managing 4 IT companies right now." You know what I mean? Because that they're making 4 salaries doing it,
It's not.
right?
It's not. It's not the AI being autonomous that I'm worried about. It's more that AI is being used to influence people's like actions. That's the AI that is threatening right now.
Yeah,
It's kind of like
okay, I see
mutually
that.
assured AI.
Who was that? Who
Yeah,
said that? Nando?
Mando.
Nando.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. I think that's how it's used, yeah. Like who's
It's
using
definitely
it, what it's
weaponized
using
for sure.
for.
Yeah, it's just like data aggregation, and it's more used right now. Its use right now is more publicity and advertising, and where to funnel, yeah, things that interest the buyers or whatever.
I mean, that's part of it. Keep in mind that we see what we see, but what we see is not the totality. What we see is just what we see. What we observe is what we observe. And then tomorrow, if something comes out and it's now reality, it's going to be like, well, it's like Schopenhauer's truth life cycle, right? We're constantly in that third stage. You guys don't like Schopenhauer? No, it's true.
I mean, the like for example, if you take countries like China and how they're using AI to like in a more weaponized way, in an openly weaponized way, like BitDance, how even like TikTok is such like it. You would think it's a benign thing, but it's been used to like dumb the hell out of people, and yeah,
That's the weapon right there. Dumb everyone down. Yes. Right there.
I mean, seriously, what productivity comes out of things like TikTok? Really, like what do people gain by like sitting there and like flipping through stupid video after stupid video?
Yeah, but it's
I've
almost as bad as sitting on Twitter Spaces talking to,
yeah,
one person after another.
I've heard
I mean,
of
there are people that do
I've
really
heard
well on TikTok from a marketing standpoint. So, I mean,
well, I've
I don't.
Still,
heard
very very well played.
people learn how to trade, people learn how to build a fucking house, people learn how to like put together whatever that is like they're clicking on, whatever whatever feed they're getting. Some people actually do learn shit on there.
I mean, it's just another place for your space, right? Your voice. If you can create, I mean, that's why they used to use platforms, right? Where you create in one place and it distributes out. But then you also have to sort of go back and care about the uniqueness of those spaces, You can't just spam to the end, you know what I mean? Find your
That's the
folks.
thing, though. The thing is that they're using the law of numbers. Like no one person is going to be that creative. Like they'll make maybe 1, 2, 3 things a day, and then, but like they'll sit there and flip through like for like a week before they can make like something productive. It's just a mind-numbing product that doesn't like move people forward, and at least from my perspective.
Right. Yeah, I can see that. I mean, I didn't really get it, but then like my in-laws really had it, and they were like raving about it, and I was like, eh. Of course, every time I would go visit anyone, I'd always go and question all the teenagers. What are your 3 favorite apps? I was the weird uncle. What kind of apps you got on your phone? What is that? Roblox. What the fuck is that? I mean, what is that thing? That's control this guy. Show me. Give me a demo. And they can sit down. I would do that sometimes at Thanksgiving, like when I was younger, actually in my late 20s. My father would always be like, here's your Uncle Dan. Show him how to play that, whatever the hell that game is. I'd sit in there, be the adult. A cool silence came over the room as Casey entered the bar.
Dude, I'm dying right now. I'm cracking up. I'm just laughing inside. You see, you think it's silent, but I'm like just dying over here.
I always use Casey. He's my favorite target. It's partly it's because his name is so short. If his name was like Whitaker D. Washington, I'd be like, oh shit, I can't make fun of that guy.
Has anyone seen Ruben?
I haven't seen him lately. I always feel like I'm not on the same time zone as him or something.
I've seen him all morning. He was in another space. I've seen him around last night and this morning.
I'm gonna find Ruben.
Been seeing him in a couple of music spaces, some rap spaces.
He had a space this morning, or too soon.
Is rapping Ruben?
Yeah, he speaks Japanese too, man. It's pretty good when he gets on
His
his
Japanese is on another level.
It is. It's awesome.
I've been listening to you guys while pulling the kids around in a red wagon in the backyard. I'm now out of breath and sitting down. just to give you the visual.
It sounds like a part of your Red Wagon workout program.
It is. How many laps towing the kids can you do in 5 minutes? And then, you do sets of those and you get your workout in.
Can you say hi to the two of yours?
Yeah, of course. Hold on.
Yes, please. How's your fam bam doing?
They're the cutest, Donnie. You have no idea how cute they are.
Oh, I know, my friend.
How do you know?
Because I'm privileged to know.
You're privileged to know? What do I know? Why do I not know, I guess?
He hasn't gotten a hug from Maggie, but he's had plenty of conversations with them on spaces.
Oh.
Oh, yeah, the kids are super sweet.
I got a hug and a kiss, Donnie.
Nobody questions the Lagatha Inquisition.
Yeah, I got straight up approval from Maggie.
Don't munchkins.
Mm-hmm. Very cute.
How was your trip, sir? Are you still? I know you. Are you still in America?
I'm hanging out at Floki's still.
Oh,
I extended my stay for 2 days. I was like, fuck that, flying back. It's cold and miserable in New Zealand. I told Chris he needs to wait 2 more days.
Are you stateside?
I'm in California.
Oh, sweet. Are you up north or down south?
In LA.
Oh, okay, yeah. I'm by San Francisco, but up north. LA's nice. Are there are there fires right now? Are there fires going on? Have you experienced that?
In LA?
No, not that I know
Yeah.
of.
I think
No.
there's fires in the middle, like in Central Valley. There's been some fires because this whole weekend was super smoky up here.
Melody, what made you want to like move across the country?
Well, I've lived in several places in my life, and California was always like I saw myself living here for when I was a kid. So when I finished my aesthetics classes and courses and all that, then I became an esthetician in Tennessee, and then I moved out to California and became an esthetician, and then I fell in love over here, not with someone, but with the place. Like, it's just really gorgeous. Like, in an hour and a half, I can be in the mountains, at the ocean. I live on a fucking island. Like, I've been living kind of my dreams out for a while. There's some things that are missing, but I've had a great life.
Yeah, but like now, like what's prompting the move now?
Oh, right now? Well, because my fucking business got shut down and I used 2 years and my savings to get my brain back together. Um, and I feel like I'm almost there. I'm eating a lot better, so I feel like I'm getting healthy. And I own a house over there, and I pay $3,000 in the where I live right now. It's a 3 bedroom. I have like I've been here for 10 years, so I have like an old price. The guy is waiting for me to get the fuck out so he can raise the rent. And I own a house in Tennessee, and so I figure I haven't lived there in 10 years, so I need to go tend to it. I don't I don't know if I'll stay there forever, like on the East Coast, because I love it over here.
Well, we should definitely meet up.
We will. We will. And that's happening, if not sooner, in October. But yeah.
Yeah, we'll go to Halloween together.
Yeah. Well, shizzle, my nizzle.
Ooh, in Tennessee, you'll have that lower cost of living,
Yeah,
gas,
but
groceries, all the wonderful things. Oh man,
Johnny,
right there. Yeah.
this is the thing though. When people talk about like low cost living, here's the deal. Like this place, and this is why people come here. It's like this, you get paid a lot here. You get paid. It might cost a lot, but you make a lot. And you have to live a little different to make that money. Like I see it. Like this is where people come and create the businesses. Like it's kind of wild. And yeah, Tennessee is cool. I said this the other day. I was 29 when I bought my house. That was like the smartest thing I could do. Um, I lived in Tennessee and then I was like, all right, I'm leaving Tennessee and I'll leave the little house here. But now that I'm going back, it's like I got a temporary gig, like at what are those called? Like temp agencies. And it was a receptionist job at a facility that runs 500 tests for like state boards. So like lawyers, dentists, architects, estheticians, like a bunch of like state boards. So I was there for like the gig was like 4 months long. And that was $20 an hour. I was like, all right, I can do that. When I look at Tennessee, it's like $13 an hour. I was like, oh my God, like what the fuck? Because I'm gonna go to schools, then I gotta do other stuff. So it's like that's the difference. So it's like low cost, it's a low income state. It's a low income, you know what I mean? And what's crazy right now is that all the prices are going up. So some of the people are getting fucked. and they can't make it. I don't know. It's wild.
I believe it. And you're absolutely right. Yeah, it's low cost of living, but like you said, it's low income, and that's a big one. Let's see here. But if you can get I'm sorry, I'm tired. My brain is not working, but it's gonna come together. Was if you get a job where you can work from home and like possibly like with A, B, or C company where you're making like California type wages, where you're living in Tennessee, that would be amazing.
Yeah. That
The
is.
cost of living like definitely shifted when I was in South Carolina. Like rent like skyrocketed. I mean, it was more expensive in upstate South Carolina than it is here in Virginia Beach, which was surprising to me. When I first moved there in 2019, it wasn't.
Yeah, I
It
was
was
gonna say that
super
happened
low.
the last 3 years is when it just ballooned down there.
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean,
COVID.
we had a massive influx of like people moving into the area, and like
Hmm.
there was like lots of like new builds and stuff. But yeah, cost of living got really expensive there.
Hmm.
Not too far from Tennessee either, probably about 45 minutes.
Oh yeah, yeah. Like Raleigh, like Raleigh's that is just like right over the thing.
Raleigh's booming, so is Charlotte.
Yeah, a lot of people from here are selling their homes and buying up shit over there, sight unseen. You know.
Yeah, there's like a major like tech community over in South Carolina.
Hmm. Yeah.
I know Ford is putting a big giant plant, an EV plant, for their Ford Lightning in Tennessee. So there's a bunch of tech going in. There's like 5 billion in some plants between Tennessee and Kentucky, and yeah, so a lot of tech going in there. It was a quiet day, Thursday, fishing day. I knew Lauren would be at the site first. She always wanted to get the same rowboat, the red one with the little butterflies on it. Here you go, Dan, she said, pulling up in the rowboat again. You know, the fish can see us in that one. I know, but I like the floor on it. You can see down. It was the glass bottom one, too. It wasn't really used for fishing that much. But ever since she'd been put on probation since the incident, we've all been taking turns at the spaces lately. Casey had her yesterday at Build-A-Bear. She didn't want to leave. They had to call the cops. Today, I had to take her out on the lake. All right, you got the bait? Yeah, I got him. Yeah, is it live bait? Yeah. Like you said, I got Sour Patch. No. She always got worms. She used to like Sour Patch a lot. Well, I mean, she was really into M&Ms. Who who wasn't into those caramel ones or those pretzel covered ones? She loved those. Till the accident. Now she was into sour candy. She always told me it tasted so sweet. I was like, it does, but it's sour. She's like, what do you mean? What do you mean? Sorry. We're in the middle of a lick. I brought some bait. Casey would always sometimes make some of the worst casserole dishes ever on the potluck. He'd make this beef stew meatloaf thing. It was hideous. Michael told us not to say anything because he was still, going through the paces of learning how to cook. Anyways, I saved some of that for bait. Everything was fine until she dropped her phone. She always drops her phone. I'll be right back. Oh, please, Lauren, no. Before I know it's too late. The problem with Lauren is that ever since the incident, She had some kind of special gills. Anyways, we lost track of her that night. Haven't seen her in 18 weeks. It's pretty cold here in Iowa.
So what was the incident? Is this when Build-A-Bear or?
Well, I mean, all great stories just have a cliffhanger-ish kind of thing. That's my style. I always like to just say, you know. In fact, I'll do that when I meet people. Like today, I'm like, hey, sit down. It was great to meet everyone. Before we get started, let's just go through our fears. And like I said, it was a joke. It was a good joke. I don't know what the incident is, but it has to be moving. You have to wait for the next episode too. So that's the other thing. You know.
Well, I really would love to know. Like it's like 18 weeks ago. It could have been like a dark and stormy night. You know.
It
like
could have been the night that you lost everything on crypto. I don't know.
I would never do crypto. So I don't think it was that. I don't think that was me. It must have been a pseudonymous Lauren of
Yeah,
Light.
see, I had to do somebody else's story to fill that in, because we need like and that's how they
Well,
do
you got to
it.
make it believable, though. That
Oh,
wouldn't be
well,
believable.
come on, now you're putting me on the spot.
Yeah, you totally got me. It was a cliffhanger, but it was like she liked a different kind of candy until the accident, and then I was like, wait, what kind of accident would prompt somebody to change their like desire to eat some candy?
She got COVID while in the accident, so that changed her taste buds. Okay.
Well, that's part of the fun is you leave that out.
That actually happened to me though, Melody.
Yeah.
I actually like Carmelo bars and sweet stuff, and now I eat nothing but sour candy. It's really
So
weird.
COVID and pregnancy changes your
Yeah.
taste buds.
I
Got
guess.
it. Mental note.
It's good to know.
Yeah.
You guys should have seen Dan when he was at the carnival. Hi, Ruben. We were just talking about you.
Behold, Reuben arrived. The puff of smoke.
Ruben, you were
You were
summoned.
missed. You were summoned.
summoned.
Yes.
You were called by the
It
light.
was at that
the
moment that
vibe.
Reuben heard the fatal words. He was in the mall buying shoes. Can you possibly send these to my address? He couldn't finish the words. He was disappeared. I like that idea. Summon forth thy Reuben. Speak.
You know what
Here.
mesmerizes me so much? You know the cotton candies when they're like weaving it up on the stick? I just like want to see how big they can make it.
I thought about getting a cotton candy machine, but
Have you ever seen a spider spin their web? If that's fascinating. Have you seen that?
No.
Okay, I'm gonna look for the video. I just fucking saw one. It was pretty cool. Ruben came up but left. He must be having issues.
He's
Trying
back.
again.
Meanwhile, deep in subspace, Ruben's connection seems to have some issues getting onto the space.
Dan, if you have to assign everyone a theme song.
Everyone a theme song.
Yeah.
All right. Donnie, I'm giving Welcome Back, Cotter. Ruben. I'm gonna give Ruben the A-Team.
By Ed Sheeran, that's a good one.
Yeah, I'm gonna give Lauren. I'm gonna give you, Real American Hero. Remember that one? Believe it or not. Yeah. Melody is gonna get Happy
Spice
Days.
Girls.
Oh, all right. I could do. You gotta do. Well, okay. She's gonna have to do the fusion then.
No, she says, so
Spice
say what you
Girls.
want, what you really, really want.
All right, Melody. Since I saw her yesterday, I gotta think about this. I'm gonna go with Sesame Street.
What?
What?
Why?
Oh, wait, not Sesame. Electric Company. What about the Electric Company? Did anyone ever see that? Grow that up? All right, never mind. TV show. Brady Bunch. The pain. That's
I
really
want to
more
give
of an
Ruben
and.
hallucinogenics.
That's fine.
Is that why you called him over? Hey, Ruben.
Hey, you.
We're gonna set a schedule here.
Oh, yeah?
Well, apparently a psychedelic schedule. Like there's an appointment to be set.
Sounds like a menu.
Wait, are you gonna buy his time? You're gonna buy like 4 hours of his time and then dose him and then record him? Is this what's going on?
Who said buying time? We're
Well,
gonna have
that's
fun.
In service
well,
of the community, I'll be happy to donate for this particular instance.
Exactly. He's gonna have the awakening that's supposed to come. Or
I think it's cute that you guys don't think I'm already on hallucinogenics, but
exactly.
No, we do. But that's that song by Matt Mason. It's such a good song. You should look it up.
Microdose. Is there a song that says microdosing, microdosing?
It's like
We
40%
all
of house,
are
right?
microdosing.
I know the song. Microdose. You
I
get
don't know why.
fresh.
I feel like
I'll go
Dan is more of
second.
like Marcy
Microdose.
Playground. Dan is like a Marcy Playground song. Like a
Wait,
Yeah.
have you done that such thing, Lauren?
what, microdose? No.
Or full dose?
No, I get to spirit through meditation.
Yeah,
I
that's
Lauren
I
not the
would be
same.
Lauren
This is a
curious.
macrodoses.
different. This is a different spirit. It is the gods of the fungus. It is the fungi. It is their every plant has a spirit. Every
I don't
plant has its
even want to
own.
know like what would happen if I microdose. Like I would be seeing all kinds of stuff.
Well,
I have a hot take. I'm glad you asked. I have a suspicion that Lauren would be less affected by hallucinogens than most people.
Tell me more. Tell me why.
yeah.
So the way I think about it is, and this is not the case for dissociatives. I don't think it's really the case for barbiturates, but for some reason, with hallucinogens, and again, it's depending. It's like whether it's psilocybin or lysergic or peyote or mescaline, whatever, right? But I think of it like as a macro reset. So you know how you've got all these shortcuts on your keyboard for stuff you do on the computer, like Alt F4 closes the window, and Alt Enter minimizes the thing, right? They're like shortcuts, right?
Yeah.
So my theory is that we, like the conscious self, is basically a collection of macros that our minds have sort of fabricated over the course of our lives, right? So like when I go walking, I don't think left foot, right foot, left foot, right foot, inhale, exhale. My body's like, yeah, don't worry, I'm just gonna put that on autopilot right over here. I'm gonna put that on a macro, right? Whereas when one takes hallucinogens, it something about the base layers, the macros don't seem to behave normally. And so it's not that the colors are brighter and the snozzberries taste like snozzberries. It's it's that they were always that way, and your macro for you know compartmentalizing that in a certain part of your memory because it doesn't think that's important isn't working right now. And so you see it like you saw it for the first time, which I suspect was a little more vivid, don't you?
Wait, so how did you come to the conclusion that Lauren would
And
get less affected by this?
Because I think that Lauren is probably more present than most people most of the time. And so the effect of removing the macros has less of proportional effect.
That makes
Okay.
sense. I'm just
Definitely not.
curious if I would like see more.
I
see
mean,
more.
yes, you will, but what is more?
Exactly. In
And
proportion
you
to what?
also won't do that, and you also
Yeah.
with microdosing you won't.
Yeah, exactly. Microdosing is one thing, but you should just have a full journey, like find somebody to journey with.
All
Like
right.
when you ever decide to do this, you don't do a microdose. A microdose is for people that I feel like already have the experience of had I can't say it. This the full dose experience. Like you have to have the full dose. Like and if a guided journey is it's pretty wonderful, and it's not like because normally like a lot of people are like, oh, my trip was bad. All I could do was cry, or I cried for like 45 minutes. And that's like, obviously, the body needed to release that, and people look back and they're like, oh, it was the worst one. But after that, it was great. And it's not that it was bad. It's just the body fucking needed that release. So when you're with somebody in a controlled environment and somebody that's guiding you through those experiences, like this is the way to do it. Um,
Sit and
and then
sitting,
you
right?
can, huh?
Sit and sitting.
Well, yeah, sitting is better, laying down, eyes covered, like, or however, because you can
So sorry,
change the.
that's my Kiwi accent coming through. Sit and sitting.
It also depends on why you're doing it, right? If you see, I mean, in my belief, if you're actually doing hallucinogens to change your life, just skip all that and just do DMT. But that's just not, that's not a doctor's advice or anything, or non-doctor's advice or person advice. But if
Yeah,
you're doing it to have the experience of being able to, you know what I mean, be on it, like, please, yeah, the mushrooms would be a better route. But yeah, if you're doing it for therapy, just go ahead and just, do the DMT, and trust me, it'll work.
well,
I
Lauren.
recommend catch a show. Catch somebody who's going to a slightly stupid concert or a very
No,
cool ass
not.
festy, and where you can camp. Have your closest friends come camp with you, and split a quarter, a 7-gram quarter between the 4 of you. Stay close to camp and drink lots of water. Hug each other.
Yeah, be in
And
the woods. The woods is the other way to do it. They're
oh
right.
yeah, or the
Yeah,
beach.
that's
Oh
yeah,
yeah.
yeah. Nature. Maybe we can do it, Lauren.
And
Maybe
then don't
we'll.
be afraid because it's God's gift.
Yeah, maybe we can do it just like
Yep.
that, just like in a chilled. Because I like DMT, like that's strong shit. Like that for somebody that's never done anything like that, I would not recommend that. Once you have some experience, then you can dabble into other things. But because it's such a natural, just the tea, like you with the tea would be great. But
Drugs are meant to be done right. Start
yeah,
off
exactly.
slow and don't overthink it. Don't. It's
Yeah.
not that serious. It's just a moment.
I see. I wouldn't even call the mushrooms drugs. I call they're medicine. They're like herb. They're like uh when I
Well,
go
in the state of
when
Oregon, they say all drugs are legal, and they consider that one a drug. So just be careful where
Oregon.
you're at doing your medicine, you know, and be safe with your family and fucking live.
Pharmacological information is not pharmacological advice.
Exactly.
Y'all make me want to go on a trip right now. It's been
I
a
I
long
don't know
time.
how I've survived this long and never done anything like that, but yeah, it should be interesting.
It's definitely a ride, man. Oh my gosh. Like, it's more than just seeing and seeing colors or what have you. Like, I've been so out there, I've forgotten my name.
Well, that's the
Uh,
thing. Like I already see colors and stuff like that. Like I'm very in tune. So that's why I was like, it'd be interesting if I did that because I already connect on that level.
She was in the colors, and I was in the jewelry.
Look, I can see air. Okay. That is like I fucking see the fractal. Like the last time I did it, I went on a hike in the redwoods and I can see fucking air molecules. Like I could see the shit everywhere around me. Okay. Like it was pretty amazing. And like yeah.
Dude, that's
There's
incredible. You were able to go in the redwoods when you were
Yeah.
killing walls,
Yeah, man.
or what have you, right? On shrooms or
Yes.
whatnot.
Yeah.
Oh, that would have been freaking amazing.
Yeah. I told my friend, I was like, we need to sit the fuck down right now. And he's like, okay. And we actually they just like parked for like 3 hours laying down, literally just laying down in the woods. It was pretty awesome. It's called
It's like on my road.
what road? Oh, you're in the woods, you're in Oregon.
Yeah, it's literally on my road.
Yeah. Yeah. So do you get the wind, the dust winds, or like the
Oh, we get everything over
yeah.
here. Pretty crazy. Lots of fires. But one thing that was cool, an interesting fact is that the redwoods, they actually drink more water from just the air than anything. Yeah, it's nuts.
One thing I learned about the redwoods is that they're the only tree that can grow a tree from a nodule up in the air. Like I forget the name of the buruncle, something like that. Buruncle. Ah,
Yeah, it's a
Anyway,
case in where they're kind of they graft themselves together, branches that
yeah,
fall from the top, and then they'll stick to the bottom and develop a root system right there hanging in the air.
yes, buruncle. Man, I should look it up. Let's see.
I recommend there's breathing techniques too. They can also get you to release certain levels of DMT within yourself. And help you kind of
You
get one with the world, or make your
co-
molecules expand.
like cobra breath? Is that what you're talking about?
It's like a crazy shaman breathing technique. Fighters do it a lot too, I believe.
Yeah, you can access that level through deep breathing. You have to oscillate your chakras. You have your chakras spin clockwise, and there's a lot of visualization concepts that you incorporate and your senses, but it's pretty awesome.
Yeah, that's like 5 minutes. But you eat a bag of mushrooms, you might be gone for days.
No, it doesn't last 5 minutes. I think it just depends on like your ability, kind of like what Ruben was saying of like being present, because every single person in this room has the ability to access an infinite field of energy, which is also information, and you're like tapping into a much higher realm of information, and you can access past, present, and future because there is no time. Time is just a man-made construct. So it's fun. It's interesting. I think most people just kind of get distracted while they're in that state, or they start to doubt. But I think that's probably why like Edgar Casey would go into some type of like meditative type state, because the influx of information that you're receiving while you're almost in a sense of like self hypnosis in a sense. But it's fascinating, and you can access a lot of really cool information there.
Accessing information. Yeah, I like that idea. What's going on? What's the conversation? Just quiet.
Yeah, but I need coffee.
Need coffee.
Coffee sounds great right now. Well, Dan, I mean, you kind of had an experience. We did like a live group meditation to tap into collective consciousness.
Yes, that was fun. Are you talking about the stuff you guys did with that three guy? He came in and did that session with you guys. That was
I
a
don't know.
cool.
We've done so many sessions on Twitter
Yeah,
Spaces to teach people.
I think that's cool.
Yeah. I think it's always I enjoy teaching people how to tap into that, because it's like some people think that like there's just certain people that have gifts or the ability to tap into information or psychic abilities, but the truth of the matter is that every single one of us has the
Yeah,
ability to connect on that level. It's our primordial selves.
it's interesting you say that because the voice actor guy kind of talked about this concept last night. Um, this idea of telepathy. This ability to sort of we use telepathy today. We have energy projection. We basically using our voice, we inflect and sort of nurture a concept, and it's like a cue in the mind. Which is pretty cool. love that idea because I love voice and I love the inflection of the voice and the characters. In fact, it was fun for Melody. She was here earlier. Melody, she pinged me to do a voice for her podcast, and then I was like, "Oh yeah, sure, whatever." That's kind of wild, sure. And so it was like 3 lines, which was like a hot box of terror or something like that. But I did like different character voices. I did like, okay, here's the narrator voice. Here's the World of Warcraft undead voice. Here's this other voice. It was just kind of fun doing the voices.
Yeah, well, it's interesting you say that. So, like, when I do readings with people, I pick up on the energetic field of their voice.
Yeah,
And so it's all frequency and vibration.
yeah. Sometimes I can feel that through a space. Like someone will be talking, and I can feel the energy. Or sometimes I feel like I'm either irradiating it myself too. So my friends will tell me that.
When you're hearing people's voices and you start to visualize things, that's exactly what it looks like when I'm doing a reading, right? It's just like it almost looks like a daydream in a sense. And so most people are just afraid to say, hey, like does I don't know, like something random, for example, like does a Cracker Jack box mean something to you? Like most people wouldn't say that. They'd be too afraid. But the more you pick up on those things, the more you catch them in the present state, kind of like Ruben was talking about, the easier it is for you to receive that information when you're on that
Yeah,
frequency.
that's
And so
pretty
when you,
cool.
yeah, it's really cool. Like I can send you some videos of like live readings and like people are like, whoa, like how'd you know that? I'm like, you can do it too. The army has done it since the 70s or probably longer.
It's kind of it makes me think of the every online gaming world has an exploit. People learn the exploits of the world, just like Neo does in the Matrix. You can bend certain laws or even break them. But it's just funny how we sort of as we sort of go from generation to generation with technology, it sort of has that same story along the way. You know what I mean? I feel like we create a world and then we still have the ability to hack it. But maybe we were doing that before. Like maybe we used these methods that you're talking about. And then we basically either demonized them or destroyed them, right? But then they sort of come back in another formation based on that timeline of those people. So like sometimes I think about the electricity and the frequency and the means of the eras. So that the era of means and enablement for the 1600s was capped at X, but the capability of the concept was still just as vibrant as it was or would be today, right? We're no more advanced from sort of a wants and needs and sort of dreams a mindset than our ancestors. We're having the same sort of dreams, the same sort of wants, the same sort of pathways of understanding of our coreness. The only thing that's different is the minutia of what we actually surrounded ourselves with in terms of what era of time or now that we've been existed in. Like I recognize my now from my birth to now, but other people have been in a now that's been longer than that, right? Or shorter than that in some ways. I'll be
Well,
right
the thing that most people have trouble with is tapping into the now because we're in a world where we're consuming things constantly, whether it be music or sound or TV or phones or just all of the distractions around us, and it prevents us from tapping and tuning into that present moment, which is where you access all of that infinite information.
So speaking of like the dreams and whatnot, well, I kind of ran into this really interesting dude named Eggbase from A Space with Lauren, and I ended up reading the Kybalion, and then I told him that I did that, and then he gave me a few other recommendations, including I believe it's the art and practice of a lesser vanishing, and that goes into like, and as well as, or astral projections is another one. Astral projecting while you're or trying to, and I mean, I've been able to like get to the lucid dreaming stage, like, but I definitely, I'm still not to the stage of astral projecting. I have no clue how that would even feel or look like, or how I know that I'm there. But yeah, so sorry to
I
go
can
off in a
help you with
totally
that,
different
Nando.
tangent. Cool, yeah.
Hey, as an aside, and in that little natural little lull here, there's a person down in the audience who goes by the name of Trey. Trey follows 4 humans on the internet, and I was totally first to follow him back. I also met him in real life, not this fake internet nonsense, like 30 minutes ago, and we hung out and we talked about rap stuff, yo. And this is, to the best of my understanding, the first time he's been on Twitter Spaces. And if he wants to, he's certainly not obligated to, but to the extent he is so inclined, he's welcome to join us on stage and meet some fine human beings on the internet.
I just sent Trey invite
follow.
to come
What's
up
up,
if he
Trey?
wants to come up and say hello. And here's
Don't
to the
worry.
510, 510, 415. Rat, rat.
We may have a full complement. I'm not sure if that's impeding progress.
Oh, yeah. Trey, there's a limited amount of speaker slots. You know what? Fuck it.
Hold up.
I'm I'll jump down
No,
because I gotta
no, you're
go
good.
for a minute
No,
anyway. So
we have space. There's enough
can
space.
we do?
There's 12. There's three hosts, so there's 12, 9 extra spots, and right now there's.
So you have 3 open spots. What's up, Trey?
Four
Say
open,
hi.
Yeah,
four open spots. There's 4 open spots. Trey, come up and chat with Ruben if you wish. I'm sending you both a thing again.
Sorry, I wasn't trying to interrupt and be rude. I was just gonna offer to say goodnight to everybody, and offer my mic, so that way, Trey, if you want to hang out and say hi and do your thing, man, sing, dance, whatever the hell you want to do. But my friends, I do gotta go. But
Good to see you,
y'all have
Donnie.
a wonderful day. It's good to see and hear everybody, man. I'm trying to get my ass back into the game. Let me tell you.
The game.
The game, yeah. It's just putting work down in a way, and just having a balance between work and sleep.
Oh.
Yeah, we're getting there though. We're getting there. But all right, y'all. Y'all have a great day, and talk to you soon.
Ciao, have fun.
I just want to say that Nando has the cutest little puppy as their profile picture. And Bitcoin Puppy has a cute little puppy too. I love puppies, and so I noticed those things very quickly. Cute puppies, y'all. What's up, Boomer?
I see
Dead people?
I see I see an astronaut, not a puppy.
Yeah, there's 2 puppies. There's Nando, and then there's Bitcoin Puppy.
¿Por qué
And
no
they're both
estás?
super cute puppies.
I think it's offensive that you think that puppies can't be astronauts. All right, first mammal in space was a fucking dog. All right,
I thought it was like
who
a
the
monkey.
hell are you?
I
Wasn't
think
it a
Hogmanot-
monkey?
Hogmanot's
I thought it was
cat.
a monkey. What the fuck,
Hogmanot's a cat.
NASA?
Yo,
Another
this
lie?
American
Space cat.
bourgeois propaganda bullshit. The Russians put a dog
Another
in space.
fucking lie?
They were the first to put Sputnik up there. They were first to put Yuri Gagarin up in space. The Americans turned up on
And
the
they
moon like, oh, we were the first. Yo, America was first for like one thing. The Russians crushed space.
Well, they
But
put a
tell us how
dog
you
there.
really
That's
feel,
such a
Ruben.
cruel way to to get rid of an animal, like to freaking put it just send it off to space and just send it off to its death. It's pretty messed up, man.
What did it
I'm
go?
not saying
Did
it was
it
cool.
die? Did it die?
No, dude.
Well, it
But
didn't come back.
He,
That's
dude, he totally came back.
We
The
needed to
dude.
know how that worked, or else the stuff we learned from that saved many lives. You know what I mean? You got to look at it that way too. Maybe not from that experiment, but from other experiments. You know what I mean? I know what you're saying. Don't get me wrong. I'm not for any animal abuse, but there's certain shit, man.
Comrade Fido volunteered. I'll have you know, and when he came back, everybody at the dog hangout just didn't believe his shit, and now
Did
it's
he
weird,
win?
right? Because
Did he win? Did he win first place go because he reached the rabbit first, or how did he beat the other ones at the race to get in there?
Well, I mean, one can only infer. But if I had to guess, I would say that there was a vote, naturally, being the Soviet Union, and Comrade
Of course, they
Fido was like,
yeah, they
"Yo,
voted.
bark twice if you want to go to space," and he was like, "Woof, woof," and it's like, "All right, that'll do." And then they chucked him in there, and he went up, he came back down, and now we're here.
Got it.
But I thought America was the first to make it to space, and that is how we got the moonwalk, because Bubbles, Michael's monkey, was the official first one there. Come on, people. History.
No shit. I mean, duh.
I gotta
Did
fact
he
check
put the
myself. Give me 1 second.
Did he put the flag down? Was he the one? Asset?
Yep.
Absolutely.
I just want to know how you know his
With his
monkey's name.
Of course he did. How do you people know this?
How do I know that Michael because if you don't know who Buzz is and Bubbles, I mean, then you don't know that, America was first in this race. The glove should have told you people. Didn't you see the diamond, the rocks? Those were moon rocks in Michael's glove. Come on, guys.
Wait, are we talking about the Ferris Bueller's guy? Ferris
Nope.
Bueller guy? Like
Getting
This
warm.
conversation just went sideways. I'm here for it.
Yeah, it's definitely it's going
that guy's name?
directions not thought of yet.
That's what you do. You throw the monkey into the wrench, or the wrench in the monkey. What's going on?
You throw the monkey with the wrench, man. Here, we're here, double fisting over here.
I really want a puppy like Bitcoin Puppy's puppy, because I'm telling you guys, I keep looking at it and I'm just like, dang, this look at his eyes. It's so freaking cute.
Okay, let me see what dog this is.
Yeah, go look. It's so freaking cute. I can't even handle it.
Okay, so I've got good news and bad news.
Okay.
Proof. Puppies are just magnets.
That does not look like a puppy. That looks like a stuffed animal.
No, it's so cute. Look at its eyes.
It looks like a yeah, exactly.
If that puppy came up to you, you would just want to cuddle it.
I swear to God, there must be a high percentage of serial killers who have puppies.
There's gotta be.
There has to be. And we don't even know it, right? Because they kill the puppy. Because they kill the fucking puppy too, right? So yeah. I bet you that's dude. It totally use puppies.
I would totally walk up to somebody with that puppy. I would be like, oh my gosh. I can't handle it though. I'm just ridiculous.
So Lauren, are you talking about the I have spoken guy on my profile thing?
No, Bitcoin Puppy's puppy. I'm talking about his puppy. It's so freaking cute.
Wait, who's Bitcoin
Anne Marie,
Puppy?
she was saying that serial killers probably have puppies, probably because people like me would just walk up to people with cute puppies, because I can't handle it.
Yep.
That in single
it's like shooting fish in a barrel.
It is. It's magnetic as fuck. It's like, you have a cute puppy. Let me come play with your puppy, and I just can't handle it.
I officially have no clue what the hell's going on. Just thought I'd put that out there.
Allow me to rerail the train. As I was Laika, the
Bring it.
first animal in space in 1957. 57. Actually was the first animal. However, I was actually incorrect earlier when I said that he came back down and told wild ass stories to his dog friends, and they were like, "What do you mean space? What's space?" Like that didn't happen. Apparently, it was a one-way trip. If you check the pinned link up top, there's more details. But yeah, first dog in space, Comrade Laika, we salute you.
Yeah, he didn't make it, but we
Thank
learned
you for
from
your
him.
service.
Exactly. But we lost the technology to get back somehow. We just can't find it anymore.
Yeah, it's re-entry is a bitch.
Yeah.
Which is actually pretty useful for not dying when asteroids turn up. One of the reasons that the moon has all those little craters is because it doesn't have an atmosphere. So asteroids turn up, and Border Patrol really isn't there. But asteroids turn up on Earth, and oxygen's like yo, and nitrogen's like what up, and like it's a whole situation. There's a lot of it gets heated. You know what I'm saying? So yeah.
I think I've seen them burn up through the atmosphere like before, but like it was going in one direction. I was looking, and then shot off in a different direction, which it meant kind of maybe the horizon made it look like it was going a different direction from the angle I was viewing it at. But definitely, I was staring at it. It was a long time, like a red glowing light, or like a red star was going kind of slow but pretty steady. And I knew it wasn't a plane, and then it broke into three and kind of shot off in a different direction. Not like crazy different, but just different. That was the nuttiest thing I've ever seen in the sky.
Well, you have to consider that the Earth is spinning. It's not like stationary. So that there's like the trajectory of the asteroid or
Yeah.
whatever it was. So it's a whole bunch of like physics that goes into that for sure.
Yeah, that's why I was like, that's why it shot into different directions after it probably made it through the atmosphere or whatever. Once it broke apart. Yeah, the angle I was seeing it at. Totally.
Oh my god! Are you saying was it green? I've seen
No,
green.
it was red. Straight up
Mine
red.
was green. Full
I just want
green.
to say what's up to Dradus and Andres and Cryptoglyphics and BJJ. What's up, guys? Come say hi.
You're talking about a meteor shower, right?
No, like one big weird meteor. Like I was in San Diego. I just looked up. There's like 3 or 4 of us in the back deck, and it was just like just slow moving red light. I was checking it out. I was like, what the hell's that? Because it wasn't like crazy or anything. It didn't look like nuts, but I just kept looking at it. We all were, and then it broke into 3 and shot off, and all of us were like, "What the hell?"
Where did it break?
I don't know.
Did it break visibly? Obviously, you don't know it, but visually, where did it? In the cloud area or like building area? Was it?
Yeah, way up in the sky.
Oh.
It broke into 3 and then shot in kind of a little different direction, as the other guy was explaining why better than I can.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Wait, I missed all of that. Did that just happen?
No.
I saw
No.
mine was like 6 years ago. I saw a shower over here. It was amazing.
It wasn't a shower, like one big one.
Yeah, mine was a shower. Yours was a big one. Were you scared? Was it coming at you?
No, but I was super interested to the point I wanted to go to the college and ask what the hell that was. I was that curious because that was the craziest thing I seen. I never seen no UFOs or no shit, but I wanted to know like what that was, but I've learned since.
And where were you? Where was that?
I was in San Diego, so I don't know how far it'd have to be away for me to see it like I saw it, but it was pretty sweet.
I'm just surprised that Dan hasn't narrated Bubbles on them going to the moon yet. Because I feel like that would have been like something like optimal that he would have narrated, and
No.
it hasn't occurred.
Bubbles on the moon. Every time she's a swoon lover, she's all about the coin and not the lover. Lauren, she was a dark spirit. She came into the club every Tuesday ever since the incident. Not a lot of people talked about it. The assigned came over. Hey, I need to see your ID. She threw him against the wall. Really? How about I show you this? She showed her collection of Pokemon cards. They strung out all over the floor. He was impressed. I like your spread. I know. I sorted the deck all morning. Excellent. The assigned walked over to the bar. He was cutting a sweat. His heart rate was about 180 beats per minute. Ruben got a text on his phone. What the fuck is going on with him? Checked the stats on his data board. Ruben typed into his mainframe. The patch came in through the matrix, and the assigned heard in his head. Ruben started dialing in. What's going on, assigned? You got everything's going stiff down below. What the fuck's going on up there? Nothing. Got it. Lauren's here. She's out? Yeah. You need a back door? You got to get out of there? No, I'll be fine. I got this. All right. He turned around. He gave her a favorite. Just like you like it, a root beer float. Thanks, she said, her eyes beaming. At this point, her hair was fully on fire. The whole bar had burned down. She wasn't just a Lauren of light anymore. She was the scorching sun. And end scene.
Maybe she was an arsonist and just didn't like the bar anymore.
Well, girls do go get hot flashes from time to time. At least that's what I'm told.
Gotcha.
Oh, that's true.
I so want to chime in, but my baby's right here and I'm trying to debone chicken for this evening. I'm literally
At that
taking
moment.
the bones. Yeah, I'm pulling a bone
I
out
love
of
that.
a
I'm
dog.
going to have to add that to the scene. Hey, I couldn't help but notice, Lauren said. Are you deboning a chicken? The sign. He blinked. Ruben tapped in again. You going all right? Your heart rate's going to 240. She's on to me. Run! I don't know. That just sounds funny. Deboning a chicken. I gotta add that to a date.
So, like I was saying, Trey, Twitter Space is kind of a dice roll. It's like a box of chocolates. You never know what you're gonna get, right? Speaking of hot flashes, do you think the Flash has a driver's license? And if so, why?
So he can get tickets, right? I mean, they got to tax him somehow.
Well, because he wants a Tesla and he wants his feet up.
I feel like the Flash would be like the ultimate DoorDash dude. Door Flash. He could outcompete the entire company just by himself.
Can he carry all that shit though? He's strong too, right? Like his speed comes with strength. Is that the deal?
I mean, I guess he doesn't skip leg day. Man, when you're the Flash, every day is leg day.
Every day. Every day.
Every day was a great day on acid. Ruben remembered that. He hadn't talked about that for a long time. Band camp. The year was 1989. I don't know what old he was or his age or anything, but
3.
I'm sorry, but I
he
don't mean
was
to
3.
interrupt you. I don't mean to interrupt
Fuck.
you, but no good story starts with band camp.
Not
That just goes wrong. That's how stories go wrong.
really.
Dan, do you do this in the work environment? Are you like at the job interview and that
Yeah.
Dan sat there in the interview seat, pondering the question about where he saw himself the next 5 years?
Yeah,
Is that
sometimes I do it. Like my wife knows I do it all the time. Like I'll speak for her if she's not talking to me. Like, what are you going to order? Oh, I'm thinking about the porterhouse. Of course, you want the porterhouse. It's the most expensive thing, isn't it? Yes, I know it is. Is there anything else on the menu that's expensive? Well, they have.
Is that the voice? Is that your pretend wife voice that you do
No,
in her presence?
it's just that you need to have a contrast. If you're gonna talk like this, and you're gonna have this voice, you can't have a
Why is
conversation
your
back
fake
and forth.
white voice like a 77-year-old Jewish woman from New York?
Look, I have a fetish. You know what I mean? I've always been into.
Oh, that escalated quickly.
You know what I mean? That did escalate. It's that time that Ruben noticed himself. It's the first time he noticed himself in a long time. He dragged people over to the mirror. Check this out. Look at me, he said, spinning around in a circle. Dude, I'm a verse. I'm a verse. And he ran out the window.
Wait, was I saying that I was a verse, or was I saying that I
Yeah,
was
you
a verse?
basically you finally realize yourself, but then you're like, I'm a metaverse. Like I am an experience, you know what I mean? And that's what you tell at least the first wife, second wife. And then you have a harem at that point. Remember, you
Right.
have the religion and everything.
Naturally.
Oh,
I
so
wanna
oh.
say hello. Hi,
Hello.
Andres.
Hey,
Hello.
Andres.
hey, what's up?
Welcome.
Were
What's
you
going
guys?
on? ¿Cómo
No,
estás?
no. Bien, 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 muy bien.
Qué bien
I was,
hecho.
I was just gonna. I walked in here, or I entered the space, and you guys were talking about some UFO type thing, and I was just like, oh, I'm gonna hang.
Oh yeah, that was meteors. A
And
meteor.
but a meteor doesn't behave the way he was describing. Just saying. Just saying.
Explain.
Well, you have to
Uh,
explain because you saw it, or what?
yeah, well, I mean, meteors enter the atmosphere really fast, and regardless of like the angle of incidence of the
Huh?
meteor, like it always burns up pretty quickly. Like it's not something that lingers on the sky, where you can be like, "Oh, I see this thing," and then all of a sudden it like breaks into three other pieces. Like that doesn't sound like unless you were seeing it for a very long time, like in a straight trajectory. Like yeah,
A
it could
straight
have broken up.
All right, no, but no. If it was happening at night, you would see it burning up, and so
Yeah.
it would last longer.
Yeah.
And then
Right.
the
Yeah.
trajectory is
Same.
almost. Sorry, my dogs are going crazy.
Does that work for people on the flat Earth side of physics? We try
It
to respect all physics in this space.
was Earth that day.
I don't know about that.
Well, that's something we need to add to the list then.
Yeah, if it's flat Earth, it's gonna go at a different angle.
But how long did you see this thing on the sky?
Like 15 seconds or so.
That's very long.
Whoa, that's crazy. Yeah.
But I was like,
That's
what?
15
very long
seconds?
for a meteor.
I was like,
I mean,
what?
it depends. It depends on the size of the meteor too,
And
like
No,
how
it's
long it took it
not.
to burn
going
up.
Yeah,
a
it
long way.
depends on the size.
I was thinking
Mine
it
was
went long ways through the atmosphere rather than just straight through it.
maybe you saw a rocket, dude,
Hell, I saw.
coming back.
I did. They didn't like, and then it would disappear. Then the lights disappeared. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
So I think it burned up. That's the only thing.
It,
You know what I mean?
I
I
mean,
mean,
That's it. Like
they can fragment, particularly if they have ice, and yeah, so they're not necessarily uniformly. Fun fact: I spent a year. Fuck, I spent 3 years. I spent 3 years doing space shit. Not actual space shit, but space adjacent shit, and got to hang out with a bunch of actual space folks. Uh, so
you were the
that's a cool
nerd
story,
next to the space
huh?
nerds. You were the nerd next to the space nerds working. Is that what you're saying?
I was like the only non like hyper rational hyper linear thinker. Like, what's weird about the space social graph, right? Is when NASA, well, when the Challenger happened, right? The Americans in the room would know. For those non-Americans, the Challenger was a rocket that didn't go out according to plan, and we lost a couple of soldiers, as well as a school teacher, by the way. And 80% of NASA's funding got pulled out after that. And NASA at the time was about 80% of the world's funding for space. And so when you have, 80% of 80% of the world's industry just get pulled out from underneath it, people stop doing that stuff. They go get jobs in other industries. And so there's like, today, if you get into the space industry, outside of Tesla, outside of SpaceX, certainly within like JPL and the others, there's like a lot of university graduate students, between like 19 and like 23, 24, and then nothing, and then it picks up again around like 55, 60, because like everybody in between, if to the extent that they could have got jobs in the space industry, they didn't because it didn't exist. And so there's this really asymmetric sort of human capital graph for this weird industry, which is like, it's a hard industry as opposed to like software. So there's a lot of engineers. It means there's a lot of dudes, but there's like super young dudes and super old dudes, 3 women who are all crushing it, and super valuable because nobody knows how to talk to humans. It's wild.
One of my friends is up there at NASA in the Mars robot. What's that rover? She's a Colombian, or she's from Cali.
A rover?
We were friends. Yeah, rover.
Curiosity is one of them.
Yeah. We're in Colombia and in Miami, and then she decided to move. And
Is it a red rover?
She's on Mars in the rover.
But is it a red rover?
She's on land, and it's a red planet.
She's got it.
It's called Rover.
Well, the thing I wanted to bring up was to close the thing about the meteor. It could have been like space debris too. Like those things typically do, like, because of the shallow angle they're like orbiting Earth. Like you can see them maybe for a little longer. Like, but yeah. So it could have been just like space debris or
I was
something like that.
I was figuring they got atmosphere though. That's what I saw.
Yeah, because like meteors, they're going so much faster than anything that we put in orbit that like they just burn up so quickly. Like 15 seconds seems like a very long time, but if it's space debris, then yeah, it could like that stuff is going like slower, and it takes like a longer time in the sky to burn up because it comes in like slower, way slower.
Yeah, it was in there. So yeah, if it's
Andrés, ¿vos estás en Colombia? ¿Vos estás en Cali?
What? Oh, space debris?
Why? I'm asking you if you're in Colombia, if you're from
Oh,
Cali.
no. I'm from Venezuela.
Oh, okay. Got it.
Yeah. We're neighbors.
They call them sisters, actually.
Yeah.
They're actually
But,
sisters.
I mean, we were once the same country.
La Gran Colombia.
Yup.
Did you guys know that? Little
No
history.
shit.
Yeah.
Yeah, Venezuela and Colombia were the same country.
Colombia
Hold on,
was
there's a story
big.
there. What happened?
Yeah, can we hear some more about that? Like, I didn't know that.
Yeah, it was like in 1870. When was it? I don't remember fucking numbers. Sorry, guys. But yeah, Colombia was colonized by the General Bolivar, Simon Bolivar, and then yeah, I don't remember when they split. You grew up over there too, Andres? In Venezuela?
Yep. I grew up in Miami, but I
Okay, that's
lived
what I was
my
gonna ask
childhood.
you. Yeah.
Yeah, I lived my childhood in Venezuela, so, and I used to go back all the time for the summers and stuff. But it was actually like Gran Colombia was like actually like Colombia, Ecuador, and Venezuela. They were all like
and Panama,
yeah, and
like
Panama. Yep.
and Costa Rica, part of Costa Rica. Yeah.
Yeah, I would say it was a huge country.
It was yeah.
What happened was that like when countries started fighting for independence from Spain, like they kind of had to like split because they couldn't like there were like issues internally between all the generals Simon Bolivar was trying to like unite them, but there was just like too much like animosity like built, humans, and they ended up just like splitting again into like separate countries in order to to make it easier for them to like fight the Spanish. It's a very complicated history.
I wonder if that's like because there's a lot more war over there that I recall than the history here. Even though like there was the North and South, there's like there is war history obviously here, but I wonder if that has a lot to do with how chill or loving or like I don't know, like the happiness level, even though Colombia's been in a lot of war, like these people, like there's a lot of happiness still. Like people on happy life ratings, these countries tend to score high, like high on the happy scale. And I wonder, is it like, do they hold that more precious, like more precious to be with family on the weekends? Like, that's where everybody meets people like friends, cousins, you meet friends of theirs and it's like like
Did she just go into the
even though
matrix?
there's
Yeah,
Yeah, a bit. Uh-oh.
you might have to go out and come back or get a better connection or a better phone.
Uh-oh, she's gone.
I guess so. She might have to go back.
Down below, she sank.
Well, yeah. So
David Jones
like
locker.
the thing about South America that was pretty awesome too, because like the thing about La Gran Colombia, the Great Colombian State, was that like John Quincy Adams, like he considered it one of the most powerful nations in the world because of how many like resource, like it was such a resource rich nation, and it had such a strategic like location. And what else? Let me see. Yeah, so like Simon Bolivar was like the president. Um, he was elected the president, and then the vice president was a Colombian, and they just like they couldn't agree in the way to like how to govern that state. There some like I think Simon Bolivar wanted like a federalist state, and the Colombian wanted a centralist state, and they couldn't agree on that, so they split. And it was like shortly after it was formed. It was formed like in 1825, and by like 1831 or something like that, they dissolved, and all the other countries that were part of it kind of like went on their own way. Like Panama, Ecuador, some of northern Peru was part of it too. Pretty much everywhere that Simon Bolivar had been with this army liberating like all these countries from the Spanish. That's like the biggest contribution we have as Venezuelans to the region was like Simon Bolivar. He was a very badass general. But then we gave the world Hugo Chavez. Wah, wah.
Yeah, and so it goes.
Yep.
how
That was
long
gross.
how long has it? You hear me? Am I still bad?
You're
You're
going in and
coming in
out.
and out, yeah. Anyway, the I posted on the Nest like a it's not a documentary, but it's like kind of the continuation of a documentary that aired in Australia with a guy named Ross Coulthart. He had they released last weekend on Sunday a special like docu series, or not a docu series, it's like a single documentary about the whole situation with the UAPs or UFOs here in the United States, and how like all this crazy information is being released and whatnot. And this follow up one, it's kind of like a behind the scenes look of certain things, and they released more footage of this interview with this guy named Gary Nolan, who's he's a very like I think he even has, yeah, he was nominated for a Nobel Prize because of his achievements on like molecular science and stuff like that. He's like a super genius, and he got interviewed in that link I posted on the Nest. It's truly fascinating because this guy is like a scientist that's well renowned and well respected, and the stuff he says there, it's incredible. In terms of like disclosure, and he was saying in it that like there's gonna be some whistleblowers that are gonna blow the lid off of like what's the government's been hiding. And they like it's pretty interesting. You guys should watch it. I don't want to spoil everything in it, but it's pretty much that like people, like a little synopsis is like people think that the government can't keep secrets. Like, it's like, oh, why, how are they able to keep all these like in secrecy and stuff? And it's very cool, like to hear him like explain how they do it and how they've been able to accomplish it and whatnot. So
Where did you see this or watch this? What channel? What programming?
it's on the channel 7 in Australia, but you can, on the link that I provided, it's a Reddit. It's from the UFO subreddit, so you can just click on the link on the tweet that I posted on the Nest, and it'll take you to that interview. It's about an hour.
Oh, what I mean is like. Sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
I mean, who filmed it and created it? Like, was it like a Discovery Channel or History Channel kind of thing?
Oh, no, yeah, it was produced by Channel 7 in Australia. It's like Channel 7 News. It's with an Australian channel. And Ross Coulthart is like a very renowned like journalist from Australia.
Okay. The reason being is there was a similar situation here with mermaids. I know it's kind of a little off the cuffs, but bear with me for a few seconds. So History Channel had this tendency to start creating documentaries that was 100% false. And they did a whole thing on mermaids. And because it was Discovery Channel, everybody thought it was real. But since, I want to say 1996, there is specifically no law governing truth or truth in telling for entertainment. And a lot of these channels / TV shows / whatever are entertainment. Even news like CNN is not classified as truth tellers. They are entertainment. There was a massive situation where they showed a machine gun shoot from Knob Creek machine gun shoot, and they were like, here's the war in Syria. And it was just a machine gun range in Kentucky. So like there's nothing holding them to those truths. Well, this created a massive stir because everybody was believing that the mermaids were real because they're like, no, I've seen this shit on Discovery Channel, like History Channel, like this is real, this 100%, like this is a real thing. And eventually got to the point where they had to say, no, guys, this is just an entertainment. But yes, we are showing as if it's real. And they had renowned scientists, and they had people who were from renowned institutes, NASA, and all these different places where they had seen them in submarines, and there was video footage that was created, and the whole thing. And it looked and came across solid as can be. And all these people were respected people. And if they weren't, they were portrayed as very well-respected scientists in the community. So it was one of those things where it's like, yeah, man, this is totally true. and they take truth. It's like that game, another guy mentioned it just in one of the other spaces, like two truths and a lie. And I'll say, my name is Bob Tom, and I am 7 feet tall. So you have to tell me which one's real and which one's not. And it could be all of them lies, but because I'm like, oh, hey, you caught me, that was the lie, so now you believe the other two are true. So they kind of went through this whole thing, and people started actually believing all this stuff. And it was, from the beginning, absolute fabrication. We know that there are UFOs. Like, we know they're UFOs. But there are scientific crafts, engineering crafts, Boeing and a lot of Lockheed Martin, and a lot of them have been created. In fact, I even brought one of them up that was recently released from classified documents. Classified isn't top secret, by the way. It's not like, that's classified. Everybody's like, it's actually pretty low level, to be honest with you. But it's a magnetic levitation system. It's no different than the hoverboards that they talked about in Back to the Future, right? So they had tested a lot of this stuff. And some of the spacecraft, quote unquote, round flying objects and all these other things were military testing, or Boeing or Lockheed Martin or these other ones that were testing. And they are UFOs because they are unidentified flying object, but it has nothing to do with aliens. It had nothing to do with a variety of different things. And now, I'm not disputing the Channel 7 episode, but there is a probability that there could be something there where they're like, yeah, we're going to release we're going to release this information, but that it's government creating these things, or government is housing them, and that the entire time they're not necessarily alien technology. They're just normal technology that we've advanced through, and we are not portraying what that information, that technology is.
Well,
SR-71 Blackbird, stealth fighters, those kinds of
yeah,
stuff.
but you should
They
watch the
existed 10,
documentary.
20 years before they. Sorry, go ahead.
No, yeah, I was just saying you should watch the documentary. I know where you're coming from. I am a skeptic too, and I obviously there's all these like fucking like phony like shows that like the History Channel, like Ancient Aliens and all this bullshit that like is entertaining. Like if you suspend your belief, but this is like real shit. Like this is all based off of like the hearings that have been had. Like in May, there were some hearings in the Congress here in the United States, like where Congress was trying to dig into it, because there's a lot of people in Congress right now that are trying to like blow the lid off of this, because like the secrecy, it's like they don't like stand for it, so I get your point, and it's valid, and it's 100% like true. Like you should always have some sense of skepticism, but this is like all stuff that is like they were just reporting on stuff that's out, like reports that are out that are coming from like people in the government, people in the military who have like credibility too, and there are videos that have been released where you can see like stuff flying around that just they can't explain. And like I think yesterday or the day before, yesterday the government released a statement saying that like they're like sure that like these objects are not like man-made, and so like all of this has gone under the radar. Like I feel like no one's paying attention to this shit because everybody's like paying attention to the student loan crap and like the inflation numbers. Hello?
Andre, is that you speaking? Who was the one who was telling us about that show in Australia?
Yeah. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, I just didn't know. It doesn't
What's
show
your
me who was
question,
speaking.
caller?
Anyway, so you guys should watch it, the documentary. Like this link to this, I think both of them are on YouTube now. Actually, like if you look it up, if you look up like Ross Coulthart, Channel 7's like UAP documentary or something like that, I'm sure it'll pop up. It's super fascinating. And there's this one guy who is out in Texas. I'm gonna like spoil this story for you guys, so maybe you get interested in it and want to watch the documentary. Like he has this like weird, like I don't know, just it looks like a metal ball, like a normal metal, like aluminum, or it's not aluminum because it's actually magnetic. So it's just like a round giant bearing looking ball that he has. And this guy's like pretty famous. He's had like he's the one who created pretty much like the career of Kenny Rogers, the country music singer. And so he's telling the story about how he came about this ball. And it so happened that like one of his friends, like he had a friend that called him one time. It was when he was younger. He's had this ball for like 40 something years. And so like his friend called him over and he's like, dude, like I need you to come over and check this out because it's like I don't have anyone else to tell, blah blah blah. So he shows up to his ranch, and like there's this pile of like, you know, like orbs that are just like perfectly like round. And his friend said, like, I don't know if you're gonna believe me or not, but like I swear that like a UFO just popped like out of nowhere. It hovered up here and it just dropped all these fucking balls on the ground, and it like disappeared again. And so he's had this fucking thing forever. And this guy Gary Nolan, like this is a scientist that is very renowned. During the documentary, like the Australian journalist Ross Coulthart, like gets a little bit of the rust from this ball to like test. He sends it to Gary Nolan's lab so he can test it and see what type of material it is or whatnot. And apparently the ball like moves by itself. It like does weird shit. It yeah, it's
That's
pretty
crazy.
interesting. Yeah, some crazy shit, dude. And
Yo, but
yeah,
yo, all right, all right, all right.
Does he
should watch
still
it.
have those balls?
Yo, but like, with all this confusion about UFOs, it just like it gets you thinking like they have to be among us. Come on, they have to be among us. Like the world is so backwards and like weird, cold-hearted. How do we know there's not fucking reptilian, goddamn people in government? Like, yo, and in the sea, obviously mermaids are real. Like the sea is so undiscovered. Like we don't know shit about the sea. Obviously mermaids are real. Holy crap. Oh my goodness.
I was gonna jump on that one. Mermaids are real.
I blame Disney for The Little Mermaid and
Fuck Disney, man.
everything around
Disney did some good
mermaids.
brainwashing on us.
Yeah. Well, I am waiting for the live action of Bambi. I plan on going opening weekend. Hopefully, it's a holiday, and all the little kids are there because I just want to see the look on the hunter's face, and I want to hear the cries of the children when they realize Bambi's dad is not coming home.
You know, when a hunter gets his first kill, they take the heart and then they drink the blood from it.
Yep.
Never heard that one. Are you sure you aren't hunting with a bunch of Satan?
Right. I was gonna say, I never drank no blood from a heart my first time hunting, and
you didn't
but
paint
I'm
it on
not
your
an
face.
Apache. No, I'm not an Apache or Comanche. I mean, I'm a Black Sicandian, but I am not all full blown Comanche. Not gonna rub it on my elbows and chase you around the house. You know what I'm saying?
It's another level, man.
But there
Hey
is something
guys,
spiritual.
I'm
Spiritual
hopping.
about
I'm
harvesting
hopping
an
off.
animal.
I'm hopping off. I just want to say thanks for letting me up. Appreciate it. Go watch the documentary. It's
Dude,
awesome. It's
we
entertaining.
will watch the
It's
documentary.
entertaining at least. If you don't believe it, it doesn't matter. It's just entertaining. But it's awesome.
Hey, Dan, I just wanted to say earlier that you were talking about uh, speaking in for your wife when you're out to dinner,
Yeah.
and so my wife doesn't have it that well. The last time we went out to dinner, I have these real bad propensities for just off the cuff type shit, and so the last time we were out. The waitress came by, asked if we wanted cheese on our meal, and I said, "God, yes. I've had loose stool for 3 days, and I need something to keep my shit together." And she looked right at me and said, "I think I know how much." And I was like, "You too?" And she was like, "God, no. God, no." And now when we go out to eat, I have to eat at a separate table. That is a true story. I'll tell you another one that happened, and I have to fly again next month. My wife is not going to fly with me because the last time some lady was nervous about the clouds, and she said, "God, I hope everyone gets on so we can take off because I don't want any turbulence because that could be trouble." And I said, "If we don't make it, we won't remember." And this lady was very angry. And to top things off, we had turbulence on the flight. And I put my hands up in the air when we have turbulence because I think, okay, this is the most entertaining thing that's going to happen since I got to the airport and got patted down. And that lady looked back at the wrong time because I had a big smile and my hands were in the air. And that lady got into a full blown panic. The only thing I got out of it is the stewardess said, I will buy you a bourbon and Coke if you will keep your hands to yourself. And so I kept my hands down at my side and I drank my drink and then we landed.
So
Nice.
wrong, right? So
Dude, I
wrong,
lost a
right?
fucking brain cell, okay? What was that? What the hell was that? Jeez.
Thursdays are always a little bit special on the Syndicate. Hey, if you're tuning into the Syndicate, it's 8:22 on the East Coast. That's right. The water's balmy outside. The sun's going down, and it looks like the love's coming out. That's right, Love Seeker. Want to keep her, get down with the big sleeper. Gotta get round, down and bound in tune. Looks like you're gonna roll some hash, smoke some dope, do some dose, whatever you need. Get on a space, get with the talk, send a tweet, or suck some face. Maybe take a Snapchat down to memory lane, or maybe play around with GeoCities again. Get into Fortnite, play some Call of Duty. Maybe hang out with a little bit of Diablo or World of Warcraft, whatever. Whatever you need. Well, give us a call here on the Syndicate at 555 Hell Yes. That's right. Call us now at live at 555 Hell Yeah.
I'm pre-celebrating right now with a glass of Tula because tomorrow I won't make any of the shows because I will be out with some close friends to celebrate year 49.
All right. That means we should all raise a toast. Everyone grab your glass and at least get on the far edge of your seat. Let us raise a glass to Cryptoflugus. Jesus, how do I even pronounce that fucking name?
Yo, even though you told the worst joke in the world, I'll still put up my hand. Everyone put your hand
That's
up
right.
for
To you, and may 49 be one of the best years. I remember when I was 49. Golly, I wish I had more sex that year. So if you're going to do it right, my man. Go into the year. Stay golden. Stay golden.
Launcha.
So you're going to get drunk all day, huh? Well, that's going to be fun.
Well, we treat it like a marathon. I belong to a wasteland tribe, and so we've gone to Wasteland Weekend a few times. So I've had a bit of practice with all-nighters and all-dayers that turn into all-nighters.
My hand was up. I never got called. So does anybody talk anymore about the chakra unlocking?
I'd like to hear about that.
So I did some studying. And it's really deep. I didn't know there was so many chakras.
And then there's your past lives and all that
Dude,
trauma and all those
I'm
chakra
like,
misalignments. Dude, you're in over your head.
yeah, I think so. And I'm about to let somebody unlock my throat chakra, which kind of,
Holy.
to me, it seems like, a little bit of terminology, unlock my throat chakra. But I'm very interested because it's like, you never know, and it's been ancient, methods of, spiritual expression or is it metaphysical expression? Is that the word?
I guess so. I'm
Also sounds like something you hear in a steamy show, you know?
Yes.
She came in the door and she looked me right in the eye. I'm here to unlock your throat chakra. I've heard that before. I was nervous.
Oh my god.
I went to the phone. I dialed Lauren, speed dial style. Boop, 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 boop. She answered, Lauren, what's this whole throat chakra thing? She laughed on the phone. She fell on the floor and just laughed for hours. You never know. But yeah, that's kind of cool. So there's 8 chakras, huh? That's kind of cool.
Apparently there's 8 chakras.
Is it weird to have like people who aren't like obviously we're non chakra, like I'm a non chakra guy. Like I know about chakras, but I don't know anything about them. And I'm talking about chakras with like my like engineering voice, like tell me about them chakras. You know what I mean? I'm supposed to be a little bit more spiritual here. So why don't you let's go through
Spiritual.
some of the chakras.
Chakra. Check.
My wife wanted to unlock one of my chakras, and then things got weird.
Did it include coconut oil?
That's like a good thing. That's like you know.
I don't know.
Kama
Included
Sutra,
coconut
Kama
oil
Sutra.
and some music.
God, I just can't get rid of that voice in my head. Took her 3 minutes and she unlocked my chakra. I said thanks and went back to the den. I felt more spring in my step. Everything seemed to be a lot more in focus. I was hungry as hell, too. I wasn't sure what it was all about. I know I was into that chakra stuff. I'll be back the next day.
The fact that your chakra was locked in the living room and then it got unlocked in the den was hilarious to me. It was hilarious to me.
Your attention for detail, motherfucker.
Dude, I'm gonna
appreciate
look up the etymology of chakra. There's probably this is probably a spiritual scam, man. Just like every fucking thing.
I don't think it's a spiritual scam because if you invest your heart and your passion in anything, then and you're seeking to express yourself, I think
That's the
that
only
it's a
thing that matters
possibility.
when you have your heart involved into it. That's the only thing that's probably real. Everything else is fake, yo. Like all these labels, where was it made from? Like through whose looking glass were these labels made from? And like everything, every fucking thing, dude. Oh my god.
Right.
Like every label.
I do know I got this yoga Bible. It's like this giant storybook, thick, like 8 by 8. Such a small book, and it's the Yoga Bible by Christina Brown about postures. I don't know what the fuck I'm doing. I don't have a yogi. I've never, I don't like jumping jacks. You know what I'm saying? But I can say that after being bent like a pretzel, it's it's different. You feel a little bit better. No bullshit.
Yeah,
Not
man,
sure
I'm
if
so
that's your
tense.
chakra.
Actually, I'm getting less tense these days. Yeah. Got some knots. But I guess yoga is a whole process. Whatever.
I think yoga, like many things, I mean, somebody said we put names to it. It's like, it might be the only way that we can connect to it and make it real for ourselves. Cause like, we kind of live like, things have to be proven to us all the fucking time. Like who the fuck are you to have to prove to this other thing? It's
yeah.
But we, I don't know. We think and we dissect, and sometimes things just are.
It's not a matter of proof. It's a matter of those that judge others and then get offended when they're asked for proof of themselves, because they often end up being a reflection of their reality, and they want to depict their reality onto you and judge you at the same time. And yet, when asked, what is your proof of work? Who are you? They can't handle that. And that to me is infuriating, because if a person is authentic and remotely living in reality, they don't.
Sorry, I pressed. Sorry. I'm sorry, Sandra.
Oh, and that's so traumatic for me, man.
Is it still muted? No, sorry.
Continue, Sandra.
Continue, Sandra.
Sorry,
I pressed
I
the
forgot.
fucking button. Sorry.
Here I am talking, and I'm like, why?
Sorry.
Can anyone hear me? No, that's good. No, I often find that those that don't think that it's always, you know, um, they don't want to be bothered with people inquiring about, a particular topic, or, the why or the proof or whatever it would be. I sometimes find that they're the same people that are very judgmental of others. And so it's difficult for me to find the authenticity in that, because if a person or a group is unwilling to consider basic questions about a topic that they feel is well settled, and the current reality is in a very imperfect setting, and they won't entertain the possibility of questions or change, then are those people, or is that person really in a state of mind where it's appropriate for that person or group to be judging someone themselves? If that makes sense.
Okay, are you, so it's kind of like saying, I haven't seen it work and I'm judging you beforehand, or I'm asking you to put your money where your mouth is mentally before you've had the chance to kind of grasp it yourself? Is
Yeah,
that what I'm?
something like that. Something like that. Sure. Something along those lines. I mean, there are some people I wouldn't, like, for example, I wouldn't question an extremely successful person because they're extremely successful, and it would seem axiomatic that if they're very successful, there's probably a reason for that. But then there's some more of the esoteric topics of, um, chakras and, new, quote unquote, new age stuff that's actually very old. That, to me, some of the proof of work for those principles are unestablished. So I kind of get a little frustrated when I, hear about them being talked about and normalized, yet there's really not, you don't really have the quote unquote, scientific research. They haven't really been subjected to scientific inquiry to at least even prove the beginnings of some of the representations that are made about them.
Basically, it's harder to quantify.
Yeah.
So harder to quantify. So, and that actually is something pretty systemic in Twitter Spaces wherever we go. And I was actually kind of talking about this the other day. Is that there's not enough sort of like at the end of what you talk, as you say something, you say that's my opinion, or that's just me, or you know what I mean? Because everything is kind of becomes more absolute sometimes on Twitter Spaces, where it's kind of like, the only way to raise funding is always to turn left on a Sunday. It's true. It's like, okay, well, that's another truth we got to write down. But truths are sort of,
Right. No,
yeah.
that's what I mean. To
Sandra,
me, that's frustrating.
Sandra, do you think that like maybe there isn't as much attention put on like these type of things? Like I'm in the same boat as you. I'm like skeptical about everything these days. Anyways, like there's not as much attention brought to it because like it actually does serve a greater purpose. It does a healing. It's like it changes the way that we think about medicine, and it just like completely throws out $1 trillion industry or whatever. Like is it on is on that plane? Is that why we're not so educated about it? Because, like you said, it's been around for a while. They're just making a new age now.
Right. I guess my response would be, well, how does it serve a greater purpose in terms of overthrowing a medical slash pharmaceutical empire where, we sound like a TV show or a cartoon? There has to be something beyond, in my humble opinion. There has to be something done to either establish the treatment protocols, and it could very well be just like anything else that's subjected to our limited scientific methodology, that we're wrong in our thinking, and maybe there's something else out there that's better than both quote unquote new age and the current medical establishment. But we're not going to find that by just simply saying, well, here's our quack sort of methodology here. We haven't subjected it to any serious peer review, but
Like,
nonetheless, we
you'd
believe.
want to see like a crystal resonance healing vibration machine, and it heals somebody's like, uh, you know, disease or illness that they're suffering at the hospital. Like, that's what you want to see, right? Something like that, where it's like,
I have no doubt that they work. I'm very familiar with some of that. However, there has to be some sort of, to bring that to other people throughout the world. There has to come a point in time where somebody's willing to stick their neck out. Now, that there could be an issue with the potential, evil uses of such equipment, but that's just going to happen anyway. It's only a matter of time. So
evil use is already being done, like with the big pharma and everything. And
right. So I don't know. I'm troubled, but for my limited purposes, when I'm talking about this stuff in the Twitter space, and someone says, "Well, this and that," in my humble opinion, it would just be nice for once in a while to have that backed up with some sort of literature or something that I can refer to.
try this. Go to on Clubhouse. There's like Reiki sessions that happen, like complimentary Reiki sessions, and then they ask, hey, "May I enter your energy field?" And like 5 minutes, they concentrate, and like they do, and it'll give you a taste of what this world is all about. But by all means,
I'm aware of all that. I
yeah.
can do it myself. It doesn't mean that I'm doing anything that's actually therapeutic. It could simply be a matter of me telling the person, and the person has some sort of placebo effect, and there you have it. I mean, there's really nothing there. Like, you think of like the Amazing Randy, the guy that back in the 80s, and he would just basically foil everybody who was claiming to be, something, and they weren't. That sort of thing. That's the sort of testing that I'm talking about. Me going and experimenting on myself does nothing. I mean, I'm well aware that some of this, quote unquote stuff works really quite well. My concern is we talk about it loosely, people believe in it, and they don't properly, use their critical faculties to test what they're being told, and they end up getting themselves in trouble or worse.
Yeah, that makes sense. Like a kind of tug of war. Like, yeah, proof of work. Exactly. I'm just thinking of how we would prove that. Like, oh, this is a thing that works.
Yeah, it's called subjecting it to scientific inquiry and peer review. But the peer
What do you
review
guys
is
think?
tainted. But that's just my opinion, ironically
No,
enough.
it makes sense. It makes a lot of sense because, like let's ask everyone, like, how would you test it out that, like, oh, chakras, knowing about these things is much more beneficial as opposed to just you're going to a doctor and getting your standard checkup. But yeah, what's up, Mel?
Yeah, my thing is like what I think is interesting is like that new age is what is old, and medicine as we know it today, and the scientific as we know it today, that's what's new age. That came in the new age. It's like going back to like trusting, like I, I like, I don't know. I think of like the animal that we are, the primordial self. Like I see how instinctively, like my dog acts or the cat acts, and like we have that in us, but you're just so like disconnected to it. Like, and so But I don't know how to
Yeah,
quantify that
definitely.
except that it's an experience that everybody has. And like, yeah, I don't, I just, these are the things that I think about. And I'm sharing my thoughts right now.
No, you're very wise, and and you're right about that. My concern is anything that can be used as a weapon of good can be used as a weapon of evil,
Totally.
and
Yeah.
I think that I probably should be careful about how we talk about some of this stuff, but I don't I'm not particularly fond of something being applied in an evil way to myself, to the people I care about, or anybody else for that matter. And if I'm put in a position where I have to stop it, I'm willing to do that. And I'd rather do that than be in a very negative, upset state for the rest of whatever my limited lifespan may be. I'm well
Sandra, a
aware.
question.
I'm not okay, but I mean, what I'm saying is that I think if we're going to entertain these sorts of things, then we have to be aware of what they can do, and we have to be kind of on an unofficial alert situation.
Yeah.
Make sure that people around us aren't falling victim to them. I think we have a moral and ethical obligation to do that.
Yeah. Hey, Bilal,
Ron,
just
what were you
say,
about to, no, Ron was about to say something.
yeah,
I was just
Bilal,
about to ask a general question, if it's okay. Sandra,
yeah,
is it?
hold before
Can I
you,
jump in?
before it goes on to another, I just want to ask, Bilal, did you say that you were on Clubhouse in Reiki rooms or just
Oh,
meditation
like
rooms?
I'll get a notification like on Clubhouse, and it'll be some woman or some guy, Jamie,
Tell me where to
and
go.
they do like Reiki sessions, and it's just yeah, it's really nice because it's like small, intimate rooms, and it's just like 5 minute sessions.
Oh, cool.
It's cool. It's like uh, they would charge like $10 for it or something like that, but they do it complimentary. It's cool.
I think I follow you over there. Are you?
Oh really? Oh, you've been in those rooms? Maybe.
Well, in Clubhouse, like I'm Bilal. I'm pretty.
Oh, I have like
Did
2
you?
followers on Clubhouse, or
Oh,
yeah.
then it's a different. Okay, that's fine. Okay, Ron, what'd you say?
Uh, uh, to Sandra, thank you, Mel. So, Sandra, when you frame things as good versus evil, also tools as can be harm versus good, also you putting a methodology or process towards healing that is, let's call it pseudoscience or science adjacent but still effective, and putting all those things together, what I am curious, just the framing alone implies there is a need for someone to harm somebody else. And allow me just to framing before we go to the answer, because I'm really curious how you go towards that, because creating an enemy, generally speaking, is pushing rather than pulling. And if we're optimizing for a positive feedback loop, considering an enemy a person within survival that does something for survival at my expense, rather than a person that tries to harm me for their benefit, which are two extraordinarily different things. So when I think of good versus evil, I try to run away from it as much as possible. Also, my bias. I'm curious, why would you frame it that way? And where did that framing come from? Also, considering the
Well, Ron,
health. Yeah, go ahead.
I'm going to break up what you're saying because your question is turning into something that's like incredibly long, and I have a short attention span. So, first of all, the way you have framed what I've said is inaccurate. But that being said, I'll accept that, and I'll try to answer it as best as I can. I don't care about good and evil. I don't take sides. Okay, I like to look at things in a neutral way, and the history is written by the victor. So good and evil are relative things on this planet, as far as I'm concerned. What I am concerned about is you know science versus whatever else there is out there. Now, if someone is fighting for their own survival and you're trying to keep them from drowning, there's a good chance you're going to drown with them unless you're not, unless you're properly trained. We've seen that recently, actually. Now, as far as whatever these technologies are that are out there, if someone inadvertently gets sucked into it and they have no idea whether the person is, gasping for survival or attack, it may be that person just doesn't know the difference with the other person that's affecting them and pulling them into the whirlpool. They're going to start fighting for their own survival too. That's just the way it is. That's like reptilian mind stuff that's very hard to get away from. But I don't see it as a totality of good versus evil or anything like that. I mean, I think it's a little more nuanced. What I'm saying is I think there has to be a better general understanding of the technology. And I think that if one is going to apply the technology, you better have the temperament to use it properly. And if the temperament and the temperance isn't there, then that person shouldn't be allowed to apply it to anything because they're dangerous. So I hope that helps.
Oh, more than help. I got the framing now. Thank you so much. Because this is United States specifically, and I come from Israel. I spent 20 years. Still baffles my mind that people here are optimized for optimal revenue rather than actual care.
True. Yeah. Well, here we are.
What a world, man! What a fucking world. Think about that shit.
Well, I was just commenting today to somebody that I represented a practitioner in a case where this woman got cancer in a very sensitive part in her body. It was a misdiagnosis. It went to like fourth stage, and it literally ate her from the inside out. And the decision was made at the medical malpractice insurers at the time to simply stall as long as they could until this person died, because it would be cheaper to pay for a wrongful death as opposed to putting that in front of a jury while the person was still alive. That's the sort of mentality that you're dealing with from one end with medical care to the other end with, okay, well, what happens when someone makes a mistake? What's the least financial burden to the insurer of dealing with that issue? And some of the results are flat out evil. So, the whole system needs to be redone. And I think it needs to be redone in a way that isn't politicized. I mean, imagine finding out that someone who votes for a politician you hate, you're treating them maybe as a nurse or a CRNA or whatever. I mean, in a universal healthcare setting, I would be very frightened by the power that could be used to hurt people in different ways. But, one way or another, the current system just is not set up to heal people. And I think there has to be a marriage between, the holistic and quote unquote new age technologies and the standard stuff that's out there. But I think it needs to be done, in a golden mean, honest, authentic sort of way, because I think as human beings, we've kind of gotten away from just being, from looking at other people and the pain that they're suffering and trying to, understand that. I hope that makes a little sense. I put everyone to sleep.
No, you didn't. It just
No, not at all.
Not
sunk
one
into that
bit.
reality.
And by the way, Sandra, that's true for everything in the United States. On one end, we create the largest, strongest, most profound, most far reaching, most impactful innovation at the price of a COO spilling toxin. I always give that example because it's one of the business cases I studied ages ago. A COO of a power plant will put poison into the same canal their grandkids are wading in because the fine is about 10x smaller than the cost of the actual fair, healthy disposal of said toxins. That is one out of countless cases. The P&L, because of 3 months stock cycle, maximizing profit sharing, supply side economy, debt financing, all of this wonderful stuff is based on the idea there is a lot of things that are unsustainable, and to your point, marrying those two worlds of preventative, positive is really difficult in system like that.
Right. And systems thinking as a whole, I mean, for every problem you solve, you create more problems, and it can get extremely frustrating. And there's plenty of incentives to take shortcuts that just lead to even more, ethical and moral dilemmas. So, I recognize that that's, you know, a real quandary. And, I hope that someday people refocus on, on what's important.
We're starting to see it though. If you want a silver lining, literally the last 3 years, there's an awakening of vocational need, self-actualization. I repeat the same things, but they do echo a certain sentiment, both the zeitgeist, identity, uh, between LGBTQ, women, Black, Indigenous people of color, and differently able across the board. There is a conversation, and I don't give a fuck. It starts with lip service, but we fucking started it. And people start talking about work is not my identity, but rather a part of me, and I want to be expressed in it, and so forth. We're seeing something good.
Oh, and I agree with that. And I don't ever want to sound like an alarmist. I think that some of the current systems that we have here in the States are good, and it can always be worse. However, it would be nice to see people, you know, reflecting on the mistakes of the past and trying to correct them in a reasonable uh, matter that brings everybody up together so that we all go together as much as we can. You're not going to get everybody, but, try to bring everybody into the future together and kind of in a harmonious way, if that's possible.
It's inevitable. It always happens if we divorce ourselves from our own lifetime. Look at the trajectory of humanity. Going enough decades, generations, and people or countries or entities, and we do so much better than 3 to 5 generations past. It's little a magnitude better. So yes, we see turmoil in our own lifetime by virtue of being us. But to your point, yes, we definitely will do significantly better if we survive. There is enough weapon in our hand, and to your point, with enough harm and not lack of knowledge how not to use it well, that tool will become destructive and too much of it.
Right, and I agree with that. And there's always some sort of, Murphy's Law factor too going on there. But, you know, hopefully we will come up with ways of detecting things like the dirty bombs of the future and ways to predict anomalous behavior that is detrimental to the overall society. Um, and we can hopefully do that in a way that has the least effect on the individual freedoms as possible. But we're going to make mistakes, and that's just the way it is, unfortunately.
How we learn.
Well, we sound I don't want to say fickle. We sound kind of, like we're blowing that off. But to me, that's incredibly important that the mistakes that we make along the way in creating a new society don't create the new round of terrorists and people that hate us and want to fucking kill us. It's really, I mean, to me, it's important that if this is going to be done properly, we take care of any pest problems and discern those problems from people who we could potentially turn into lone wolves, and try to be as careful as possible, as we go about creating a new future for everyone.
How would you break that specific spiral, considering the consistency of have nots, consolidation of power creating its own consolidation? Also, society is breaking down consistently between 270 to 350 years. Also, people behaving consistently like people. In other words, me othering them, and now it's global, and we've seen that and how it plays out in COVID, in an interconnected supply chain, with foreign distribution of vaccination being completely directed towards those who have versus have-nots, and all of that playing out like any other thing did before.
Well, Ron, I had always maintained that with respect to issuing COVID vaccines, that it probably would have been better to start off in, what are considered the third world countries, not because of access necessarily, but because there's still so many there's such a huge diversity of life down in the forest and what's there, as opposed to some of the first world countries. It just makes sense to kind of start there first and then work our way to, second and first. I hope that makes sense, because I think
Yeah,
that
yeah,
they're
yeah. But the question is like,
right.
how do we break the cycle of society is breaking down by virtue of being too oppressive, power consolidating, therefore the need to rebel against it. This is the like literally we've done that since the dawn of time or the dawn of consciousness. Let's take monkeys, psychedelics, consciousness. From then, we were tribes that were basically upheavaling each other in different forms with different tactics and different tools, ever evolving, ever further reaching. How do we break that cycle?
Well, I don't want to sound like a Bitcoin cheerleader, but that's a start to equalize uh, countries by giving as many people the opportunity to acquire Bitcoin, based on what the current supply has left, and encouraging them to, get Bitcoin. And as Bitcoin inflates itself, I would think theoretically they would be able to kind of catch up that way. But that's not a perfect solution. And there may not be any perfect solution.
I agree with you that the Web3 promise, in terms of utility, absolutely has the marking of a start to start having that conversation. So 100% with you.
But it's a problem. I'm sure there are people that are probably working on it. I think that we have some of the tools now in terms of programs that can be run to kind of theorize and game some of these issues out. And we'll see what happens in the next 10, 20 years. It might be something incredible to see.
I can't wait as the world burns around me in San Francisco to pull up the chair, sip a beer, see the world fall apart as we build better world around it.
Well, I think we'll do that. I think that'll happen sooner than later. I just worry that we're going to end up in the same shit that we already have, and that I'm more concerned about that than anything else, because someone made me a little scene for my Twitter page that had me as like landed gentry, and Plan B, he's a Bitcoin person, kind of mentioned that a couple times. I'm like, wait a minute, what? I can appreciate that we want to add more people to the landed gentry, and that's great. But I think we have a duty of care to millions of people yet to be born, to try to do the right thing now, rather than worry about, well, do I have 20 pairs of shoes that are from, a particular brand, and 50 dresses from Prada and whatever the fuck else. I'd rather sell that shit on eBay and have what I need, and give the rest to other people who need it more than I do. And that's more of a concern to me than watching, woohoo, let it all burn. I don't want to watch the world burn necessarily. I like to see it to be kinder and gentler to the more vulnerable, who, like, you'll see them every day, lying around homeless, and they can't afford food, so they'll like pick off plates left in the mall, cafeteria areas. And those are the sorts of people that we need to do more for. So I don't want to recreate a new. I personally would not want to live in a new society where it's just same shit, different society. If that makes sense, I'd like to try to do more than that. Now I put everybody to sleep. Although I wouldn't mind some Prada. I mean, it's Prada. Who doesn't like Prada?
A calm sadness fell over the room. We were not sad. We were joyful. And Ron was back in the conversation. And Anne would like a mic too. Anyone else would like a mic? Please come on up. And whoops, I just muted everyone by accident. There we go.
Real quick, how did you pin a post to the top?
You okay?
Well,
Oh, you want to take this one or?
no, you should take it, Anne, and do it in a slow and dramatic voice.
Oh man, I feel okay, nervous. Okay, here we go. No, I can't. Dan, you do it. I'm just gonna have to say it in my normal annoying voice.
You know what?
Well,
That's
just
a
give them the
smart
instructions.
Okay,
dramatic voice.
Ron.
I can't even turn on the Wi-Fi here.
Okay, Ron, here we go. So find the post that you want on your profile that you want to pin.
Through a post through my profile.
Yep.
It can be a link.
It can be, I believe. Go down to the share button. Yep, and you can, and I think you can share anybody's link. Actually, it doesn't have to be your own. And then just go down. Yeah, you can go down to the share button, and it'll go look all the way to the top. It'll say the Syndicate, and just press that, and it'll put up there in the nest or the hole or the whatever, right? The top. I don't know what do we have all the words. I don't know what all the words.
Startup sociology, entrepreneurship, but I see only the Syndicate and like a line. I don't see a share over that. Wow, I am literally a tech person, and I feel very, very much my age at the moment.
It takes a while.
It does.
But anyone who has a need for any sort of special narration, Anne can walk you through that with Anne's voice there. That was perfect. Thanks, Anne, for that.
I need to find an ABBA song to bring everybody up. I like trash the room. Sorry, everyone.
What are you talking about? I thought you were getting like pretty hardcore detailed there. I thought it was cool.
That was awesome.
Well, that's the problem. This is like a Twitter space. Why am I like, starting the whole new UN here or something? What the fuck?
One world government, Sandra. Let's go far.
Well, we're heading that way for sure, in my opinion. But, I've always maintained that the institutions of the USA are solid and that we should, go forth and prosper under that banner.
And that's what led to the war with Sandaria.
Yeah.
It was a breakaway colony with radical ideas. It took off and separated from Earth. Took over 7 seas and the 4 worlds.
Sounds like a good time.
Yeah, except I threw the 7 seas in there. I'm going to have to explain that in space. I hate when you do that. You like describe something and you're going on the flow and then you're like, you just fucked up there. I'm going to have to explain that.
It's like a footnote. You just get back to it later.
Exactly. And who knows? For all you know, like some other race could be calling nebulas, seas, right? So it could be cool.
Well, they say that they debunked the music of the spheres. It was like a book about sounds made by planetary or planets in space.
Wow.
Oh, the SETI thing?
No, it's an actual book. I forget who wrote it. It was called The Music of the Spheres. And they say it was recently debunked. I don't know. I have to go back and revisit it. I haven't looked at it in a while.
I'm sensing that you're into astronomy and space stuff. Is that true?
A little. A bit.
Very cool. Is that a hobby or is that something you picked up somewhere else?
Oh, it's, I don't know, maybe a little both. I mean, it's a hobby from the perspective of, I started off in learning about electric universe theory and then kind of, fell into looking at the interstellar medium and how we're about to exit the local bubble, into an area of space that we're not, we don't have the technology to see far enough yet to be quite sure what we may be getting into. And then, so to me, that's kind of fun. And it's got this dark thing to it that it's quite theoretically possible that we run into like a cloudlet that's either too dense or too cold or too hot. And rather than finding, the porridge that's just right, we kind of stumble into this cloudlet as we exit the local bubble that's like turbulence, and it affects the entire uh, interstellar medium that we're in, the heliosphere, our magnetosphere on Earth, everything. And here we are yelling and complaining about money and resources, and then we go pop, and we're all done, just like that.
Optimistic nihilism for the win.
Yeah. Anyway, but
Hey,
that's tough. That's kind of depressing, but fascinating at the same time. And I don't think that's going to happen, but there is a possibility out there.
Hey guys, I gotta go now. My wife has instructed me to come inside, and she's gonna put me on the wheel. So I have vomit in my future. So have a good
nice.
evening.
Later, man. Be
Nice.
careful tomorrow. A happy birthday. Happy 49, motherfucker.
Anyway, there I go.
Well, I'm currently, for anybody who wants to know, I'm using an acupressure pillow, right? With these, it's like a pillow with a bunch of spikes, and that is on my top of my right foot, and then I'm using my other foot on top of that pillow, and I'm smashing it down, and it feels good. Yeah, does anyone ever do that? I love that sort of. Am I just a masochist? Maybe I'm just a masochist. That's okay if I am. I'm a
No,
No,
fan.
that's
it's
reflexology, pressure points,
Oh
and
my gosh, I'm addicted to that stuff.
the myofascia. What you should get, honestly, Ron, if you like that, you should look at cups, like suction cups.
Yeah,
It helps.
I have. I haven't done the where you go to the parlor and they sort of put them on your back and they light them, or like with fire or whatever. I haven't done that yet, but I do have like the little. I do have like a home kit where it's like you put it on your arm. That stuff is great for like if you have like runny legs, if you have runny legs at night or anything like that. Man, it'll just work the hell out of your muscles and you'll just sleep and so fast. But man, I love the acupressure
Where do you put the,
nails. Yeah.
you said you put it on top of your foot?
Yeah, I have like neuropathy in my
Yeah.
feet. So sometimes it acts up. Lately, it hasn't been acting up at all lately, but then sometimes it does. And so, um, plus, like I've been going back and forth to the office lately a lot. So I don't know.
Uh,
Sometimes I'll come home and I'll just like I have like 4 different kinds of mats. So I'm just like, oh yeah,
yeah,
and I'll just lay on that and I'll be like, someone put a refrigerator on top of me. That would be great. I need
yeah,
more pressure here. I
yeah, yeah,
love the extra
yeah, yeah,
pressure. Yeah.
yeah.
well
Um,
on top of you, Dan.
yeah. Squishy squish. Squish squish. Squishy squish.
It's just so wild because it's
I
like
used to ask for that
it's
when
so
I
wild because you get that release and you'll feel it like in your knee and then
mm-hmm,
you'll feel it in your back, you'll feel it in your shoulder. It's just so
mm-hmm,
wild when you start unlocking that and you realize
mm-hmm,
how interwoven and connected you are in different ways. And it's not all like logical. Like, you know what I mean? Like you could touch your
mm-hmm.
toe and scratch your ear. It's like, what the hell?
Yeah, like you can actually touch your toe and you feel it on the right side behind, like on your backside, like on the lat, like lat one.
That's awesome.
Like those little nerves are connected.
Yeah, so I want to study Reiki. I'd like to check it out sometime.
What
I
you're
do.
speaking is more reflexology.
Yeah, I know
Reiki
we're
is,
talking reflexology. I just
yeah, yeah.
like I do. I used to do massage for friends, or just
Really.
like deep tissue massage because my hands were, I don't know, strong, I guess, or whatever. And I really enjoyed that. And then I was going to go to massage school, but just technology was paving the way, and it was paying the dues, so I didn't do that. But yeah, it's kind of cool. I like that. I love the energy stuff. At least I like exploring the whole medium. In fact, I was doing the Moxa pen, the Moxa ash. It's a Japanese technique of it's like a moxa candle, and you light it, and then you kind of hold it over different trigger points, and it's really like an intense heat massage. So it's like an intense positional heat. So you can hold it over a spot, but you'll feel it 2 inches in. Like you'll feel it deep down, which is pretty cool. And then I do red light therapy too. I love the red light therapy. So
I'm under the red light right now.
yeah, it's kind of fun.
I'm at a clinic right now under 2 red lights.
What is the red light therapy?
So red light therapy is so I'm going to give you the abridged version that I know of, which is like here's the short version I gave you in an alley, right? So which is basically red light is one of the, I guess, few light rays or colors that can penetrate the skin. So red light can one of the first things it does is it can like sort of reactivate your mitochondrial cell regeneration activity. Basically, it basically sort of helps you stimulate cellular activity, definitely in the myofascial level. So it's really good for people who maybe don't get enough vitamin D, right? They don't get enough sun or whatnot. Good for people that probably go through energy like swings, right? They want to sort of maybe I almost feel like you can sort of like load up on energy sometimes with red light. Like, oh, that was red. And then it also has an infrared light. The machine I have a red rush control panel is what I have. So, it's like $300 or something. And the infrared light actually penetrates deeper, so that you get the first red light, which is sort of getting in your myofascia and your skin, that kind of stuff, and then that deeper infrared light is really good for migraines. I can erase a migraine like with amazingly well. Now you think like, well, yeah, but you're also like putting your face up against like this huge intense red light. You're like vaporizing your brain, but no, this red light is harmless. In fact, I actually learned about it because when I went and got acupuncture, my doctor there, the Chinese doctor there, he would use it on me, and I was always curious about the machine. So, like anything, I like write the machine model number down and everything, and research it, and I do more research there. Got a couple of books, and next thing you know, I'm like trying out different products. But I really recommend it for. I think it's great for anxiety and stress, and good on back pain. Great with
It's
legs,
really,
neuropathy.
yeah, it stimulates cell mitosis. So it just heals a lot too. It heals the skin. People use it in aesthetics for scarring.
Because I know with my plants, the light spectrum affects the way they grow a lot, like 1,000 times difference in the wavelength. So I was just wondering how
Yeah, that's kind of
the
wild, isn't
red
it?
light was. Yeah. I didn't know that we as humans did the same thing with the red light. I know I had to
Yeah.
wear special glasses, but.
Well, it's actually funny is I have a bunch of color therapy glasses, and these color therapy glasses, there's like a whole spectrum of them. There's like the red glass, the blue glass, the velvet, the red haze, and each one of them has a theme in terms of like what do they do for you. And it's funny. I mean they're nice. I wish I had them in prescription because I would probably try them all really more often. The the velvet ones are the velvet and purple ones are really great for just like creativity outside, like if you're writing, reading, or doing any kind of art project. It's almost like a high on top of another high because your eyes adjust, and then you start to see a pattern that you didn't see before because you're looking specifically in that spectrum of sort of light. It's not like you're seeing infrared or something like that, but it's just really wild. And then when you when you take them off and you get like the normal everything spectrum, yeah, that's a trip too because you're like, whoa, everything's really bright or dark or whatever. It's cool though. I
You
don't
mean
know. I
the
just got
glass?
into researching these things for fun. Yeah.
The ones that you wear when you're doing the infrared, or beta blockers that are, or not beta blockers, blue blockers that are for that make you see different colors outside.
Oh,
Which
that's
one?
cool. Yeah. And I used to have a friend that had these theta wave glasses, and that was basically like that was definitely a red light pulse glass. It was almost like a pair of swim goggles that you could put on, but it had a red LED in the center.
I
And the idea there is you could have an adjuster on setting the frequency and the speed of it, and then sort of put you in a state.
Yeah, I
How
had
long does the treatment? Oh, I'm sorry.
no, go ahead. Go ahead.
I was just gonna ask how long how long do the sessions last for the treatment?
I mean, are you talking about the red light stuff, or what?
Yeah, red
Yeah, the red
lights.
light one.
Red light you
Yep.
can get a machine, take it home, and I usually do sessions probably 10 minutes at a time. So I'll
Yeah,
do like 10 minutes a leg, 10 minutes here, 10 minutes there.
it's like 15. It's like 10 to 20 minutes. Where I am, it's like we do 8 minutes a piece.
There's so many therapies that I'm kind of like curious about, like the float tanks. I
Oh,
kind of
that's
want to do
delicious.
Yes,
yeah.
yes, I
That's
was interested too.
delicious. I think
You
my
done it, Mel?
high with that lasted like,
Amen to sensory deprivation.
yeah.
I
I
totally want
think
to get cold water plunge tank. That's probably the thing I really want the most. But I can
Please,
still do
somebody tell me about this deprivation. This is scary.
yeah, that's
No,
the
it's
float
solitude, but
tanks.
it's quiet. And I am an ADD, anxiety ridden, RPTSD person that found quiet for the first time without an assist of maybe 5 different medication on top of each other, on top of illicit. That's the only time that Lily's sober self, fractal thinking, did not try to destroy my own mind in that tank.
I feel like it's very womb, like you're in water. You're in
Oh
Epsom
wow.
salt water, and it's like a tank, so it's silent. And obviously I mean, I'm always naked when I go in there, but you're by yourself, and it gets to a point of like eerie space, like I don't know, you're in exactly what it says, a sensory deprivation. So it's like
Yeah.
your sense, you gotta kind of sometimes I'm like, am I here? Am I real? And so like I would splash the water or touch the tank. Um, but it is when I think my high from that, like literally, like my body feels amazing for like 3 days post. Like,
Wow, that's awesome.
yeah, like 45 minutes or 60 minutes in there. I can't remember. No, it was
It's
more
an
than, yeah, it was
eternity, but it feels
it
like
is. It is. It's like you have no, like, what's what I'm saying? Like, and then you can fall asleep in water. Like, that's amazing. Like, you're floating.
I
Yeah,
remember
well,
when I did my first session of acupuncture, and it was like a course of like it was like 7 sessions or something like that. But on the fifth or sixth session, I like something completely unlocked, and I was like, I couldn't raise my voice. I couldn't get angry at all. I was like in a state of like extreme relaxation. And I remember coming home, and my brother Chris was giving me a call. And he was like running through all this stuff about what are we doing with this? What's going on with that? And I was like, hey man, um, okay. I just couldn't go very fast. And he was like, are you high? And I'm like, no, I just had a great massage. I would tell friends like, hey, if you ever want to like borrow money from me, it's like, catch me after a massage. I'm like, that's the best time to like talk to me about anything. Hey, Dan, I want to come over to your house and borrow your boat. Oh yeah, sure, whatever. It's like,
Well, it's like also hi. I hope you can hear me. It's echoey, but it's like this really high level of returning to. I consider it your core level of being, which we're so often disconnected from. But like those types of experiences where you like really deeply reconnect with that is, I mean, that's my profession. Like that's what I care about the most. So it's really wild to have those experiences though and actually get to that space because it does feel like this like being high or being like just really wildly, like, mentally in space, but like so centered within yourself. And I agree, Melody, like, deprivation tanks are, yeah, amazing.
Where did you go, Wonder Woman? Wonder Woman. Where'd you go, my love? Where'd you go, my love? Where did you go play that? Where did you go play?
Wait, where did I go for the deprivation tank?
Yep.
There's a center in San Diego that I used to go to frequently, and then also Northern California and Albuquerque was the first place I went.
Oh, okay. That sounds fun. Albuquerque, Mexico. I've only ever gone here in California. I live in the Bay, by San Francisco.
Neighbors.
Oh, hey, I'm in Alameda. I live in Alameda.
And I'm a gay thrupled man in the middle of the Castros, so cliche and all. Your
Oh,
neighbors
you're the
out.
throuple. You're the
Yeah.
throuple? Were you on last night? I mean, when was it?
I assume there are quite a few of us, but yes, I was here last night.
No, I haven't spoken about thruples with anybody else. I mean, I know what they are. I don't know a thruple other than you. A thrupler. A
A thrupler.
thrupoly. A
It almost sounds like a
thrupoly.
swinger in the 70s, but somehow funner.
I mean, you swing the dicks, don't you? Like, no
Don't we all
matter,
swing everything that we can swing?
don't you swing the dick? Doesn't matter, 70s,
I would
80s,
argue, gender aside,
90s.
we swing it all.
He said he swung it all, and she heard it 1,000 times. You know, I've heard that a lot. Yeah, well, it's still true. I like to swing it, he said, walking back behind
Can
the
you
gang.
please write a book with me, for me, and then get as many royalties as you want?
Sure, man. Yeah, I can do that. Ron stepped out of the van and put out a cigarette on Jason's shoulder. Ouch! Whatever, man. Grow some skin, will you? Fix that shirt. Ron was the type of man, he'd been places. Sure, he was in the startup scene and he was in San Francisco. He knew what $1 billion looked like. Hell, he slept on it every night. He did. He actually stuffed all the cash in his pillows and stuff because when you have $1 billion in the bank, it's just not worth it because you get annoyed every day. Someone's trying to give you a $5 checking account. Dude, I got $1 billion. Just leave me the fuck alone. They don't. They chase you.
With $1 billion, I'm taking all that money to share on that, and Sandra and I build a world government with all of us in this channel. Thank you, Daniel.
Yeah, man. It's fun to jump into a little, skit like that. Hopefully, as we do our voice acting class, we all work on those little things. That's the fun. That's like I call it. It's like stretching. Like when I go on like sometimes I like when I play music. I like to limit myself with like something that's like shitty, and then something that I think I could use. So like I'll force myself to like, okay, you're gonna use the Thriller song. That's your only stimulus, and you have to then cut that up and make a break beat or make a boom batch or just make something new with it, or maybe play in reverse or whatever. It's just that weird instant manifestation remixing ability that you learn in any aspect of like your life. I think it's really interesting. Like you could learn it cooking, and you would still be able to apply it everywhere else. You know what I mean? That's a really kind of cool humanistic kind of thing where you just like, oh, I learned how to unlock safes, but now that also makes me good at doing all these other things, right? That are similar to opening keys and doors and that kind of stuff. I think that's kind of cool. Makes you feel like that you're a lot more like a transformer than you thought. You know what I mean? You know.
Yeah, I'm really excited about that class. I'm gonna work
Yeah.
on my sopranos, female sopranos type mafia.
Totally.
Joyzy and work on it.
Yeah, when you brought brought out the jersey last night, I liked it. That was really cool because it was like a deep jersey. It was like, oh shit, I owe her money jersey.
Yeah, I don't know if I'd make a good Shylock. I don't know if I suppose maybe.
Yeah, that should be a fun class. He does go on like I will say I spaced out maybe once or twice in there because he would go pretty far into a piece. Like he would explain something, and then I felt like, man, we're like 30 minutes. Like,
Right.
come back to wait. Oh, there he is. Okay, yeah, write that piece down. You know, it was kind of funny.
Right, but he had a lot to say in terms of getting into
Totally.
the chakras, and I don't know. I kind of I read Ramtha, I read Seth, I read all the Virginia Weinbaum New Age stuff from like the 90s. You know what I mean? But I never got into the more technical aspects of that stuff because it just never happened. I was like, all
Yeah.
right, doctorate or throat chakra, So it'll be interesting to get into that and test some of the theories.
Yeah, for sure. I like that we're going to be doing like breathing coaching or something like that. I think that would help me a lot just in general because I feel like I don't breathe well at all.
Oh, I talk all wrong. It's like it's not from my diaphragm at all. I'm like totally relying on everything from like the lungs up, and I know that that's just a
Yeah.
disaster.
Yeah.
What type of work are you all doing on this?
So
Or
it's a
train?
voice acting class that SOU's hooked up, and Sandra and the assigned and a couple of us are doing it. And join in. It's like a 4-week class that we're doing.
Wow, that's real cool.
Yeah.
Who's doing it?
Michael there. SOU is setting this up with a voice engineer that he knows up in Toronto that he's done work with. And we did a Zoom call last night, and he kind of walked us through Christian is the guy's name, walked us through the class and the voices he's done, and he's done a lot of voices, and just really it was a really cool session about learning how he sort of monetized his voice and learned a lot of tricks, and learned it was a really good like 2-hour snapshot of the whole industry. I thought that was really good.
Well, I really look forward to hearing how it goes for y'all.
Oh, I'm excited. I'm really looking forward to it, and it'll probably be the first time since law school that I actually ever applied myself, to be honest. So it'll be cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, I really look forward to hearing like the guidance and the training on the deep breathing, like you were just saying, because like there's so many different techniques, but it's like the purposeful redirection of your life force. It's like really pretty profound to do breath work. So that's very interesting to me.
I'm definitely super stoked. Being one fact is the guy, as we were talking, my son realizes, or I realized that my son actually watches the show, or one of his shows that he's actually a voiceover for. And it was just like, oh, I mean, not to, discredit him before, but it was like, you're literally speaking to him, and I'm like, oh, wow, he's saying so many different profound things, about creating reels and possibly monetizing your voice and the real you, the real voice of you, and how to express that. And meanwhile, my son is like, I'm talking about these shows that he's on, and my son's like, I bought daddy. So it's fucking pretty cool to watch him on Netflix and then know that we have access to possibly,
And it was super cool for us to watch you on that show, and I'll watch it forever.
Oh shit. Yeah, I'm definitely stoked for it. I actually was very excited how everyone responded to my son being there because it's kind of hard to jump on a Zoom or have the time to kind of share, being a single dad and, with all the stuff and trying to work, and just to be able to have a crew that would be like, yeah, come on, jump on in with your kid and learn how to monetize your voice or not even have a conversation correctly. But yeah, it's pretty cool.
You really need to see yourself as we see her at least a little. It's what I say to my partners all the time when they doubt themselves. I'm like, just hold up. Let me tell you how I see you. Dude, you're amazing. You and your son are like literally a show I want to watch by virtue of both.
Boom. It's done.
I'm down. Let's go.
That's all it takes, man. There's no chase. There's no freaking getting a freaking blue check mark. There's none of that. You're doing it. That's it. You made it.
Man, I missed a lot. All right.
Well, then I guess I'll start a YouTube or something. See which direction you guys can push me in. I don't know. Let it go.
Yeah, you got to do a cooking show or something, right?
I don't know. I don't know what I'm going to do.
Short form,
That's just
5
like
minutes
dad
interaction
show.
like yesterday. Yeah. Like yesterday. Like they're running around the cooking, they're talking to us, his wonderful voice, the way you being an awesome dad. I'll take that over anything 5 minutes a day just to remember that people are humane, kind, and amazing.
You're going to have a OnlyFans account, though, because, man, you're going to have, like, just every fucking girl is going to be like, wait, what are you doing to the Brussels sprouts? You know what I mean? It's like, take out the Brussels sprouts and put them on the tray.
You stole my words, Dan. I was thinking like a sexy cooking show would be fantastic to watch.
Bro, isn't it his son?
I was like, let's not go clergy on this, and the gay men in the room had enough of that shit. Not to mention religion, Jew, and clergy. No. We can stick to the sex part, sure.
It's just like, whoa, this is a sexy cooking show. He's sitting here right now mixing brownies with me. After I deboned a chicken. You know what I'm saying? Like, put the cartoons on. Let's debone the chicken. Make the brownies, Daddy. All right, put your PJs on.
I think
Say
that
hi to
could be great,
everybody.
though. It's like when you. Oh,
You say hi,
hi.
everybody. You tell them
Hello.
what you're doing.
I think we definitely need code for when there's children present. Garden. What?
Well, fortunately in my life, it's Monday through Friday. That's when I have my son. So that's like 24 hours and 2038. So it's not that many times.
In speaking towards a few thoughts ago, I think some of the most inspiring people online are those that, like, in standing really confidently in themselves, they stand confidently in things that seem like contradictions or like things that should not go together, but they do because we're complex and like have a lot of facets to us. So, in all of the complexity that you are, the assigned, that can like all of those things can all work together.
I'm down, but only if you guys let me, do the sex cooking show and I get to find a babysitter for the week. Jeez,
Oh,
come on,
totally,
guys.
man. We got you
I'm a
covered.
real dad.
The gay men
I'm a
will hook
dad,
you
damn
up
it.
with the best women around, usually.
Oh, I believe. And here in Frisco? Jeez.
Actually, what I think you should do is, okay, I think what you should do here is it's like a phone sex phone line kind of thing. So you're on the line and your show, like you're cooking and you're streaming that, you know what I'm saying? So it should be sort of like two shows in one. One is like the actual conversation where you're actually sort of just like
That
having a
actually
blast with
already
somebody.
happens. It
Make
happens.
everything a sexual fun.
Mm-hmm. So you'd be like,
is
yeah,
getting into the
so
fat. Is
right,
separating the
exactly.
fat. Is separating the fat. Is grinding it. Is brining it.
Yo, guys, what have we become? What is this?
It's a bunch of racist motherfuckers hanging out. That's all I know.
No, man. It's not even racist.
You always gotta talk about my skin, huh?
Yeah, when is it
Skin.
not racist? Just FYI, because in my
I know it's
humble
cinnamon and
observation,
yummy.
it's always until we solve the systemic issue. Where are it?
Racism. Racism. Bro, we should just not talk about racism. That's it. I ended it. I cured it. I stopped racism single-handedly.
It was the last time that anyone ever called and said anything racist ever again.
Oh my goodness. Michael, clip this.
The days were pure and young. Everyone was happy all the time. They just couldn't have that, couldn't they? Soon, whites were gathering, looking for somebody new to hate. No, I'm just kidding. But it sounds like something we'd do. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah.
Yo, man, you were so close. It was so close. So close.
See, now we have to all be quiet because we're contemplating which group we should very strongly disapprove of now. It's like,
Cancel them all. Start with white cis gay man. Trust me, we're good. We're good. We're
you guys
between
like light
allies,
God.
DEI, and straight privileged white man. So
There is no way you beat Mexican. No one beats a
no.
Mexican.
I'm just saying it's a better target because you have the least risk of actual cancellation. Look, let me be the advocate of my community and the asshole of kind of presents the worst of it.
Let me
Look
be
at
your
This guy's an
ambassador of
intelligence
assholeness.
operator.
Wait,
This guy is 100%
look at
intelligence operator.
every circuit party in any gay event whatsoever around the world, and you see the poster, which is basically diet steroids and shades of brown, and they promote world community and diversity. It's fucking hysterical, and I'm talking about my community. I go to those parties too, so 100% honest.
Of course, we believe in diversity. We had a black chef come in here and cook. Isn't that what they feel like? That's what it's like in
We have an
Columbus, man.
Italian, we have a Brazilian, we have.
There is so many people I feel like in my neck of the woods are like that. Kind of like, well, damn, we're doing everything we can. We're being diverse. We got all these guys here parking cars. You know, it's like, come on.
yeah, it's
Like,
out
what
there
the
though.
fuck, you know? And there's so many people that like some of the women I know have startups, you know, they'd be like, Dan, so and so wants me to go down there and do that and that. I'll be like, yeah, it's cool. And then she'll like be like a long pause, and I'll be like, oh, look, I know they have like look, you need funding, right? I know I need funding, but I don't want funding for this reason, you know. And I'm like, yeah, I know. You shouldn't have to, like, you know what I mean? It's just like with that story that Lauren talked about today, where she went to the new job and the guy is like, you should wear stilettos. I mean, that's like,
Oh no.
hello, harassment.
Wait,
I
what?
would
I
literally
gotta
turn around
ask
and
her.
say, "Go ahead, wear them. I'll
Yeah,
wear
yeah.
them."
What happened?
Yeah.
What happened? It's
No,
fucked up.
Sarah, no, Lauren Alette, she started a new job. And she said one of the sales guys, I guess at the job, said that she should get stilettos. I was like,
Guy to wear them.
wow.
Stilettos. Stilettos.
Stiletto high heels. You're going to be in sales, you need high heels, babe. I guess that's what was communicated, which I think would be pretty amazing for someone to be like that, but I don't know.
Happens all the time. I mean, I don't get what this is gonna sound awful, but I don't get what the big deal is. I mean, everything's made clear that way. Hi,
Yeah.
you know, I'd like legs. Okay, well, here are my legs. Buy shit from me. Okay, you know,
Yeah, true.
makes it a lot easier. I know when you hear it, it sounds terrible, but when in history has it not been like that? And when,
Yeah.
you know,
Point.
So I don't know.
Yeah, it would make me very uncomfortable because it shows that my value there is due to my sexuality, and like that's being prioritized as like what is giving me value in a space. Whereas, like, I mean, there's already the pressure, like the underlying non-spoken pressure to look a certain way, but to have it verbalized is, yeah, no thanks.
You mean to say the silent part out loud? I mean, women dress scantily and sexily all the time, and they, you can't blame people if they window shop,
But Sandra, there's an empowerment element that's missing from one and completely is at least insinuated in the other. So if somebody tells you to be an object, great. You can agree or disagree. And you're right. The overtness of the ask is great. If somebody doesn't ask you to be sexy but assumes it, that's pretty sleazy. And then if somebody wants you to be sexy but it doesn't belong to the place of empowerment, and you're an awesome salesperson, fuck the sexy part.
Well, no, I understand that, but if they assume it because my breasts are sticking in their face because of what I've chosen to wear, I think that there's a little bit of responsibility that ought to be taken for that.
Back to those circuit party, I do wear a jockstrap and a harness, so I can't argue with any of your assertions.
Well, sure. I just think women need to recognize that, who are they kidding? There's still, there are still certain industries in first world countries that are dominated by men. And you're going to have to recognize when you're dealing with someone who thinks differently than what's politically correct. And if you fail to recognize that and you're trying to deal with them on equal terms, you're going to lose. It's just as simple as that.
Unless you gathered enough information and their HR department whistleblower is backed up by your lawyer, that gives you a wonderful settlement for them fucking up.
Basically, what Ron is trying to say, you could finesse it still. It's like obviously not. You don't have to. Like you could have your own personal.
And so
style.
basically, she walked into her first and last day of work, and because she's beautiful, she wins the lawsuit. Or because it sounds like a lawsuit, Sandra. Is that a lawsuit? They say put on
It
your
is,
stilettos your first day
you
of
have to
work.
balance that. See, what people don't get is you can sue and you can win and you can still lose because you can get all the money in the world, but if that money is not equivalent to the amount of anguish and pain and suffering that you feel that you went through for whether it's 2 weeks or 20 years, it doesn't solve the pain that the incident has caused. So
You
I
don't think that there's like anxiety and pain and suffering that happens if you're like continuously harassed at work, though? To play devil's advocate.
Well,
Objectified or demeaned or
what I'm
refused
saying
your
is,
skills.
Wait, what's Sanders saying?
let me finish first. What I'm saying is that I may opt to simply leave and find another position as opposed to suing them and then being stuck in probably what's going to be maybe a 2-year situation or longer. It's very rare that you'll have something settle immediately, although it does happen. But that's actually pretty rare. So you end up reliving the event over and over and over again, like Groundhog Day, for as long as it takes to resolve the case. And that's not necessarily a healthy thing. So personally, ironically enough, speaking for myself as a lawyer, I would probably opt to walk away from that situation if it made me that uncomfortable. So I know that's really bizarre. Sorry.
No, it's not bizarre, but the context of you being a lawyer like makes sense within this discussion. Yeah, it's hard to be the one who does go through that process of reliving the trauma, going through all the trouble, the money, the blah, blah, blah. But, then there's movies made about you and Julia Roberts stars as you, and you're like this massive changer of industries. I mean, I shouldn't say massive changer of industries as far as what happens if you enter into a lawsuit. It's 1 in a million billion chances that you are portrayed like Erin Brockovich, but there are a lot of cases of it being like shifting the tides of what the status quo is and how else do we change social norms.
So here's something that I think about sometimes. What about Richard Jewell and what he was put through? Was it worth it in his life to do what he did and end up in the catastrophe of a dumpster fire that he ended up in? I'm not, and then finally get, money for that. And then only to go on to like eventually, I think he like passed away pretty young from medical issues. And it's just like, you know, so I kind of think about, all right, well, how do I want to live my life? And is it better to live a quiet, peaceful life as opposed to sticking your neck out there and, you know, you end up being sacrificed, you know, like a bad season of Game of Thrones for the greater good. I hate to be shallow, but I don't know if I want to go out like that. I'd rather do something else and have a better quality of life. Does that make sense?
Well, it does. These are questions for deep contemplation. And I guess it matters what you mean by quality of life, though, as well. Everyone has a different definition.
Well, I sure as hell,
but
he's a terrorist, you know. I mean, for a while, Richard Jewell was like a villain, was vilified. And, you know,
I can't really speak towards that with any kind of intelligence, but I am going into dinner right now, and I am going to be pondering these thoughts deeply this evening. And I look forward to talking later.
No, but there are a lot of women who have a tremendous legacy, and you know, that's important, and that's what anybody should strive for. I just think that that needs to be tempered with reality, because the reality of most lawsuits is that they end up just decreasing lifespan, health, and just overall, I don't know, everything. So most people don't, it's almost like the lottery sometimes in a sense. So I don't know, add legal system to the list of things that ought to be. Yeah.
I need to step away for dinner now. And I said this before, but maybe you didn't hear me. Because also your voice was cutting out on my end. But I look forward to talking later. Have a great evening.
Take care.
Bye-bye.
Blessings.
Later.
Good morning, everyone.
Oh,
there you
who
are.
It is. There he is.
Wagwan.
Wagwan, my youth.
Yeah.
Michael, are you a rapper? Like, I saw that ski mask and you're like, oh, this will make sense soon. I saw those tweets. I'm just thinking, like,
Oh
are
no,
you behind the mask?
that's Phoenix. Yeah.
Thinking like, wow, he has an alter ego like Marshall Mathers or some shady or whatever.
Spaces, places, do up your shoes.
I gotta cheer everybody off or up. I'll have to take off my clothes and send y'all boob pictures or something.
Whoa.
Sorry, everybody.
Way to step up, Sandra.
Yeah.
Sandra ends
Do you
racism.
have a
Sandra ends
husband?
racism.
Oh God, no. No, don't get me started. Dan will be like, just stop talking for the love of God. No, I just got out of a relationship several months ago, and you know, moving on. See, I try to bring the room up, and then
You know what's so funny? I was tired, so I went for a sleep with a nap with Allie, and I'm listening to the faint sound of all of this happening. You know when you wake up momentarily when you're sleeping, right, and you go back to sleep. So I'm sleeping, and I'm hearing. I'm like, oh, people are still talking. That's cool. And I go back to sleep. Then I wake up. I'm like, oh no. Then, oh yeah, I can hear it. And I went back to sleep again. So it's pretty cool. What have you guys been talking about? It seems like it's a lot more peaceful when I'm not around.
No, you know what it is? I talk more and get everybody sad and depressed, and then
Whatever.
You bring us
He's
to a good
all
level.
intellectual and like telling everyone, "Oh, I don't have any skills or talent, but let me lecture you on the whole legal system." I mean, come on.
Exactly. But that's exactly what's happening. You have to stop me, Dan. It's just it's like a train wreck in slow motion over here.
I think that
we disqualified her so much. No, that was bad.
I
Sandra,
think
you're good.
I wanna see more stories about property law, like the bedtime stories. That was fun. I enjoyed that.
Well, let me see. I don't know. I'll have to think for a minute. I probably have a few good ones I haven't told yet.
Oh yeah, bedtime stories about property law. I really think there's something in there.
Property law?
Yeah, the bedtime stories from Sandra.
Sandra, I can throw a bone your way. Maybe you've encountered some of this.
All right.
So oftentimes when a property is being sold and it's like subject to the seller obtaining the license to sell, right? So it goes to land court.
Okay.
So the parents pass away, so the kids go to sell the house, but the parents never created like a will, or they didn't create a trust to put the property into the kid's name. So then the house actually has to go into land court. And
Well,
when the
right,
house
like probate, right? You mean
to probate, yeah,
Okay,
sorry,
gotcha.
probate. But
Okay.
probate is essentially you get
Right.
it's land court because that's the deed that you. Well, it depends. I guess suppose it depends on the state. Correct. Okay,
Well,
sure.
it would have to involve more than just kids.
Okay.
Because
Well,
anyway,
here's the.
I get what you're saying. Yeah.
I'll get there.
Okay.
So you have like two kids, right? And so the parents didn't have a will, so the parents pass away. So it goes into probate, and they're trying to clear probate to sell the property, so that there becomes like this. There's research that goes into this, and I've had this happen to me 2 times, believe it or not, where the siblings, the brother and the sister, they find out that, there's another sister who now has ownership, who has like rights to the property, but that, dad never told anybody about this one. So,
Wow.
yeah.
Yeah, that's extremely painful. That's like because it's like family law, but someone has passed away, and then you have one or more, brand new people come on the scene, and suddenly they're entitled to the same right to a property that you are, right? So, I can relate to how terrible that feels. I think I understand so far.
Yeah, so you're there. So usually when you're like when you're transferring a deed, depending on the state that you're in, your deed could be whatever the deed is. It could be like a quit claim deed, or it could be a guarantee, and that can go right through the registry. But however, when this sort of thing happens, when you go through probate, you have to go through land court, which is where I was headed with that, Sandra. And land court is kind of a bitch, because land court has to verify absolutely everything. And so then you have to find out who that other person is, and if there are more. And I had one that there were actually 2 others. So, Michael, good night. Did that put you to sleep?
Oh no, I
Keep
mean,
going. Get more boring.
no, that's not boring at all. It's kind of like it's heartbreaking to the people that never knew about these other people, like from the perspective of being in the formal family, so to speak. It's like, okay, well, I have family members, and oh, what you find out that an individual that you had a lot of regard for just had like a totally second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh life somewhere else. And it's like, how did they keep up with I've had a couple of cases similar to that, where wife one discovers there's like many other people, and I'm trying to divorce someone and deal with assets and stuff. So I understand what you're saying. It
Well,
happens a lot.
Sandra, check this out. Here's the thing. So like I said, I've encountered it twice, and I've had 2 different perspectives from the kids. And in one case, of course, it was like, I think the first time it was sort of like, oh my god, like I can't believe this, and there was,
Right.
we're losing some of it. We have to share. And in the second instance, they thought it was absolutely hilarious, and they were like, oh man, like of course, and they didn't care. So the perspective of it was interesting. That was like the social aspect of it that intrigued me.
Well, that's a good thing. I mean, it's nice when people are people. Like they realize that, it's like, oh, go for it then. I mean, that I prefer. I mean, unfortunately, just from representing people, they usually are not happy to see me. So they're coming in with an issue. But personally, I think it's great. Like if I found out my father, who suffered greatly with my family, if I found out that he had things going on the side, I'd probably have been like, go dad. But I get it. I understand that, when people are surprised, an unpleasant surprise is never going to go over well, right off the cuff. It usually takes time to sink in.
Yeah, I think maybe and also the timing of it. It could have happened before mom, etc., or something. But the kids all not caring was such a cool. It was funny to see, and it was because when you get that news or you get that email and you read that email from the attorney, you're like, oh my god, this is not going to go well. But when they respond that way, it's kind of nice. They're like,
Oh,
well, he's a human.
It's a relief, and I've never seen it be a positive thing, but that's simply because I've never been exposed to that. That's not to say, obviously, that it can't be a positive experience. I'd rather it be a positive experience for people, actually. What do you think, Dan?
Well, I think a lot of the things that have been said here, I think, are true on both sides. I think what Fitz is saying about the length of the pants is important. I think the length of pants is important, and as you know, Sandra, the pattern that we go with here, whether or not it's going to be sort of, I'm a big fan of sort of the velvet cream corduroy kind of vibe, and I know you're sort of really big on.
I knew you were a corduroy guy,
yeah,
dude.
I mean,
Jesus Christ.
Something sensual under your hands.
Yeah, I think you're right. You definitely need something, deeply essential, a deeply, a strong but gentle, penetrating, kind of sense of things. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, I absolutely do, Dan.
Which we have to work on this. We're trying to get this as sultry as possible in here. Okay.
This is like the whole salty balls thing all over again.
Yeah, but I can't do the whole salty balls thing. I mean, and this takes you off of the lounge.
Right.
Yeah, we got to stay with the spotlight on the lounge act. You know what I'm saying?
Absolutely.
Yeah, totally. Do you need some help with that? Are you okay?
Yeah,
With this?
I might need
Right.
some prompting, Dan.
Might need some prompting.
Yeah.
What kind of pants have more texture than corduroy pants is the real question.
Well, velvet. I like mohair, how it springs up under your
camel.
Velour.
Ostrich.
Ostrich. That's a good point.
Or about ostrich, but yeah, like something.
Alligator.
I'm telling you, I really like the bedtime stories of property law. I think that's an album.
Bedtime stories of property loss.
Law. So if you can't sleep, you listen
Yeah,
to
dude. Like
Fitz
honestly,
and
yeah.
Sandra.
Thank you
Yep.
for seeing it. Like, man, that story was just like, oh,
Yeah,
who's gonna get
that's
the property?
that's
There's an
the
unknown
point, right?
party. It's like, oh my goodness.
Yeah.
Well, Sandra could do like ASMR
It's such
for
a
legal
riveting
stuff.
conversation.
Oh, that's so boring of me to say. You'll have to
Sandra,
tell.
I was
Yeah.
literally in a meeting on
Uh-oh.
Tuesday, right, online, for this deal that I have that's been going for almost 2 years. And this property has basically there's a road that gets out there that was made, and it's a dirt road, and the road needs to be like a certain width, right? And the road when it was in here you go, Michael. You really want to hear this bullshit? In
No, go ahead.
1991, basically it was agreed that this was going to be a buildable lot. This is a lot that's off a street, that's off of another road, and it's off of the road that it's off of kind of abuts a salt marsh, and the road basically has to be a certain width, and they had to create, at the end of the road, they were going to create a cul-de-sac. The cul-de-sac never, but they did build the road. They didn't finish the road because they didn't build the cul-de-sac. So when they didn't finish the cul-de-sac, after 2 years,
Guys, he's a spiritual scammer. This guy's a spiritual scammer. He's
after
sucking the
2
soul out
years
of
of the
me.
approval,
He's
I'll go
sucking
through
the
it.
soul out of me
Either
right
way,
now. I can
The
Jesus.
feel
thought
it.
marsh is the problem, right?
No,
Yeah, I'm telling you,
no.
this is the album right here. Sandra and Fitz talking about the intricacies of property law and the
The girth of the road.
Hey, can you guys all shut
yeah.
up?
Okay, fine.
No, I'm just kidding. No, because one of the questions was because I'm in this meeting and like literally it's a town meeting, and so they're talking about it, et cetera, et cetera. That this thing didn't exist. Da, da, da. So does anybody have any oppositions? And we had an attorney that was saying, yeah, this was agreed to back in, and approved, and they didn't finish the cul-de-sac. So essentially, basically, the town said that, well, this is a paper road because the cul-de-sac was never finished. And then one of the guys, does anybody have any further objections? And this other guy came on, he raised his hand, and he said, do you know the width of a fire truck? To which the attorney didn't really have an answer. She said maybe, I don't know, like 8 feet. And the guy said he went down and measured all of the fire trucks at the town, and he had his objection there. And so it was just getting destroyed, basically, this whole thing. But it's so silly the way that it all worked out after so much time and 3 different attorneys, by the way, to try to get to this point.
Wait, and you said this was 2 years, ongoing for 2 years?
Yes.
Oh my god, holy shit,
Abnormal.
holy crap. Oh, I thought it was, oh my god.
So at the very beginning of this, someone suggested that you start attending a certain church and donate, tithes to the church, and you said no, right?
We hired the attorney that was recommended by one of the fucking women on the board, by the way.
Oh no.
Uh-huh.
But someone else did something along the way that you didn't do.
Well, it's
What?
not me anyway, but so it's fine. It didn't work out. Withdrew without prejudice, but there was definitely other bullshit that was involved. And here's the really tricky part, by the way, that I think is super bullshit. Because of the road, they said that the road flooded. The town at the end of the road, like, so there is like this. It's an inlet, right? There's a salt marsh there, and there's a bridge to get to this road. The town has all these permits in place, and they're changing the bridge, and it's a culvert, and they're going to open the culvert wider to release more water into the other side, which you would imagine, lower that flood zone. And like there was like an Army Corps of Engineers plans, all this other bullshit. None of that was ever concerned. Like, nothing was considered. It's just basically the towns, when you ask for a variance, the answer is no.
Oh, you want
Basic,
no. Always. Just about.
basically the answer is no. Yeah.
And then you have
And
to what's the carrot, like what does each person you ever watch MASH where they end up like heisting Henry's desk to give to this person to give to the other person and so forth? You ever watch that episode of MASH? Same thing, but planning.
well, Sandra, here's the thing too. So one of the arguments was that the lady who bought it, so when they previously approved everything, what I said was, I think 1991, she bought it with the approval that it was buildable, which they then turned down because the end of the cul-de-sac was not finished. So she bought it for like 250,000, 275,000 in 1991. This is a very like nice piece of land on water, overlooking water towards a beach. That was a good, this is a nice piece of land, is what I'm saying.
Right.
So she bought it with the idea that it would be buildable, because it was deemed that way. But within 2 years, because they didn't build the cul-de-sac, the end of that road, in the 2 years, it was then deemed essentially a paper road, but not fully deemed, because we withdrew without prejudice.
Right.
That's wild.
So where are you at now? Did you get it resolved?
No, just withdrew the application. So No. It's not even. It's not. It just. Yeah. It's withdrawn.
I mean, do you want to do something with that, or?
Well, so the abutters, looking into that potentially, like some other. There is a. It's a bit. It's like 3 acres. This one, and the other lots that are abutting are all over an acre each. So, there could be potential to try to purchase, like, a driveway or a road or an access for frontage elsewhere. But I mean, it's it's kind of not going and nothing at the moment, but sort of like exploring.
Yeah, I would wait for a little while and because eventually it'll get, people will probably approach you to try to uh, start another negotiation. Anything that can, help the town or the municipality out, they're going to want you to do for them because it's just cheaper and easier to spread the money around.
No, I don't know if I agree with that. I think the town wants very much not for it to happen.
Well, that's why I said wait for it, because that may be how they feel right now, but as time passes and someone doesn't get what they're supposed to get from someone else, they may come back to you instead.
Telling you, this is the album. This whole thing, right? Just bedtime stories about property law
I'm
and
sorry.
its implications. No, don't be. No, I think
wanted
it would be
Yeah,
one of the
don't start.
funniest things I ever heard. I'm
Yeah, I
telling
wanted to feed it. I was totally trying to feed it. I wouldn't
you.
have
Yeah,
told that
right.
story any other way.
Yeah. The more pedantic, the better. I think that's the story. There's a lot of like comedy albums that are like in your face and like punchline, punchline, punchline. And I like this. I like the idea of a story without a punchline at all. It's just,
I mean, Fitz,
you know.
one more thing. If you're patient enough, just I say just, but restock the board with people that are favorable to you, and then do it that way. It'd actually be cheaper.
I'll give you another one, a 30-second one, 30-second story. And this is
Dude, I'm counting.
in another town. So they had this permits were allowed for accessory apartments, and you were allowed to have a second apartment. You're allowed to have a accessory building. You're allowed to have a second building on the land, but to get the accessory, it was basically for a third. You had to have the second building started, and they were doing away with it in like 3 months. So getting the approvals to put in this foundation immediately, and then that was the only way to maintain the approval, the special permit for adding the third building, which wouldn't have to happen until you sold it or whatever, and it could carry on with the property. Turns out it couldn't carry on with the property. So we had to have the goddamn property built before the third building built before we could buy it, after we had already paid for the foundation for them to go in.
Uh-oh. That's
Worked
scary.
out.
I'm scared for you already. What
No,
happened?
it worked. That was fine. That worked out.
Oh, good. I mean, yeah, sometimes you have to do stuff like that, and it's like, oh, this is
How did I
frightening.
do, Bilal? Was that 30 seconds?
A little longer, but
Dude, I don't know.
I could have made it like a more understandable, but I just trying to hit 30
This is
seconds.
perfect.
I love
This
you,
is
man.
perfect. Wait. Oh, the Assigned has a story about property law. Go ahead, Assigned.
Ain't no laws out here in Oregon. Your neighbors are your best friends. No law here.
Girl, I think you were cutting out.
Neighbors are your best friend. Go on.
Bilal, do you have a story about
there
property law?
No, man, I don't.
no
I have
one.
no stories. My mind is empty,
I
man.
couldn't even follow, guys. I'll start
Okay,
one
I
more.
do.
I'll go.
I got one. Okay.
All right, go
Thank
ahead.
So
God.
Yeah.
Thank God.
here
Okay.
in Oregon, if you let someone spend the night with you, they're considered a resident and can fucking keep your home. They don't have to leave. like squatters' rights or some shit.
Squatting life.
Do you have to consummate the relationship before they own the home? How does it work?
No, if they come to your house and they bring anything, like if they, like a bag or normally you meet at the bar, you bring her home, she's got her bag right there, and then she's like, you know what, I like this joint, and you're like, no, I need you to get your toothbrush and get the hell out of here in the morning. And she's like, no, and technically, there is no way that you can have them removed because they are now officially a resident of your property until they leave. Yeah.
Again,
Sandra, what do you have to say about this?
it doesn't sound right to me, but it's Oregon and they're all like fucked up over there, so maybe.
So fucked up.
I don't like Oregon. I mean, I like Oregon, but I don't like some of the people in it. So as far as I'm concerned, they're all a bunch of crazy people, pretty much.
I think I figured this all out. I think this is Michael doesn't like to end spaces, and he just tries to use other people to sort of make things happen. So
Michael is top G.
So if we're just telling stories about this, then he's off the hook for ending the space when everybody leaves because we're talking about.
True.
Dude, he had his beauty nap and everything.
Wait, that's my
man. I'm impressed now.
Can I get venture capital for that? Like ending long, exhausting Twitter spaces with incredibly boring stories?
I actually am not bored by these.
This is
Well, we are. Yeah.
Hi everyone.
Stories
I got a
about
question.
benign aspects of
Hi,
property
Dave.
law.
Everyone, Dave is talking.
What?
Sorry. Oh,
Hey, Dave. Dave's good dude, man. What's up, Dave?
Hey, what's up? What state was that with the squatters?
The squatters.
Oregon, I think.
The squatters.
Yeah, you can actually claim free land. Like if you go off into national forest in the mountains back here, and you can. This is pretty much like settlement. Like you can still settle shit out here. It's crazy.
No, that's cool.
You can search the assessor for owners unknown, and you can find those areas too.
Anywhere, or it's just Oregon?
No, well, it depends on how they clarify how they whatever they term it, but generally it's owners unknown, and that's where you find those areas where you could get. Damn.
What are you doing over there?
Squatters' rights, but there's another one. It's called adverse possession, essentially.
Oh,
and if you show that you're using it,
just keep fucking me.
Oh my goodness! Screenshot.
No, but they're literally that's the way to do it. So if you find a piece of property that says,
sorry about that.
Jesus Christ, what is happening, Dan?
I don't know.
I was replying to someone. Sorry.
Oh, that's okay.
This is the album. You guys have no idea. I think the minutia of property law and its many implications, volume 1 and 2. Yeah.
Wow.
Hey Fitz, how you doing, Fitz? How is everything?
Good, man. How you been?
I'm good.
I've been a little busy, and I've been listening into the spaces. I know this dude. Dave's a smart dude. By the way, everybody, me and Dave are in a space that we trade.
Hello, everyone.
How's it going? Dave, do you have any boring stories with minor implications about property law?
No.
I apologize.
No, not at all. But this is very interesting. Listen to you guys speak about it.
Oh, I had a thought. You know how in real estate you could have taxes roll over? Like you could have taxes roll over. Yeah, you could have taxes roll over in real estate. So you could avoid paying them. You could put in the next deal. So I'm thinking can you do the same thing for if you have property in the metaverse and shit like that? Because does the court still accept that as land? Because then people the common people could avoid paying taxes essentially from all these 87,000 IRS agents. So, rolling over your taxes in the metaverse into the next deal or whatever.
The meta tax? Yeah.
Meta tax.
So it's a 1031 exchange. I know what he's talking about. Maybe there's something like that.
Hmm.
Sandra, you know what? I'm liking that that some of the people here are actually interested in hearing these
See,
quote
that's
unquote
the
boring
I
stories.
interesting
feel
part.
good. Yeah.
I
You
agree.
think it's kind of like
I was not
trolling
bored.
yourself, but it's really like you might end up finding a niche. You know what I mean?
Well, if we cause property
Yeah, like you
taxes stuff,
literally just taught me about unknown properties. Like I'm gonna research that because you can put
It's
a watch
Dude,
working.
and
I'll
a
tell
truck
you,
on it.
there you
this
go.
is real. So
Search engines are fun.
this guy in the area that I live in, he bought this property. He's one of the largest property owners in the area, and he just started like kind of throwing brush to the side, and it was along a river, and he just slowly moved over and over and over, and he started paying taxes on it, and he claimed it, and nobody knew who owned it. Nobody owned it, and so he then took it over. He owns a freaking golf course on a river that he basically got for it. It took 20 years, but he didn't buy it. He just used it and then paid taxes on it. It's it totally happens. People are still doing it now. There are people in the middle of doing it right now, all over the place.
Wow, pretty cool. I guess you'll have someone pop up right before the last year of adverse possession and be like, "Yo, this is mine," and
They would have to then prove that how they owned it, and then this person would say that, look, I've been using it. I think there's a certain term for the way you have to use it, and it's like it's like obviously, but it's a more
Developmental is what they say on here. Developmental or something
yeah.
like
Well, it's
that.
like you're like aggressively using it somehow, and no one's stopping you.
oh yeah, you for sure to hash that out. Yeah.
But this dude did it, and now
Wow.
and he's done it all over. He did it all over the place, and he was like one of the first people to take advantage of that.
Well, that's cool. That's interesting. I mean, at least the land's getting used for something.
Yeah, and the town gets taxes, so they
Right.
don't care. So there are a few. There are still some. There's plenty around.
Can
I looked
Can
in
you
my
tell me
area.
how we would research that online?
Well,
Like the
send me
unknown
DM
process?
me and DM me. Dude, I'll send you where you can look. That's fine. You
This
would
is
go
the
to
album.
your assessor
Yeah.
basically, and then you have to. The owner could be like, it could be like several things, but just go like I would start with like unknown or owners and you want like less is more, so you want to use like the least amount of characters to search it, but they could also have a different title, and it also depends on your state. So we'd have to find out what they call it and how long the term is. I literally looked at to try to buy properties.
Is this like doing like a mergers and acquisitions, but just like in real estate instead of business? Like you just start buying. Is that how you?
Michael, see, this is not. No one's going to bed here, Michael. You see this?
Like
I'm
either.
telling you, the thing is like, everyone tries so hard to make comedy and write jokes, but I think we're at this point where we're like post punchline. You know how there's like postmodernism? I think there's like post punchlineism, right?
Punchlineism. Post punchlineism.
Where you're just like, you know what? I'm kind of done with the overt premise punchline tag. To me, it's kind of like property law, but by Jack Handy in a lot of ways. You guys remember Deep Thoughts by Jack Handy? No?
I remember that. I remember that in
You're good
Lower
enough.
Expectations. Remember that one?
Smart enough.
Lowered expectations. And then Stuart Smalley.
Gosh darn it. A
Yeah.
legend.
Yeah. Those are gold. I'm telling you. So, like, in my head, I love the idea of that SNL mock commercial. Those are my favorite. Like Clear Gravy.
Oh, crystal clear gravy. Dude, that was so good. What was the one? Oh,
God.
cookie dough Gatorade.
Hey Fitz, I sent you a message. Can you send me that link also, please? When you can.
Oh, man.
Yeah, man.
Yeah.
Sure. Dave, I'll send you.
Thank you.
Yeah, they had Schmidt's Gay.
Oh my god, that one is fucking hysterical, dude. With the
With Adam
glass,
Sandler.
Chris Farley, and oh man, he's brilliant, fucking brilliant.
Reacher Schmidt's gay. You know what's crazy? I have this M2, and it's I don't know about you guys, but whenever I get like a computer, I just go crazy with it in terms of just like pushing it to its limit. But now it's starting to freeze. I'm like, come on, M2, it's supposed to be fancy.
Oh.
Dude, you got to give it a break, man. Oh,
I know. It's
it's
like
a
I'm
living
beating
thing.
my
It's
M2.
like you're putting it through slave labor. You're whipping it. And just
Yeah, it's
give it a hug, man. Okay.
no, because like yesterday, it's like you have run out of memory. Right? This application's 44 gigabytes or something like that, and it's like e-learning, so there's like 200 videos to export, and now I'm like running into issues, which was the issue I thought I solved.
I usually let the cat take my laptop out by just sitting on it while it's warm and letting it overheat until it like dies. It's usually what happens with my laptops, thanks to the cat.
Is it the
Honestly,
M1
like,
Ultra?
yeah, it's the M2 MacBook, fancy. But no, the heating is a problem. Like if you look at the M2 heating, like there's a lot of people trying to mod the M2s to make it cooler.
Yeah, I think because they're making the laptops more so thinner now. You know.
Absolutely. I like it, but it's like this keyboard is beautiful, but I can't put I can't rest the palm of my hands on the keyboard because the computer's so hot. So, not something I
Wow.
anticipated experiencing. Let's say.
It amazes me that those laptops are so expensive and yet they can't even solve a heating problem or cooling problem.
Yeah, it's a really fascinating thing. Like, one part of me understood, like, look, they made this super thin, blah blah blah. There's no solutions, only trade-offs. Put up with a bit of heat to get some power. You know what I mean? Like, yeah. There's heat. That's why. It's because there's power. But at the same time, when you start worrying about the integrity of the machine because of how hot it's getting, it's like, all right, how hot is this thing really going to get? So, I want to thank all of you for property law bedtime stories. You think I'm joking, but I'm never been more serious. I think if you wrote a bunch of 3 to 7 minute long property law bedtime stories, I think a pilot album would do astonishingly well.
Yeah, maybe. I gotta look into We Expire. That's
Yeah, I found out about it and I had my fares set in order.
holy cow. Yeah.
Yeah, I did it. It was shocking. I was like, whoa, I really got to do this. And
Yeah, the last exit is not something many of us want to think about, but it's out there.
there's no death. There's no death.
It's like the New Jersey Turnpike coming to the end right before you get to New York City, Little soprano song in there. Whatever. Yep.
Such a great theme, though.
I love that theme.
I love it.
It's almost as good as your music, Dan, but not quite.
Aw, you're
It's true.
nice.
It's totally but it's totally like from the heart. I just love how complex your music is. There's just something about it that's just really super stuff.
Random, spur of the moment weirdness.
It's not random though. It's very complex. You know, it really is. I like it.
Thanks. The Syndicate is brought to you by the letter G tonight. G stands for greatness, golly, and good gracious. G is what we're going into. Friday is coming up shortly here in a couple of hours. Hopefully you've got your daily affirmations set up so you can make it a great one. I'm doing a affirmation of balance. May I find balance in Friday, knowing full well I may not. I will find it.
I'm good enough. I'm smart enough. And doggone it, people like me.
That's right, America. What was it? Toys R Us kid? How do we get back to that? What was it?
I don't want
Oh,
to
yeah, that's
grow
right.
up.
I don't want to
I'm a
grow
Toys
up.
R Us
I'm
kid.
a Syndicate kid. You want me to do the super? That
There's so
sounds like you were
many
doing.
toys at Syndicate that I can play with.
I can do a slow version. I don't want to grow up. I'm a Toys R Us kid. Whew, that was tough.
Where's your
No, I like that. That's like the Toys R Us kid at the end of his life, you know, and he has all the toys he ever wanted, but he couldn't find a wife or something like that. So it's like
It could
he's just
be,
around
or it
all of
could
his
be
toys, but alone.
He could be just really stoned and just like,
That's probably
I
more.
don't want to grow up. I want to look at my crypto. Hold on a second. I don't want to grow up. I like characters like that would have like mid takes. I want to do all the takes that don't work, Michael. You know what I mean? Like all the takes that didn't work. I don't want to grow up. I'm a fucking. What was it again? Toys R Us kid. All right, hold on a
Yeah.
second. You know what I mean? Do the beat.
Have you ever seen
There's
when they?
insurance commercial on that's literally almost the same, like the same scenario. Like the guy's yelling off stage, "What? I'm supposed to be married to who again? What the? You know?"
Right. I
They
love that.
they
I
had
love it.
this sketch from Conan O'Brien about how they tried to replace Seinfeld, and so they have all of these immigrants like pretending to be Seinfeld. What is the deal with nuts? It's like corn, gorn. No, corn, gorn. What is the deal with these corn nuts and the corn? Corn with a C. Yeah, it's really good.
It's funny how people have like shows that they really locked on to when they grew up. Like some friends of mine are like total Cheers people, and then other people are like, what was that? Seinfeld. But I don't know. I didn't get into Seinfeld. I don't know. I'm trying to remember.
I actually one of my good friends just got into Seinfeld. It's funny that you brought that up, and he's like, "Are there any Seinfeld episodes that you recommend?" And I was like, "I think George is my favorite character." And
Gore-Tex. The Gore-Tex
I love
jacket.
the leaving.
Serenity now.
I
Serenity
love
now.
Serenity Now is a good one too. I like the leaving on the like he would tell a joke, like leaving on a high note. I forget what that one was, but he would tell a joke.
Dude, it was awesome when he worked for the Yankees.
Yeah, and then the desk sleeping. Oh my god! So if you have any good ones, DM me. I was trying to share
I'll
them.
tell you. They're pretending to be angry, so he pretends that he's busy.
Oh yeah.
Hey, does anybody follow the James Webb Telescope?
What's that?
The James Webb Telescope.
Oh, I do a bit. I do a bit.
Yeah.
The
Did you see
Jupiter
the?
ones?
Yeah. Did you see the photos? They're really nice.
They were stunning. That's really wild. I didn't think Jupiter looked like that. You know, you're going to get a bunch of flat earthers going like, "Oh, yeah, that's not Jupiter. What the fuck is that?" You know, that sort of thing.
Look, I really want the flat earthers to be right. I'm on record as saying so. I really like the idea of the flat Earth being right, and everyone that didn't like them, they like have to like somehow like like reconcile, and then the flat earthers will have their day in the sun. I really want to see like one day in the sun. Is it a flat sun? Is the sun like a hibachi grill that's like beaming heat towards us?
I think you may be right about that. I never thought about it that way before, but maybe.
Yeah, the sun cooks our meals, you know,
like
on a flat top.
barbecue, like a big
Yeah,
barbecue in the sky.
yeah, I like it.
Yeah.
God likes the barbecue, as above, so below, kind of thing.
Well, I thought maybe we got it backwards. Like, I mean, if there's like a big barbecue in the sky because of the sun, wouldn't that be Satan like doing the barbecue? Does that make sense at all?
Kind of, but I also feel like the devil could just be a cold bastard. In which case, do we just reference it? Do we think it's fire just because that's what was like given to us from the Dark Ages? You know what I mean? Like we grew to fear fire and not so much cold. I don't know.
No, I think you might be right about that. Yeah, we have to rethink all this now. So snow cones, satanic. Barbecue.
I mean, yeah, it's a possibility. Yeah.
Oh,
Snow cones. Snow cones.
no more ices. Sorry. Bomb pops, gone.
Holy
What
shit. Bomb pops,
else?
you're right. Well, those are kind of like the devil. Creamsicle, same thing.
Yeah, creamsicle definitely goes in that
Definitely the
category.
devil.
Brain freeze.
I hate creamsicles. God, I hate creamsicles. Fuck creamsicles. Holy shit, disgusting.
Root beer float, major devil right there.
Oh,
You know
yeah.
what I mean?
Satan.
Tasty though.
All right, guys.
As the Dickens.
What, Michael? What, Michael? Yes, Michael. What?
I'm gonna finish up some work on my side, but I will join the space if you guys have it. Yeah.
Oh,
Hey,
sure.
Fitz.
The
Sorry.
propofol stuff didn't get him, but the satanic ices and snow cones did. All right. Bye, Mike.
We need
That
to
was a good
record
pick, man.
more of these. Like I'd like to see like an album of 12 property law tracks that are like they have to be long. They have to be like 7 to 9 minutes. Like a really meandering story, and the climax has to be very mundane. Like the more mundane and pedantic, the better.
Like a Bob Newhart type of thing, but not funny.
Yeah. Yeah. Yes, exactly. That's perfect.
If you're serious, I can produce that.
I'm so serious. I think people would be interested in this album of property law stories.
Oh God. Okay.
Yep. Yep. Yep.
I think it's a crazy, I agree, Michael. I think that would be pretty hilarious and super niche.
Just the anti-comedy comedy, and it's Norm Macdonald did it all the time, right? With the fucking the moth joke, right? Where it's like a long joke and the punchline is terrible, and that's what makes everything funny.
Okay. So kind of like a joke bomb, but with a really dry,
Yeah.
long delay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. And it's like you could start it off with, "I have a funny story for you," and then you give a really not funny story.
Oh,
dude, Fitz was like a master. Fitz was the master at that.
He is.
Tons of stories. Yeah, you guys both have the stories. And I think
I've got some even more boring ones for.
But it was good. Like it was like you told it well. Like to give you credit, obviously, like it was boring, but like you explained it well. I was paying attention.
Oh, thanks, man.
Yeah, man.
Appreciate that.
Sandra, where are you from?
Where am I from?
Yeah.
Oh, I am from New Jersey, but I'm in Miami now.
Oh, New Jersey. Oh, so you're by Kappa.
But Bila, I just want to say, Sandra, before, if you don't mind, I just want to say that was a fantastic compliment sandwich that you gave me there, because I totally picked up on it was boring. You told it well, it was boring, but you made the boring part in the middle of the sandwich, and so the compliments on the outside of the sandwich, which is rare. And I just wanted to clarify that was appreciated.
Oh,
Carry on.
Thank you. Love you, man.
Sandra, I got a question.
okay.
I saw your profile. You're into Bitcoin, right? If I'm correct.
I wouldn't say I'm a Bitcoin maxi, but I would say I'm into Bitcoin, sure.
What are your thoughts on the CDC? What is it? Central Digital something?
Yeah. I mean, if you look at what's happening in China, it's kind of been like stormy weather for them with theirs. And, I think that it will eventually catch on in the United States because they're going to probably attach things to it like UBI, universal income, and there are potential nefarious or scary uses of it, but we're just going to get there anyway. And I think that there should be enough legal protections to it that hopefully it will help people that could probably actually really use that sort of thing, that can't afford Bitcoin or something that's going to elevate them in the long run. I know people don't want to hear that. And I know that there's a lot of potential abuses of it, but if that can get addressed through proper legislation, and I think there's a lot of brilliant people out there laying the groundwork to do that. I hope there is. Then potentially it could really be something advantageous for the middle class and the other income brackets that aren't fortunate enough to be middle class. So we'll see.
Thank you. Because I was wondering, why would the government create a CDC and everybody's saying Bitcoin is,
Well, a CBDC would be created. Presumably, it would be run by either the Treasury or Federal Reserve. And the reason you'd want to do that is to try to stabilize your economy. Like you can literally take a CBDC, and what they started doing in China, experimenting with, is taking certain cities and giving people money through the digital currency and saying, okay, you have to spend this between this month and this month to try to stimulate their economy. And I guess we have to see how those experiments worked out over in China. But imagine being able to do something like that here in the United States if you're stateside, where let's say California is having a very bad month. You could anticipate that. You could potentially stimulate the economy by giving a certain cross section of people, uh, free currency. Essentially, will cause inflation. Yeah. Um, should we care about that? Maybe not. I mean, considering the massive corporate theft that's happened over the years, maybe they should just kind of like turn a blind eye to giving a few people here and there tiny bit of money compared to what was taken advantage of. Now, I don't want to sound like I think, well, quite frankly, saying corporate theft speaks for itself, but let's just say that there's been a lot of generous charity given to people over the years, and maybe it's time that they start considering what they should give back to the community that has kind of supported them for so many years.
Their liquidity, basically.
Yes, I could have just said that. Yeah. Right. I could have just said that.
Yo, Sandra and Dave. I think Bitcoin is like a Trojan horse for slowly lulling us into the CDC and all its benefits, and like how you mentioned like massive corporate theft. I think it's happening through like Bitcoin. It's just like the average time for someone holds like a Bitcoin is like 134 days. Like it's being like the whole Web3 movement that as we know it, this faux decentralization was like based off of like they said like, oh, Bitcoin freedom, decentralization, but really the like centralized powers got stronger and they took their foothold, and like the wealth transfer was just between like the poor to like the in the know.
I think we have to be careful about how you're joining Bitcoin with cryptocurrency and Web3. And
yeah, I know. Yeah, I'm taking a big stance on that, where I'm like putting them in the same category as like scam and just like,
why don't
The reason why,
This
one
is
of the reasons why,
Federal-
sorry, go ahead. You're
okay.
rugging out.
So here we go. I mean, it's not the same thing, and I'm not going to go into all the reasons why. You probably know what they are. I don't think Bitcoin is a back door or front door to a CBDC. I think that Bitcoin is sufficiently decentralized enough so that it is nothing like that. The reason that a federal government would want a digital currency of their own is to control their economy, and perhaps by virtue of doing that, controlling people. I mean, if you look at the original reason the Federal Reserve was created, and there's an ad from a science magazine from like 1930 something, I have to find it and bring it in. The whole point of that was to keep people spending their currency in the economy, among other things. But I'll have to find this really cool advertisement in this old magazine for it. But and the institutions of the United States have a vested interest naturally in continuing the stability of the framework which makes up our country, which everybody here benefits from. Now, you may not like the way they do it necessarily. No one wants to see sausage made either, right? But it is what it is. And, we could do worse than the form of government we currently have here. And as someday, invariably, it's going to evolve into something larger, we need to kind of recognize that there are always going to be aspects of the old rails that are just going to have to be, whether we really want them or not, and combine them with the new rails of Bitcoin and perhaps other coins. I don't know that for sure, but and hopefully everything works out and we plan it carefully and conservatively, and we just think about our values and how they intermesh with the rest of the world, and we take the leap together.
I think that leap was made together, like with the whole Web3 space. Like you saw that coming togetherness, and like you mentioned like Bitcoin being decentralized, but it really isn't. Like the mining pools are like heavily concentrated. Like there's like the Chinese, there's another group, and it doesn't really make sense. Like it's been 13 years, and we keep on saying like we need to educate the world about Bitcoin. But if Bitcoin was like so great, like wouldn't we have like been on it? Like the curve to like mass adoption, it's like for like phones and stuff like that, it's really short. Like shouldn't that be
I mean,
like
yeah, I mean, I agree that there's
something's off, like
the
something's off.
Bitcoin mining and the way it is. I mean, we're going to have to, collectively take a look at that and see what, if anything, needs to be done there. Because my concern is, yeah, you're going to have large uh, Bitcoin miners gobbling up the little guy. I mean, that just happens, but just in other industries. But maybe it won't happen here. It just depends on what is going to happen in the future with like your car. Can you use your car to mine something? It's just going to depend on things like that. And yeah, there are always going to be issues that are going to have to be looked at, because every time you solve a problem, you're probably going to create more. So that's just something we have to think about. But I think Bitcoin is the way to evolve into I would like to see Bitcoin be a world currency, but also I still want the dollar to be used and have Bitcoin used for dollarization throughout countries that are unbanked. So we'll have to see. I would like to see them go hand in hand. I think that there would be tremendous benefit throughout the world to have I shouldn't say centralized, but you know what I mean, like
Well, yeah, and then that's like falling into like the whole narrative of like the CDC, and I understand like the benefits that you said, but it's like where does it seems like
nothing's
seems like
been
we're not.
perfect.
Yeah,
There's
go ahead.
no such thing as perfect. And anybody who thinks there is just doesn't have life experience. They're kids, basically, or they've been brainwashed by their colleges, one or the other.
We have been brainwashed as like we've been under some heavy brainwashing.
Well,
But,
we
like,
all have in one
like
form.
honestly, it's crazy like how we thought like the processed food and sugary food right in the morning is like normal, like cereal, like for kids. Like I used to think that's normal, and it's just crazy. That's just one small thing.
But
and it,
not the way it used to be. Like when I was a kid, like your Frosted Flakes from Tony the Tiger were like, it was like heroin.
what, you have like mercury and cocaine in your food?
Yeah, yes, and But now it's kind of like, okay, well, let's pretend we're a little healthy here. Let's scrape off 3/4 of the sugar from the top of the Frosted Flake. It's really depressing.
And add some type of weird chemical that just does. These guys are witches. Yeah.
Yeah, we could. Oh God, we could go on forever about the fluoride and all that. Sure.
Yeah, because everything we eat today has sugar, some kind of chemical base.
Yeah, fuck. I hate even thinking about that. I've just been like eating lentils and for the past week.
Well, like I
Frickin'
was telling Mike, I said to Mike, I said, they're working us up to bugs, and then it's just going to be a slippery slope into eating humans.
Have you heard about that Wall-E conspiracy? Have you seen the movie Wall-E, the robot?
I saw Wall-E. Like everybody ends up like a what is it? A hobble, like those little things that like a weeble wobble.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And the theory was like they're just like reconsuming each other. It just, anyways, whatever.
It's dank, isn't it? But maybe that's where it's all heading. I don't know. I think cows are.
You predict the future, Sandra. Everything you've been saying is like the fact. You're just like, it's gonna happen. I don't know. It might happen, but it's happening. It's happening.
It might. At the end of the, I had a property. You're gonna laugh. Back to property. I had a property professor who was just a terrible drunk. Like she would get. It was like a 3.5 hour class at night, and it was like half the state police and like some other various people, because these were all night students who had real jobs during the day. So she would get sloppy drunk and she would go on and on. This is how we knew how drunk she was. She would start talking about how squirrels were going to take over the planet and run the entire world. And we're like, whoa, she's like really off tonight. And we had to carry her to her office and like put her to sleep, like night, professor. And finally we ended up, my state police friends, she tried to go to her car and drive off sloppy drunk.
Jeez.
And they ended up like removing her from her car and arresting her in the Rutgers parking lot. I was like, oh God, yeah, it was a mess.
I think this world also is having a lot of mental health issues.
Oh yes.
Yeah, it's been brought upon us.
And Twitter is also making it worse.
Everyone fix your posture. Everyone fix your posture.
Yep.
All right, guys. I am going to press end on this.
Thank you for hosting it. Nice talking to you, Sandra. Dave.
It was Dan and Sandra, and you guys that hosted it. I was fast asleep.
That's fine. Dan, you're awesome. Trey, I saw you.
Have a good night, everyone.
So, anyways, while I was in the middle of this this real estate
Blessings, guys.
The girth of the road.
So the appraisal came back, and Michael